在已经是 APT 台北2024的第4天，同时也是 APT 国家杯的 Final Day。从 A 组到 E 组买入1万块台币的比赛，吸引了2305位人次参加。整个系列赛以爆炸性的开端，引人注目。总奖值高达1949万9千台币，而冠军更能获得294万9千台币，绝对让整场比赛更加引人入胜。进入 APT 国家杯决赛桌的选手有 Lu Yunyang from Hong Kong, Chen Pengchen from Taiwan, Biro from Philippines, Chen Kong from Taiwan, Lu Kunlong from Taiwan, Lu Shenchang from Taiwan, Chen Tingchen from Taiwan。看到最后 HU 环节，来自台湾的蔡承恩有着6个大盲，来自香港目前是筹码领先者的 Jason， 最后一把牌蔡承恩 all in J6 梅花，接了 all in， 2个人一起看到翻牌 ，Jason 马上中了一张6 set， 转牌来一张 K， 让蔡承恩多了4个10的奥斯，河流来一张 Blake 方块4，最后恭喜赢家来自香港 Jason。国家杯来自香港 Jason， 现在感觉心情如何？
还好，很好，很幸运。然后因为很久没赢过比赛了，然后3年多吧，然后很少打这些比较大型的交易赛，对，
所以觉得特别兴奋。
对，
那你会怎么样运用这笔奖金呢？
我原本明天要回香港，但是我现在在想要不要带一点，我要问问我女朋友他们。
那你有什么话想跟你的家人还有女朋友说吗
？Love you.
I get a champion. 这一次恭喜来自香港的 Jason 拿到这一次 APT 国家杯的冠军。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February 29th. For full schedule and more information, visit apt.poker.
Let's see what these superstars think about the APT. Santosh, welcome to the APT. I know you're playing the 25K Superstar. What is your impression of the APT so far?
I'm having fun. I have a low stack now, only 15 BB.
Well, if anybody can spin it up, it's gonna be you. Tony, is this your first time at APT?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts so far about the APT and the event?
It's pretty good. Got a lot of friends, playing my table, so.
Yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to play an APT for like 15 years, and finally the schedule's worked out in a way where I can make it to this one for the high rollers. So
Playing here has been great. I have half a starting stack, so can't say I'm having too much fun in that sense, but the table is like, everyone's playing quick, everyone is friendly. Yeah.
This is like my first event. I've had fun, yeah. That's good, yeah.
1 min cash, and now we're playing the high roller, so hopefully get good luck today.
It's amazing, great. Everything is well organized. People are very friendly.
Will we maybe see you in our future events? Maybe Jeju APT?
Yes, of course, yeah, the future.
If I got a time, yeah, I wish.
definitely I'm going to try to make more in the future.
And if you want to catch the high stakes action happening here at the Superstar Challenge at APT Taipei, make sure you check out our live streams on YouTube and Facebook.
你好，我是 APT 主持人 Elfin Lin， 隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第一个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 APT.Poker， 我们不见不散。
Very first APT meetup game with the #1 Chinese language poker YouTuber, Six Poker, aka Eric Tsai.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Alvin， 欢迎来到 APT 台北站的第一天。我们今天有一个非常特别的赛事 Meet Up Game。今天的主角小六，他在2023取得 GPI 台湾年度第1名，他同时也是 Nation A 的 Team Part 大使。
我想说，一开始开10桌，我在想，会有真的那么多人来吗？但没想到，对，一下就爆满了，一下就预约结束了。那也非常感谢大家的支持，对。
猜猜我遇到谁？那你跟大家自我介绍。
Hello， 大家好，我是娜娜
，AKA 小六的老婆。
对，应该是今年要结婚。
恭喜恭喜！你今天来打这个健身力图。
对，因为他说今天有一个算是跟粉丝一起玩的，问我有没有兴趣，我说好啊，多一个人来送。
It is an honor to play with a poker idol. Oh, very fun. He is a superstar. I like him very much.
我觉得很好玩啊，可以见到很多台湾还有来自世界各地的粉丝。我觉得超好的，就是他没有一直在，很可惜。但我都专门找他玩。
Hey, Michael Soiza, why are you playing so tight in this game?
Because I'm a need. I'm trying to grind my money for my golf green fees tomorrow.
我想说最后要结束了嘛，送一组，因为他也只有短码，我想说我就帮他补码一下，结果没想到把人家清了，对，比较希望能够大家可以来玩得开心，感谢你们的支持，也感谢你们能够继续支持 APT 跟 Nature A， 还有我的新的扑克俱乐部 Six Bet。
你下一站 APT 济州岛会在哪里见到你吗？
会，对，大家 APT 济州岛见哦 ，See you in 济州。
今天是 APT 台北2024的第4天，同时也是 APT 国家杯的 Final Day。从 A 组到 E 组买入1万块台币的比赛，吸引了2305位人次参加。整个系列赛以爆炸性的开端，引人注目。总奖值高达1949万9千台币，而冠军更能获得294万9千台币，绝对让整场比赛更加引人入胜。进入 APT 国家杯决赛桌的选手有 Lu Yunyang from Hong Kong, Chen Peng Chen from Taiwan, Biro from Philippines, Chen Kong from Taiwan, Lu Kunlong from Taiwan, Lu Shenchang from Taiwan, Chen Tingchen from Taiwan。看到最后 HU 环节，来自台湾的蔡承恩有着6个大盲，来自香港目前是筹码领先者的 Jason， 最后一把牌蔡承恩 all in J6 梅花，接了 all in， 2个人一起看到翻牌 ，Jason 马上中了一张6 set， 转牌来了一张 K， 让蔡承恩多了4个10的奥斯，河流来了一张 Blake 方块4，最后恭喜赢家来自香港 Jason。国家杯来自香港 Jason， 现在感觉心情如何？
还好，很好，很幸运。然后因为很久没赢过比赛了，然后3年多吧，然后很少打这些比较大型的有一种，对，
所以觉得特别兴奋。
对，
那你会怎么样运用这笔奖金呢？
我原本明天要回香港，但是我现在在想要不要带一点，我要问问我女朋友他们。
那你有什么话想跟你的家人还有女朋友说吗
？Love you.
I get a trophy.
Love you.
这一次恭喜来自香港的 Jason 拿到这一次 APT 国家杯的冠军。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February 29th. For full schedule and more information, visit apt.poker.
Let's see what these superstars think about the APT. Santosh, welcome to the APT. I know you're playing the 25K Superstar. What is your impression of the APT so far?
I'm having fun. I have a low stack now, only 15 BB.
Well, if anybody can spin it up, it's gonna be you. Tony, is this your first time at APT?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts so far about the APT and the event?
It's pretty good. Got a lot of friends in my table, so.
Yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to play an APT for like 15 years, and finally the schedule's worked out in a way where I could make it to this one for the high rollers. So
Playing here has been great. I have half a starting stack, so can't say I'm having too much fun in that sense, but the table is like, everyone's playing quick, everyone is friendly. Yeah.
This is like my first event. I've had fun, yeah. That's good, yeah.
1 min cash, and now we're playing the high roller, so hopefully get good luck today.
That's amazing, great. Everything is well organized.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the Asian Poker Tour main event, day 3, coming to you live from Taipei. We are here at the Asia Poker Arena. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Mr. Stephen Lai as always, and the action has heated up. We are in the end zone of sorts, day 3 of the main event, 1,182 runners, and we're down to the final 175, by the way, who are all in the money.
Well, I have to say, this is only the beginning of a beautiful dream. All these players, 175 of them, will be chasing, some of them, their first APT Main Event trophy.
That is a special one. That's the one you want, the APT Golden Lion. We have the top 10 stacks here. Blinds, by the way, 4,000, 8,000. So those are monster stacks. The chip leader, Gia, above 150 big blinds. That's where you want to be at the APT Main Event. We grinded down to 175, and I say grind because the bubble was insanely long. A couple of hours, people hanging on, and why not? They wanted that min cash, but most of all, they wanted to fight for that first place prize you see on your screen, 410,000 US dollars, record-breaking prize in Taiwan. And for the APT, we crushed the $2 million guarantee, over 1,180 entries. Now, interestingly, 150 of them were online, and they are joining us for the first time today. Day 3 in the money. Care to elaborate on that a bit, Stephen?
Well, basically, Natural 8 actually has a format called On Live, meaning you get to play day 1 and 2, you play to the money, and then you go straight onto day 3 of an APT main event. It's a fantastic format because it frees up your time to play other events, or you can make plans to come to play an APT series a bit later. So, absolutely perfect. Justin, we saw on Natural 8 Hong Kong exclusive, did exactly just that. He went straight into day 3. So today, we might actually get to see him again on the feature table.
Well, we look forward to seeing all the online qualifiers, considering we haven't had a chance to see them yet on our feature table for the main event. But more importantly, let's cut to the action. These are the final 175, 8 of them on our feature table, and we will be rotating our feature table every couple of hours as we do. You can track maybe your friends and family or just players you're a fan of. And by the way, we cut right to it. Kwok is all in, Queen 10 suited. Let's see if we have a quick elimination or even the chance to double up. Jack 8 off with just 4 picks. That is rough. 2 of them have gone in there already thanks to the ante. And we move on to the next one. So as I was saying, Stephen, we're going to see a whole host of players as we slowly make our way down to the plan for the day, the final 48.
How long do you think that will take?
Well, yesterday I thought we were 2 away from the money and we were going to wrap up in about 5 minutes, but the bubble lasted 2 hours. Now 48, not exactly a money bubble in any way, but there is the idea that you want to make it to the next day. You're in the final 48, you're in day 4. of the APT record-breaking main event. So maybe there's a bubble today as well.
Well, definitely. You know, once you get to the last 48, you always play it like a sit and go. 48 runners,
6 tables.
You've got as good a chance as the next person to go all the way. So we will have to see. But I was walking down around the floor before I came to the booth. Saw some familiar names. Anson Zhang was there. Ang Lin, the local Taipei poker hero. Justin Chu, who won the High Roller Mystery Bounty, he's still in. So, and the lady we saw, the Australian lady we saw yesterday at the first feature table, what's her name, Cassell or something like that?
Winner of the women's event,
Correct,
in fact.
yeah, she's still in.
Oh, we saw Sophia Lovgren, by the way, on our feature table.
Oh, is she still in?
She's definitely still in. I saw her take multiple stabs on the bubble despite not having the chip stack to do so. So she's in it to win it. And many other names that we will familiarize ourselves over the course of today, I hope, including the ones you see on your screen. We have Galvez from the Philippines. There you have it. Let's see some of those flags. I see America, Japan, Philippines, South Korea. Pretty traditional here at the APT to have such diversity.
Hong Kong, of course.
Hong Kong, of course. Japan, of course. 2 players, actually. Seat number 4 and 8. And number 2, Pichet from Thailand, representing Thailand, one of the most up-and-coming poker nations. We did see Top Tap, by the way. Soft Bubble. Napat from Thailand. Soft Bubble, the main event. It would have been an epic run to make it even into the money after him chopping the APT Incheon main event, but not to be. On to the next one.
Did they have the usual envelope draw for the Bubble Boy?
They did. That
lady?
Was
lady.
Yeah, well, that was John Tech from the Philippines.
Oh, we saw him on the stream.
Exactly, and I have to say, he was not pleased drawing for those envelopes. Completely understandable. One of the worst feelings, surely, bubbling the APT main event, but he did get a ticket to the double stack, a very beloved tournament.
Not bad. So here we go. We are sweating here because we don't get to see the cards. Sweating with who? We don't know yet.
This sweating format, by the way, I'm definitely pitching to the powers that be. I think it's a fun one. Well, never mind.
You're not sweating anymore, right? Pocket kings. Right. Jack 10 suited, off against the high jack. Could be a 3-bet here.
Bit of a loose defense in the small Jack 10 off. I would have certainly preferred that 3-bet to just a flat call. Very difficult to navigate out of position on every street. And the ace-deuce comes along for the ride. 6-4 tray, 2 diamonds, nothing for the kings to worry about.
Do people say always an ace when you have pocket kings?
Always an ace is not the case.
You know why it isn't? Because it's not.
Because it's always the case. It's mad. I don't want to hear that, Stephen. We need some
irrationality.
Adages to hold on to in life. Yeah, some irrationality.
Well, I prefer smoking and drinking. They are rational activities.
This hand, by the way, should be over, and I should take this moment, as we were discussing some of the other players that are out there, to rely on our excellent live reporting team. Just go to apt.poker, click on the main event day 3, and go to the live reports. You will see coverage from all the outer tables. It is incredible what they pull off. And by the way, the tech on our website getting better and better. You can click on a player, you can click on the chip stacks, you can click on the tournament, you get to see the payouts, how many players remaining, the works. Pretty soon they won't need us.
Oh no.
AI is coming, Stephen. We all have to find new jobs.
Well, many years ago, they used to have a man standing in the field to scare the crows away, and they built like a scarecrow, a straw man. And that was the first sign of things to come.
I did not know that. That used to be a real man's job.
I'm joking. I'm making it up.
Oh my God. You'd say something stupid that happened thousands of years ago, I'll probably believe it.
That's why I often joke when people say, "Oh, AI is replacing us," and I say, "Well, yeah, they replaced us. Machines replaced us thousands of years ago with the scarecrow, That was a sign of things to come. Are you worried? Are you worried about being replaced by machines? In general, not just in poker.
Not worried, more like resigned.
All right, here we go. So Ace Jack suited is a very short stack, only 3 big blinds, 3.5 big blinds.
We're in for a flip here. He's committed.
So I think that's. Oh, almost read Obama there. Obama.
I'm sure he gets that a lot. Oh, Kenji not giving it up. This is tricky because doing the math here, a 17k raise, 14k more. That technically means the sixes could have re-raised. Decide not to though. Now they're almost colluding to eliminate Wong here, but an ace or a jack would help him triple up. There is both ace, king, jack,
which gives Hata a straight possibility. A queen would do it. Oh, set sixes.
A set on the turn, and Hayato can actually start getting value from Kenji and build a sideboard here. Kenji has a fantastic holding. Oh, wait just a second. Hayato's not interested. Checking the set in position. An odd way to trap for sure, but he did not build the pot at all, and now he's betting into a dry sideboard, something that screams strength. Kenji has too much of a hand to let this go though, but has gotten away relatively cheaply. Still, it's a chunk of his stack. Wow, great fold, Kenji. Fantastic fold. And what an elimination. Wong, having top and middle pair, still finds himself walking to the cashier to get his payout of almost 3,500 USD. Rough start to the day, but that is what's going to happen considering the long bubble we had, Steven. Obviously a lot of short stacks ended up grinding themselves down to, well, even shorter stacks, and now is the time for them to get it in.
There is the 80,000 Taiwanese dollars Zodiac event today. It's a 2-day event. Good structure. No doubt players who have busted will jump straight onto that one.
We have Justin in chat giving us the stats as always, our resident statistician as you sometimes call him. 175 players left. Well, 12 of them seem to have hit the mark if I was to believe the top left counter on your screen. 50 from Taiwan, that's fantastic to see the home country represent best. 24 from Japan, 20 from Hong Kong, not too shabby, Stephen. 16 from the Philippines and 14 from Thailand. And 49 from the rest of the world. And Hayato finds another pair, puts it to work, pocket tens. $17K seems to be the opening size of the day. The old 2.125x. Very online-y. And look at this. Pocket fives calls. Pocket queens with 6 bigs in the big blind. What a sweet setup.
With 6 big blinds, it's likely to be a jam. With that jam, we see a rejam from the pocket tens of Obana. Probably should, right? Of course.
Well, Galvez has a lot of chips, 50 bigs in his stack. Bana needs to feel a tad uncomfortable. That being said, Galvez only flat called. Bana knows he very, very likely has the best hand and would love to get some of Galvez's equity to fold, go heads up against what he probably perceives as a pretty wide range considering the short stack of Kwok.
He doesn't want to go 3-way, right? He doesn't really want to play post flop either. So he's, of course, flatting.
Well, we're like the Jim Cramer of making predictions. Whatever we say, opposite has to happen. Which, by the way, a fairly reliable skill in that sense.
Well, in Cantonese, we call them Tang San. It's like a lighthouse leading the way.
Ah.
All right, so heads up. Well, heads up for post flop.
Well, that's quite a big call from Galvez, don't you think? Pocket fives.
He thinks it's deep, right? He's got 46 big blinds. You know, he's just going to set 9.
Yeah, but he had to put in 6 of them. That's a lot.
Well, you say that, but that's why we're here in the booth.
Well, he also saw the 6-7-4 flop coming, I suppose. Pocket fives. I mean, I'm looking at the equity. Pocket fives is the hand I want to have in this moment.
Who was the favorite heads up here? Right, against Obana.
He can blow off Hayato from this hand if he wants to. That being said, we saw Hayato check the set almost like, I mean, I struggle to use this word, but not exactly collusion. It's more like rational to want to eliminate your opponent, but I was surprised how Hayato didn't go for value. And this time around, out of position, is betting into the dry side pot, and Galvez making the quick call. There is some signaling there with the speed of the call, I think. Suggesting he's not folding. And there is the 8. The 10's not drawing dead yet. Can draw to the higher straight. There's 2 flush draws on the board. 4 to a straight. What is Hayato to do with his pocket 10s?
May I pat myself on the back saying rejamming was a good move for pocket 10s? You know, he was creating a situation for himself. Just isolated. He's making the situation worse.
Wow, Hayato is betting again. I mean, if he rejammed, chances are he would have lost to the queens.
That's fine.
But he would not have lost the 30k.
Exactly.
Now the 60k. And Galvez makes another quick call, almost signaling, hey, I told you. I have it. I'm not folding.
Or at least he has something.
The Jack of Hearts. And by the way, we should say commiserations to Kwok, who has been eliminated with the pocket queens.
Drawing dead on the turn. Well, chop out, I suppose.
Hayato finally finds the check. Galvez knows he has the best hand. Does decide to bet it. Not worried about Hayato having some sort of a tricky flush. By the way, Hayato does have the 10 of hearts blocker. In case he wants to really spice things up. We did see the player from Japan, Takeshi, was it, make a killer move with the deuces. Represent the flush on a board similar to this versus the nut straight, and actually get the nut straight to fold. Hayato should not really be worried about hands apart from a straight. Unlikely to be betting for value here. Of course, the flush coming in. Galvez has played it similar in terms of the line. If he had, say, 2 overs and a flush draw on the flop, something like a king-queen suited, any Broadway, hearts hand.
So oftentimes we talk about blockers, right? So 10 of hearts being a blocker because it blocks ace-10 suited. It blocks, well, it doesn't block 10 jack suited because the jack is on the board. So maybe the 10 of hearts is not that good of a blocker as such.
Well, I think it might have factored into Hayato making a pretty loose hero call, thinking Galvez is getting out of line. And look how much him not following your advice 30 minutes delay ago has cost him. He's been crippled down to 54 big, still a monster stack, but takes a huge chunk and sort of donates it to Galvez, making him the chip leader on the table. 91 bigs now for the man from Philippines.
That was a hand of unfortunate run out. Pocket 5s was a little bit loose to call pre. Pocket 10s was a little bit conservative not to rejam. And then pocket queens really thought that was his chance to double up.
Unfortunate.
So all 3 players didn't really get what they expected. I suppose they all expected to win, but there was only one winner.
Well, I never expect to win when I have pocket 5s. Multi-way. But clearly the poker gods had a different plan. To over 100 of you in chat.
So
Good morning.
There are many gods in Indian culture, right? In Hindu
Oh, that's
culture.
right, including the poker god.
Is there a poker god? I'm just asking. I'm being serious. Is there like a gambling god?
Well, I'm not the most religious person, so I'm worried about saying something that offends
Okay.
people who know what they're talking about.
Move
But
on.
my gods are the poker gods, and you know what the poker gods? What's the Game of Thrones called? There's only one thing we say to the poker gods: not this hand, not today.
Not today.
Well, Gallus gets busy with his newfound chip leading stack. Ace 10 off helps as well. Standard open from the cutoff. Sixes come along. And so does the Queen Jack off of Yim.
No, here we go. Ace. Ooh, there you go. He's running hot. Top 2 for Galvez. That's such a beautiful board.
Don't
Cannot
forget.
be sad with that, right? God, don't forget.
Don't forget the double gutter for Yim, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly will not be going anywhere, but his stack is just 8 bigs.
How much are you playing? 6 big blinds.
0.5 or so SBR. Needs to hit. That is not a hit. Yim is checking. I'm assuming with the intention of check folding. You don't want to call off your stack, drawing to a straight on a flush board.
It looks like Kenji Hatta is quite famous because he's featured in the APT Japan Instagram.
Indeed he is. I believe he is one of the heads of the Japanese Poker League.
Oh,
we'll
right.
get back to you on that.
So he's
but-
like the Japanese version of me.
Ah, exactly. Wait. Let me take a look. Let me check the resemblance now that you mention it. Well, I don't know, Steven. Kenji's style quotient is a few points above yours.
Oi.
Feel like the hair, the stash. It's not a look everybody can pull off, and yet Kenji seems to be doing so.
I can change. Don't leave me. I can change. Don't let me go. Have you ever had a mustache before? Have you ever tried it?
No, my father has one, so, you know.
Okay.
I knew I was never going to. Well, actually, there was this whole phase in India, apparently. Like, everybody from my father's generation seems to have one. And then it's, like, too much of a generational thing, too. You'd be too much of a boomer to have one. How about Hong Kong?
It was a 70s thing, like early 80s, late 70s.
Similar, maybe,
Yeah,
then. Yeah.
yeah.
So, wait, did you ever try it? I know it's a bit before your time, but did you ever try it in your time?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did actually. I look silly. Right, Ace King gets in. It's going to be a call from Hayato Obana in pretty bad shape versus Ace King with his Ace 5 suited.
The first page jump, by the way, is at 143rd place, so not much to worry about at the moment. That page jump is about, I want to say, yeah, it's 11,000 Taiwanese dollars. It's not too big. As we go to the board, 984, no help for the 5. Need to pair the board for those chopportunities. There is the chopportunity.
You knew it.
Plenty of chopportunities now. 9 outs. Not to be.
Happy man. Oh, Obana. It's just been taking hits after hits. Second pot he lost today. Haven't even gone through an orbit.
Wow, that is true. You've had a lot of action. Many of it multi-way. Quite a distribution of stacks. 99 bigs all the way down to the stylish man, Mr. Kenji, with 12 bigs.
Look at these trophies. The main event of APT Taipei 2024. alongside the APT High Roller Trophy and the GPI Best Fans Choice Best Trophy 2023.
That is a great shot, by the way.
It is a great shot.
Our 2 trophies, one of them, of course, given out to the great Isaac Haxton for winning the Super High Roller. And then, just letting you know, by the way, what kind of trophy you're getting. It's the GPI Fans Choice Best Trophy of the Year.
Another Thai player here
from Tanatak.
Tanatak. Do you know what that means?
Oh, I do not.
Yeah, I do not know either. I was asking.
The biggest poker community in Thailand is all I know.
Definitely.
Their merch says, "We play poker as a sport," which I love.
JCP Team Pro. There you go. 12 big blinds. Jamming Queen 10 off. Yeah, should be taking it down. Okay. What is oh, there you go. Must be happy with that. 12 big blinds, increasing his stack to 14 big blinds. That's what you need to do, right?
Well, that is the right momentum, as we like to call it. By the way, 126,000 USD in lifetime earnings for Kenji Hata. Has the opportunity to triple it, just 150 odd spots away.
Running deep in the main event is a life-changing experience, I think. You know, you commit your days to playing good poker. You experience lots of ups and downs. Eventually you place as high you want, you know, as high as you're destined to be. And one of these players could be lifting the trophy on Saturday.
Two seats open, by the way, on our feature table. Will be filled shortly. Just been informed we have a player from Vietnam and a player from Taiwan coming in.
Sam Hong, who we watched on the feature table yesterday. According to Justin Fairbanks, Sam has unfortunately left the building.
GG, Sam.
But there's still quite a few figureheads of Taiwan poker still playing. Ang Lin, Justin Chu,
Wei Wei, I believe.
Wei Wei, Nevin's busted. She told you she was the better half of the Win poker couple.
Well, with Nevin performing as well as he has at the APTs and I'm sure at other events as well, how's the Win Poker Couple channel doing? I'm sure they're blowing up.
Pretty well, yeah. Pretty well. And being Natural 8 ambassadors too. Making a lot of interesting content of them traveling with a child, with a young baby. That gives it that different, you know, like it's not like a bunch of men, you know, drinking and talking hands all the time. You know, this gives it a human element to it. This makes it interesting.
Pretty cool.
I like them, and I'm glad that they are doing well. Just to remind our viewers, Zodiac Classic is the main highlight of today. 80,000 Taiwanese dollars to buy in. Plays over 2 days with a guarantee of 20 million Taiwanese dollars.
Wow.
So that's pretty cool.
So 80,000 Taiwanese is about the main event buy-in, like 2,200 or so US. And 20 million, did you say?
Correct.
Was the guarantee?
Yeah.
So again, quick math. What is that in US? If I'm thinking about it correctly, 600,000?
Let me just use a calculator. How about that? 64,000. Yeah.
641,000.
641,000.
Not too shabby. Just thinking back to our streaming schedule, we had a fun kickoff with the All-Star Showdown. Then the High Rollers, one of them, the biggest one ever for the APT, 25,000 Superstar Challenge. Elke shipping that one. The Super High Roller coverage, Isaac Haxton shipping that one. Bonus coverage, National Cup. What a day that was, going from the Super High Roller to the $300 National Cup buy-in. With very similar prize pools, by the way, thanks to the incredible 2,300 entries for the National Cup. We had about 4 to 5 tables of fun natural aid events, influencer invitationals, final tables. The Thailand one super interesting as well, $30 entry, almost 800 participants. Then we kicked off the main event, day 2, where most of you joined us. Grinded ourselves down to 175 from the 500 runners or so that made it to day 2. And now here we are. The day ends, by the way, when we get down to 48, and to the extent we do not get down to 48 before we reach the 10th level of the day, then we'll call it a day at the end of level 10. That's 1 hour levels, by the way. So for those of you who love poker like me, stick around. It's going to be a fun ride. Things get mighty interesting as we start getting to that. Well, I called it the end zone at the start of the stream, Stephen, and I suppose you corrected me. Let's call it the middle game, like they do in chess.
Indeed. And you know why we only played 10 levels today?
Why is that?
Because we are going to have the players' party.
Oh, that's
9
right.
p.m.
That is right. That is the most important shout out of all. Any of you watching who happen to be in the festival, or maybe just around in Taipei, and you've ever participated at an APT event, come down to the players' party. It's going to be a fun time. So I couldn't make it to the players' party last time around, Stephen, because we had, well, not as good planning as this time, as you mentioned, 10 levels this time. We do have an extra day of coverage, but last time around we were going all the way down to the final table, I believe. So tell me stories. Paint me a word picture of the APT Taipei 2023 players' party and what you think we can expect from this year.
Well, last year was excellent. We had APT rented out a rooftop bar. Beautiful view of Taipei, just amazing. And, you know, DJ Elke dancing like a robot, a beautiful robot no less. You know, it's a fun night. We were there. I was a player back then. Not that kind of player.
Now you settle down?
Yeah.
I see. Is your wife in chat, by the way?
Not yet, no. But I'm sure she'll be watching the replay.
I was a player back then.
I'm gonna mark the timestamp for her.
Oh, wait just a second. There's a bit of a situation brewing. We have the new player on the table, a very accomplished Vietnamese poker pro, Mr. Nguyen An Minh. Has a ton of accomplishments, including 600,000 USD plus in lifetime earnings. And he's deciding to push around Hayato, who's been involved in a lot of pots. Ace-Jack opens from the hijack, pocket deuces, deciding to 3-bet, and the 3-bet is tiny, by the way. Not sure what to make of this sizing. It's almost inviting your opponent to continue. That being said, good balance with extremely strong hands such as pocket aces, pocket kings, and 3-bet tiny as well. Is that a 4-bet? Hayato's having none of it. Wow. Here we go. Ace-Jack off, V deuces. Big stacks at this middle stage of this APT main event. A new player just sat down, Mr. Nguyen An Minh. And these guys have decided to go to battle with not the choices of holdings, and Hayato shows how to get it done.
No block. I have value hand only.
No call. No, I'm full man, but only no call. Only no call. Only no call.
Love it. That was baller.
It's around the pocket use or pocket break, something like that.
Kassidit in chat helping us out. Danatak equals all in. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that. Justin shouting out a local player who, I suppose, Justin, we'd love to shout out by name considering the accomplishment you're mentioning. Did cash the main event. This was his 9th cash of the series. Holy smokes, by the way. 9th cash of the series already. And 3 trophies, 3 wins. Mixed game specialist, clearly. A man after my own heart. As, by the way, is James, our fellow commentator. Apparently loves the mixed games. Since we got done on the earlier side yesterday, I saw him rushing to the second venue, CML, Chinese Mahjong League, to see which mixed game events we have here at the series he could fire. I think he settled on some single draw, triple draw situation. Thanks, Justin. The mixed game specialist who has shipped 3 trophies and 9 cashes is Yu Tang Wang from Taiwan. Well, this seems to be the action table we've got here. I'm not sure how we picked it, but we certainly know how to pick it. Look at this. A +1 open. Pretty loose, 9-8 suited, but the monster stack surely helped Moon Ho put in the 2 big blind raise. Pichette deciding King 8 suited is good enough to just flat in the cutoff. Once again, on the loser side. Galvez picks up on all of this and turns his ace-deuce off into a bluff by 3-betting, beautifully squeezing both the big stack and the hefty stack of Pichette with his own monster stack. And he gets the fold. Man, how do you just squeeze against a +1 open with the deuce in your hand?
Did we start with 175?
What poker training is this, Steven? I wish to learn, Sensei. I mean, surely it's going to go through. There we go.
Excellent play.
Getting bigger. Getting so much money. 175.
I mean, you need a great feel of the game to do this. I like to think that this is what makes live poker special. I mean, online, how do you really decide this is the moment? But sometimes in live, you just get a sense of things. It's either tells, instincts, gut check, game flow, whatever it is. Took that ace deuce and just made it work. Picks up a cheeky one.
Definitely not a solver combo.
Not a solver combo, to say the least.
So going back to your comment earlier about Wang from Taiwan, he's Philip Wang. Philip Wang, the man we saw at the Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive.
Oh, all of a sudden I'm not surprised. Absolute beast.
He's got a username that mentions Jason Kidd.
That's right.
It's
Stu Unger Kid.
It's not Jason Kidd.
With 2 G's and 2 D's.
Yeah.
So he was a part of the Natural 8 Taiwan final table, or was it the Invitational?
No, it was the Natural 8
Natural 8 Taiwan. Yeah. Very accomplished pro.
Oh, you know, he's been playing for a long time. I've known him since, you know, the beginning of poker in Asia.
The beginning of poker
in Asia.
Okay, when would you say the beginning of poker in Asia was? Tell me about your experience of
I would
poker
say maybe soon after the financial crisis in 2008. So
I see.
Yeah, so that would be what, 15 years ago, maybe longer, 16 years ago.
Oh, Justin is correcting you.
Oh, it's not. Oh God. All right, sorry. So who is this Wang then?
It's not Philip Wang.
It's another Wang.
Well,
Okay.
it's another, clearly, legend in the making.
Indeed.
I mean, 3 trophies. Imagine going home just carrying multiple APT trophies.
Well, I don't have to imagine it. I've done it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Steven.
Oh, by the way, that's a set.
You're welcome for the alley-oop.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice little dunk.
Thank you. Nice assist.
Oh, here we go. Moonho has run into it. Pichette, top set. Moonho continues with a bet on the flop. It's mercifully on the smaller side. Pichette has the board so locked up, has the 10 of hearts to boot as well. Obviously we can see the cards, but this is a great spot in general to just flat in position. It is tempting to try and build the pot, but if your opponent has overpairs, more chips will go into the middle anyway.
36,000.
Goes with the small raise. The problem is your opponent's range, just by hand combinations, is going to be weighted more towards overcards. Just think about it. Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King, 16 combos each. Some other Broadway cards as well. Versus things such as Jacks, Queens, Kings, and Aces, just 6 combos each. Got a bit greedy. Can't blame him. Would have loved for his opponent to have something like an overpair or some hearts to continue.
Where is James when we need him? All these Korean comments we cannot respond to.
I've been petitioning for a YouTube live stream translation plugin. Just so we can respond to a lot of chat, but unfortunately no good one out there. But we will try and have it sorted by the next series.
Language barriers should not be a thing, right?
Come on. We have artificial intelligence about to take over the world, and here we are struggling with Korean comments. But thank you, Triple S, for commenting.
If you write in English, I can properly respond to you. Please. 200 viewers, thank you. Give us a like and subscribe to the channel, and probably should hit the notification bell, because you know tomorrow we're going to have day 4 of the main event, and Saturday will be the final table. You don't want to miss it, so hit that subscribe button and be told by YouTube when we go live again.
And let's just take a look here at the subscriber count. Once again, we're trying to get to 10,000 subscribers. Here we are on, what is it, day 7? Day 8, in fact, of our streaming schedule, day 9 of the series. We're at 9,700 subscribers. We would really appreciate your support to help us get over that huge milestone for us. 10,000 subscribers would really mean the world and help validate all our efforts and ensure that the channel can continue to grow, as can the APT and Poker in Asia. And I do believe YouTube really does give a bit of a boost, you know, once you cross milestones like this, 10,000, 100,000. So your support would be more meaningful than even usual.
So close to the 10,000 mark. It's like we were playing an MTT, isn't it? You know, building the stack, building subscribers.
Ah, I like it. I like it. Andre is saying he can't see the player stack. We do apologize. Understand that the font is a bit small on the graphics. We will work on that as well. I'll happily help you along. We do see An Win Min, the player from Vietnam, with 40 bigs. Pichette, the player from Thailand, with 53 bigs. So relatively evenly matched. An just turned the best of it. Now is going to get some value from Pichette. King 7-7. 2 clubs. 10 deuce. Can An find a thin value bet? He's out of position. +1v +2. The ranges could be weighted towards a king. Look at this. It's a fantastic bet. Though it seems a bit thin, the key is, especially with the ace of clubs in his hand, he knows that he can rep 2 flush draws. So the calling range of his opponent is going to be much wider, and that's when you can thin value bet. Perfectly played.
Oh, he was visibly sad, actually. He's like, ooh, 10. Ooh, oh, that's not nice.
I like it when people are visibly sad or happy in poker, just because we are trained a little bit, especially when you start taking the game seriously, to be a bit stoic, to be regulated. But on a feature table, with your friends, family, or perhaps anybody else in the world watching, show some emotion. Helps us understand and connect. So down and down, the player remaining counter ticks. Only 138 remaining. On finds the fold. Did shout out how he has 600,000 in lifetime earnings. His best life cash, 140,000. He could triple it today.
Nice.
King deuce of clubs. Contemplating a shove with the tiny stack.
King deuce suited. He's all in with 4 big blinds. Probably we'll get a call from Hayato Obana. I am still seeing Obama.
Well, is he priced in? He has 55 bigs. He can afford it.
Gambo, he says.
I bet Lee is pretty happy with the outcome here.
Yeah, it's alright.
Potential to get up to 10 bigs. Taiwan versus Japan. As we head to the flop. Ace 5 deuce. Nice and safe for the king deuce.
Still looking for a 6 or a 7.
How about the 8? Always a sweat.
It's not
Quick
quite
math.
ultra wide screen. Amount of outs? Nope. Lovely double up.
Well, I want to stay away from the player who instantly counted 14 outs. Impressive stuff. There you have it. I count at least 7 flags, which I think is awesome. 2 from Japan. Or maybe 6 flags. Taiwan as well. As we become increasingly familiar with our current feature table, keep in mind, in about an hour, we will have a new set of players for you. 136 remaining. Just thinking through it, that should be about 15, 16 tables or so.
According to Justin Fairbanks, Jason Yuan from Hong Kong has busted. GG, Jason. He was actually doing very well last night when I saw him. He was up to 800k.
Is that Big J?
Jason Yuan.
Yuan.
Yeah.
We did have Dai J, as he's called. Is that correct?
Dai J, no, that's another Jason. Jason Yuan is the one who won the National Cup.
Right. Did hear about him out there in the field.
Dai J is still in, I think.
Dai J was on the feature table, getting into some tricky situations.
Was he?
Him and Sophia, by the way, were really going at it. And really making the most of the bubble play. He had a decent stack as we run the stone bubble. Certainly knew what to do with it. Here we go. Let's do it again. The king deuce double up. Now the ace jack off in the hijack. Welcome side with under 10 bigs.
chip leader, 103 big blinds after a big pot with a turned straight. So you're doing well. So bye-bye. Thank you. I know I keep saying this, but the dealers are so professional at the APA. You know, it makes the whole tournament experience so much better when you have good dealers. Just, you know, the hands go a bit faster, the game flow is better. You know, there's no exposing your cards, and you need to be extra good when you're dealing the TV table.
I'll tell you what,
constantly communicating.
Anybody who doesn't appreciate the excellent dealers we have here at the APT simply needs to go to an event where they don't have this quality of dealing, and they will understand the difference. Slow hands, mess ups when you're playing for super high stakes, by the way. I mean, there's so much variance in poker. You don't want to add the idea that your hand got exposed, your card got changed. Of course, if you play something like mixed games, it's very tough to have dealers who are well trained. Shout out to, by the way, Lloyd, who personally trained some of them in all kinds of mixed games. Well, he's thinking, I just keep putting it in there, my tiny stack. It keeps increasing. Should I do the same with King 4 off? And the answer is correctly no. Let's take a look at the other events we have going on here today. An amazing event I wish I could have participated in. The No Limit Hold'em Heads Up, capped at 32 entries, $649 buy-in. That would have been a fun one. Of course, watching the main event, day 3 unfold on your screens right now. We have a classic PLO tournament. Almost seems boring, just says PLO high. Whereas all the other games in the mix. 34 entries in that one already. Late red still open. I suspect we'll end up crossing 40. Love to see the traction in the mixed games. Seems low, by the way, but believe it or not, 40 is amazing. Considering we're playing mixed games in Asia. A new concept, really, in the tournament format. You mentioned the Zodiac Classic, Steven. Today is day 1. 20 million Taiwanese dollars guaranteed. That's over 640,000 USD price pool. And thinking back to some of the other stops I've been at, that used to be the guarantee for the main event at certain Summer Series stops.
Yes, for sure.
And here we are within the year, actually guaranteeing it for event number 83, the Zodiac Classic. That is sponsored by National Aid, by the way. Then we get to the fun stuff, a $200 8-game mixed buy-in. I won't bother going through each of the 8 games, but trust me, if you play it, it's in there. Then we do have a teams event. Now here we go, this is World Series of Poker stuff. I do remember excitedly looking at footage when 2 players from India won tag team bracelets. 20,000 Taiwanese dollar buy-in. That's about 600 US per team, so 300 a person. And then you play a teams event. Then we have a double stack. We're going to see our bubble boy in that event. A double stack is simply, it's a way of saying deep stack, essentially. So nice little value there for your money. $400 is the buy-in there for a deep stack event. Then a classic Hyper Turbo High Roller and a Hyper Turbo No Limit Single Draw Mix. Here we go. Lowest buy-in for this event at the series, 162. And we have Ace True 5 Single Draw, Deuce to 7 Single Draw, Badoogie. I mean, it's just incredible. And then there's a Players Party. For all of those who don't go to the Players Party, for some reason, there is a Super Hyper Turbo to play instead. Once again, the lowest buy-in possible, 162. That's going to be splashy. But in case you are around, do join us at 10 p.m. for the Players Party.
Speaking of those cheap buy-in mixed games, I think it's a fantastic way to get a feel of the game. You know, imagine you go to a casino and play a cash game in those mixed games, and you don't really fully understand the game, then you lose $300, you lose $1,000 pretty quickly.
Great point. Fantastic point.
And I think tournament players are a little bit friendlier too. You know, would go, oh, no, you don't do that. You know, they're more willing to share strategy.
Yeah, they teach you, because obviously they're not making money by doing the opposite instantly.
Whereas I think a cash game would be a lot more cutthroat. And a lot quieter.
Great point.
96.
There you go. Yim Jung is putting his last 11 big blinds in. Maybe 12. Probably 12 big blinds. Pocket jacks, not bad. And are we gonna get a rejam with pocket fives? Flatting is pretty bad at the +2 position with plenty of players behind you to act. You get to squeeze you out. I think the strategy here probably is a fold. What would you do, Video?
Stuff, it's a +1 jam, pocket fives. Flipping at best is usually not where you want to be. I think I'd find the discipline to fold here. Mono hasn't gotten much going. Frustration could creep in, I meant to say, and impressively he does find the fold. An is hopefully not tanking with 7 deuce, and we just have the wrong angle at the moment. So we should be looking at action on the button. Wait just a second. An actually was tanking a bit. Not sure how I feel about that one, but let's monitor how he does when we have a better shot. Elvis should let this one go. So it all comes down to Kenji. Quick fold with the king queen off. Good stuff.
Wow, folding king queen, huh?
He would have been all in himself.
Yeah.
You usually want to be the aggressor. Has some fold equity. Of course, king queen can be easily dominated against a +1 shove. Easy enough. On to the next one. 132 players remaining. Once again, we're playing down to 48.
No, players are dropping like flies. 132 players left, with the day beginning at 175. 40 eliminations already. At this rate, will be done by 4 p.m.
Okay. Are you setting a line?
No, not at all. No chance. No chance.
4 p.m. seems way too early. I'd be disappointed. I want to see some more action. Main event, the record-breaking main event, is about as high stakes as it can get, so I'm hoping players make some fancy moves. Also, if the bubble is to be believed from yesterday, it was a $3,500 bubble. I think players really care how they perform in this main event. Their play should reflect that once we get down to perhaps the end game of the middle game today. So we get close to 48, who can make it to day 4. Hayato getting a bit out of line, 8-7 off, opening +2, punished by the hijack 3-bet. I suspect this should be the end of the hand. He is building an image on this table, I feel. It's nice and chatty and talkative, and did make that killer 4-bet, by the way, with the ace-jack off. Bit of Hollywooding. And any moment now.
I love this hand, but you love this hand. I love this hand, but I give you last time 1-1 even. This is my even 1-1.
Okay, well, Steven, we often talk about getting to know the feature table players as we...
Me too. I want to see flop too. I think he likes pocket deals.
as we go down the journey of making our way to the final 48 for now. So let's keep an eye out on Hayato. He says he loves 8-7 off. Let's see if that's something he was just saying in the moment. Protect his image a bit. Or if indeed he opens 8-7 off the way he did.
He never called 3 bet, either 4 bet or 4.
Ooh. Players calling out Hayato. They are correct. He does not call 3 bets. Tends to be 4 betting. To be fair, that's something Hayato himself mentioned. The last time around he 4 bet. Otherwise it would be a tad, I would say, not out of line, but maybe tactless to call out someone's tendency like that on the table, don't you think?
I think it's a bit of a mind game, right? You know, kind of saying, I know what you're doing. Don't be so out of line, or something like that. Negreanu does it all the time, right? You know, like, you know, I know the exact combo you have.
That's true. Every once in a while when you meet, if I could say, maybe a normie, those who are not as familiar with poker as we are, and they just about know Daniel Negreanu, that's all they talk about. He just knows what everybody has, doesn't he?
Well, there are 2 players who does, right? 2 players who do know exactly what the opponents have is Negreanu and Mike Postle.
Oh, Mike Postle and Negreanu. That's not a group that Negreanu would want to be in. But I don't blame anybody who sort of thinks of Negreanu that way. I mean, he's obviously just... I mean, he's the end boss of poker in a very different way. Not in terms of Isaac Haxton, in terms of maybe tournament end bossing, but really is the best ambassador globally poker has ever seen. And for him to be as passionate about the game as he remains, as entertaining, I mean, the guy puts up the best WSOP content every year for 40 days. His vlogs now becoming legendary. All that to say, his old school videos where he's calling out hands do remain an absolute classic. I myself used to absolutely enjoy watching them over and over early on in my poker journey.
Well, next time when you are away from the commentary booth and you make a deep run in a main event, you know, would you consider vlogging your day 3, day 4, and final table?
I would love to. I just don't have the skills, and it is a skill, mind you, and we've been seeing people get better and better at it. I mean, our very own Greg Goes All In does a great job. Of course, we saw a lot of the influencers. Frankie C comes to mind, becoming a big vlogger, amongst others, but I don't think I have the skills. I'd love to, though. This one gets through. King gate off.
If Jamie Gold could run deep, winning it. Yeah. To be fair, he's a lot better than people give him credit for.
Is it?
I think so. I think he's not actually that. I mean, he's not solver good, but he has this kind of thing. He knows what to do in a big MTT with lots of players, like Helmuth. You know, people diss him all the time, saying, "Oh, you know, he's not optimal. He's doing stupid moves, and etc., etc." But he has the results to show for it. When you play against 3,000 other people, that is something more than solver.
Agreed.
In a live tournament.
I was watching a Helmuth video, I think just today, don't judge me. It's my algorithm. It serves up a lot of poker content, so something old school. And Helmuth had aces. He made a short stack shove, and to goad his opponent into calling, he goes like, yeah, you got to call. You're like everyone else. You got to go with the math. And I love it because it's table talk. It worked. His opponent called off like 7-3 off against aces. But also, you know, deep down, that's what Helmuth believes. All you chumps go with the math, whereas I go with bracelets. Calvis finally realizing he's a monster stack. Blinds are up, by the way, 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 ante, our favorite level, needless to say. We have 45 minutes left in this level. Calvis still the biggest stack at the table. 870k, good for 87 bigs. Queen 10 off gets put to work and steals one. Next biggest stack is actually Moonho from Korea, only 50 bigs or so. Kenji in trouble. Yim from Korea also in trouble. Sub 10 BBs. And we're down to 130. Which does mean we've hit the pay jump, now that I think about it. 143rd was good for an extra 350 USD or so. So we're up to about 3,800 USD in terms of the prizes. Next player out, guaranteed that much. As we work our way to the incredible top 3 prizes, let's just say. 170,000 USD for third, 241,000 USD for second, and 410,000 for first. Justin informing us that Lila, the influencer, who was part of our influencer invitational table, also made 2 appearances at the feature table yesterday and played fantastic. She's still in, as is Dai J.
Go
Big J.
Dai J.
Both of them were at the influencers invitational. I think both of them have almost 1 million subscribers / followers. Almost unfair. Influencers, they're good looking. Now they're good at poker. Now they're running deep in the main. They got a free main event ticket. I'd love to hear if that's the one that's led to them cashing and now running deep. Could have rebought, but would love to.
I know Jason only played 1 bullet.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
That's the one he got from Natural 8.
I've got a feeling Lila would be too busy to play more than 1 bullet. You know, she's got a busy social media schedule. So I think they are in this for 1 bullet for free. A bit like a Kalawang situation.
That is fantastic. On their way to infinite ROI. Well, actually, they've
Well,
achieved
they
that.
are, yes.
Have infinite ROI already.
That already.
Lee seems to have a decision every time the action is on him, considering the 10 big blind stack. And this time he commits with the queen jack off. Steven, with the big blind and big blind ante, I've seen people be really loose in early position. This certainly counts. Let me do the math here. There's like 5 players to get through. Just hoping nobody wakes up with the holding. Pocket tens is an example of people waking up with a hand, but a great outcome, frankly. Queen jack off would be flipping against the otherwise monster holding of pocket tens.
Is he going to make the same move of flatting with pocket tens?
Oh, that's right.
You remember that? That's about an hour ago.
He does make the same move. Bit awkward. It's a third of his stack. He just needs to hope nobody wakes up with a hand. Seems like that's the case. So we have a flip for the tournament life of the player from Taiwan. Has managed to dodge a couple of all-ins already. Needs to catch a queen or a jack.
Spade, spade, spade. Well, that's not good. A spade could be a queen of spades or a jack of spades. Don't say spades. So that's as dry a flop as you're gonna get.
Good turn.
So 8 is a good turn. It's a good turn indeed. Right, let's see the river. Boom. There's a good river. Li Jingfeng will be eliminated. 129th place. Good game, sir. On to the next one. Don't forget, we have the Zodiac Classic later today. Well, actually, it's going on right now. 80,000 Taiwanese dollars to buy in, with a guarantee of 20 million Taiwanese dollars. Good times. Chip leader, the chip leadership. That's my new one. The chip leadership hasn't changed.
I like that. Let's roll with it. Chip leadership.
The chip leadership remains at the hands of our friend from the Philippines, Galvez.
Mr. Reniel, would it be?
Yeah.
Probably westernizing that way too much. Galvez is what we'll go with.
Well, you know, the Filipino culture is kind of a mix of obviously local culture, but Spanish and American.
I see.
You know, it's,
oh, that's hence the Galvez, I suppose.
Yeah.
There we go. Kenji has a hand he can go with. Pocket nines. Just about in time with the ante coming.
He's a shorty. 7 big blinds. 7.6 big blinds, to be precise. You can't find a better hand to jam than pocket nines under the gun. Well, you can. Pocket aces, obviously. But it's a good enough hand to jam under the gun. Probably don't want any callers either. You know, picking up the blinds to be ready for his own posting. Shout out to our friend James Park, who, by the way, our co-host James Park took down the no limit ace to 5 single draw last night. A trophy winner will be amongst us later today in the commentary booth. Well done, James. So instead of going out and drinking and, you know, staying up late, he decided to stay up late, but stayed in to play an APT event. James loves those mixed games, actually.
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to speak to him yesterday a little bit about that?
I did. He absolutely loves them. I saw him go through the schedule, immediately book an Uber to the other venue because we got done a bit later than when the shuttle goes. He knew he could fire the late reg, and now I'm realizing he's an inspiration because clearly I could have done the same. Instead, I went and got some Taiwanese food instead.
Did you get beef noodles again?
Some beef noodles, some other things I won't get once I get back to India.
Yeah, of course. Oh, I had the best chicken soup in the world last night.
Oh, wow.
The gentleman from CTP, from the organizers of the venue, took me to a lovely Chinese restaurant that specializes in, well, it's famous for their chicken soup. So creamy. It's almost like drinking a glass of milk. It's so creamy, you know. It's fantastic.
Wow.
Fan-dabidozi. Once again, you know, I have to praise the organizers, both the APT team, the production team, the floor staff, and also the CTP team. You know, from, you know, all the way to David Tai, the CEO, to all the dealers, all the floor staff. Everyone's worked hard, and it's been extremely nice to everyone around the world. And you need that, you know, when you it's for some players, it's the first time they're in Taiwan, in Taipei, and you need that warmth to keep you happy. Right, pocket nines again, by the way, back-to-back pocket nines. He jammed UTG, now he has pocket nines again from the big blind.
Easy life. And of course, let me just say, I absolutely echo your thoughts. I mean, just thinking back to my own experience with the Asian Poker Tour, I feel very welcome right from the start. Starting with Vietnam and all the way to Taipei, Korea. We're going back to Korea, by the way. We haven't had a chance to just remind our viewers, in case you're looking on and feeling a lot of FOMO, as they say, and you want to join us for the next APT main event, that one's going to be guaranteed also for 1.5 million USD, just short of this one. That's going to be in Jeju. April 26th, kick off the proceedings.
Have you been before, Jeju?
I have not.
Mm.
Tell me more about it.
It's okay. A really bad analogy would be the Hawaii of South Korea.
Okay.
Just a very nice resort town. It's an island, and it's the weather should be okay by the time the APT Jeju series begins at the end of April. Gets very cold in the winter, as in snowing cold.
You had me at Hawaii. Nines v ace. Trey, great spot to find the double. Never mind, the ace to kill
from space.
Kenji's hopes and dreams. Takes it well, by the way, nods along. Just seeing if he can catch a black 9.
Go on.
Not to be. We do lose the player from Japan.
No justice. GG. Well, you know, it's funny, right? People go on about bad beats and stuff like that. Every hand, every combo has equity. You know, there's no such thing as a bad beat as such. You are getting odds to make certain moves, and you take them.
That's a great point, actually. Once you get the right pot odds, can you really say you made a bad beat?
Yeah. You know, you got 30%, then you go with it. You got 2-1. You should be correct.
So seat open.
Like I said a few days ago, we were talking about picking up aces. You know, it's not difficult to pick up aces. It's just rare. It just doesn't happen often. You know, it's even more unusual to pick up 7 Jews suited. There are only 4 combos.
Great point.
We have a new man just joined the table.
We do indeed, I believe.
Nice facial hair.
Difficult name to say. Man from Serbia. Vlada, I suppose would be his first name. Stojanovic, perhaps? Second name.
This is the second Serb at the feature table we've seen so far.
That's right. Love to see the European contingent slowly increase with each stop. Clearly chasing the value and the guarantees we have on offer here at the main, as well as the other events.
Wow, jamming UTG with 2-3 off. Is that true?
That can't be right.
Is that true?
I think the graphics might be catching up.
First time.
Behind the room, back room. So it's for all the hands? Correct.
So he's so he's getting the lowdown of how a streaming table works. Speaking of Serbia, I had the chance to watch Serbia versus Brazil in a World Cup match, soccer World Cup.
Wow, how was that? And which World Cup?
In Moscow a few years ago, in 2018.
That's right. That's right.
And I took my father, who's an elderly man, gentleman, no doubt, to watch. And he was a big fan of Brazil. And then we were sat near a bunch of Serbian fans, and then he was kept cheering on Brazil, and there were all these giant Eastern European, quite aggressive men staring at my dad. He didn't care. I cared. It didn't worry him. It worried me immensely.
So he's a football fan for a long time, I assume.
I guess so.
And he loved Brazil.
Yes.
So he was watching during the Pele era, I assume?
I'm guessing so, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's 78 this year, so Pele was big in the 60s. So yeah, he would have been a young man.
That's awesome. Well, look at this, Steven. Big stack versus the bigger stack. And the bigger cards, pocket kings. The under the gun open getting punished. Have to give a lot of respect.
You know what I do with facing a 3-bet under the gun with king queen off?
Insta-fold?
Indeed.
Well, let's face it.
Expensive lesson I learned.
I've come to learn a little bit about good ranges in MTTs from you, and I suspect you were not opening this King Queen off under the gun to begin with.
No, you could open it. There's good percentage of opening, but you need to be very disciplined and fold.
So it's part of your open fold range?
Yes. It's almost a bluff. Almost a bluff. It's a weird combo. It's a bit of both, which is very bad for analysis. Right, usually I go, it's either a bluff or a value combo. But that one is a special one.
Well, I'm thinking through the famous duck bulk on his videos often, especially his GTO style, which involves a lot of mixed strategies from different positions. Often he would go like, in this situation you can either call, fold or raise. And then his chat would just freak out, being like, well, what is the point of you if you can do it all?
You know a lot of language, huh?
Yeah. Well, let's say,
Correct. Japanese, Korean, Philippines. How about Thai?
By the way, back to the Brazil football story. A lot of Hong Kong people became fans of Brazil from my father's era, because that was the first. 1970 was the first World Cup that was broadcast in color. And they saw these beautiful athletes, reasonably dark-skinned athletes, wearing a bright yellow shirt and blue shorts, and just got them straight away. Like everything in color for the first time on TV.
Right.
And then they were wearing these like bright yellow tops and blue shorts. And I think it just captivated a lot of fans.
I love stories like that. I'm a huge fan of these kind of media-related stories. Give you a funny example that I remember learning about is they say JFK won his first presidency because that was the first debate to be broadcast on television, and we hadn't really figured out. Debates, by the way, used to be on radio before that, presidential debate, and we hadn't really figured out how to do makeup for TV yet, and Nixon had a very sweaty upper lip, and everybody perceived that as nerves.
In fact, it was just him.
Guess what? How many languages we speak in Philippines? How do you guess? No battle is okay. How many? Like 120 to 180 languages.
Pocket nines again. They keep appearing.
Hand of the hour.
So news just in. We are going to have a new feature table. Table 3. And please curb my enthusiasm.
And why is that?
My boy Kenneth is on it.
Oh. Tell me more once again about Kenneth.
Kenneth has been running deep for many years, but always coming second. Not always, but generally coming second or coming close. Did very well in the APT Engine series, came 6th in that one. Been working with him on his mental game.
Very nice.
Finally broke the duck about 3 weeks ago in a HKBPA tournament in Hong Kong. And then 2 nights ago shipped his first APT trophy.
Wow.
Now he's holding on to 1.2 million chips.
Monkey off his back in an absolutely monster stack. By the way, look at this, Steven. The situation kind of brewing. Moonho has just been getting absolutely decimated in every pot he finds himself in. This time, raising it up with pocket nines, c-betting on the jack 8-7, and getting raised by the bottom 2 of Hayato. Decides to continue with his pair and a straight draw on a monotone board. A brick turn would be mighty interesting. I'm very curious how these two are perceiving each other's ranges. Clearly, Moonho thinks there's a strong chance that his opponent just has a flush draw. And talk about a brick turn, Stephen. The deuce of diamonds leaves everything up in the air. Moonho clearly waiting his opponent's range towards something that has a flush draw in it. Perhaps a pair and a flush draw even. He's ahead of 7s and 8s, to state the obvious.
BVB action though. You know, it's a big blind defense, so we're unlikely to see an ace there. Definitely not a suited ace.
What's the rule again? You never want to bust blind versus blind or something like that. Your opponent's ranges are just so wide. And that's a big bet. Could just spell the end of the hand here. 3/4 pot, 152,000. Has the goods this time. Simply knows his opponent is very unlikely to have a flush. Decides to effectively commit. Take this one down.
What's your take on players checking their cards when they see a monotone board?
Well, of course you're implying the idea that they're all looking to see if they have usually one of the suit, because if they had two, they likely remember it. But I think a good thing to do is just to stay balanced, and every time a monotone board comes out, just check your card so that when you need to, it actually applies as well.
In fact, if you are prone to forgetting your cards, you should check every hand, whatever board it is.
That's a good point.
I don't ever check my cards.
Oh,
As in,
okay.
even if I don't remember them, I just go, I'm not looking at them again.
Why is that?
Just balancing, I suppose.
Right. Even if you remember them incorrectly, it only matters what you think you have.
Exactly. You're repping, right?
That's until you go all in and you're like, oops, that ace is a 4.
Oh, it's happened many times. Especially when I was still a full-time professional person. And then I'll take the ferry to Macau and play late night, like late regging. And then I'm like so tired after work all day. You're registering at 9:30 p.m. And then start drinking my whiskeys. Yeah. It's not just thinking an ace was a 4. It was like all sorts of like, oh, I thought I had pocket queens, but I had like 9/8 or something.
Jeez.
That kind of mistakes.
Chip leader. Galvez from the Philippines. Yeah, putting that chip lead to work. Queen 9 suited is getting opened.
He's been quite cut dead, actually. So Queen 9 suited is actually one of his better combos. He took down that hand, I think it was hand number 7 or hand number 6 at the beginning of the stream with a turned straight. And then just hasn't really been giving action. Queen 10 suited decided to call from +1, a friend from Serbia. Obana, pocket 3s. He's a bit of a trigger happy player from what we've observed so far, so he's going to keep going. He's staying in the pot, pocket 3s. Basically inviting the big blind to call. Someone said at the table, let's gamble.
It wasn't Pichet, was it? That's a tell. Say let's gamble and complete.
I think
the
it's
blind.
Galvez, actually. I think. I'm not sure. Alright. Flop comes an ace. Ace 4 7 2 spades. Check from the big blind. UTG checks as well, yes. Multi-way, 4-way. There's no point betting into 3 people. Stojanovic is going to bet his flush draw. Little did he know that he was actually the equity winner of this hand so far. Pocket 3s can give up quite easily. Jack 5 will get out of the way as well, I think. He's not going to do anything too fancy with that runner low flush draw.
I mean, you really had to reach to give him some equity there.
Queen 9 suited, I think it's also a give up, really. Yep.
All right, go on. Stojanovic taking it down with the bet. Now up to 26 bigs. Only one shorty on the table. Feels bad, man, as they say. 119 left. I think perhaps the next milestone, to state the obvious, would be 100 players left. About half of them will make it to the next day. We will hit the break well before that. We're about maybe 40 minutes away. As the new player racks up his chips. Once again, for all the live updates, you can go to apt.poker. Check out the excellent work by our live reporting team for the outer tables. Would love to know in case you're supporting anybody on our feature table precisely. 300 of you now joining us here. Welcome to the stream. It's day 3 of the main event. Day 4 coming to you tomorrow. The final, I was going to say final day, but surely it's going to be the final table coming to you day after. We tend to kick off final tables with 9 players despite the 8 max structure, and then work our way down to the eventual winner. The eventual winner, of course, getting $410,000 US, 241,000 to second place, 170K to third.
Welcome, Lau Cafe. 你好，你好，多謝你繼續上嚟支持我嘅直播。So Lau Cafe is asking whether he could be the next Elton Zhang or Danny Tang. Well, how about being the next Stephen Lai? How would you feel about that? I wouldn't want to be me, so you can be me. Take it off my hands. Yeah, that's a demand for a Stephen Lai in Hong Kong.
The burden of you?
Yes. That sucks so weird. 974. Rainbow board. Pichat has the top pair. Not much possibility for the search engine optimized Korean friend. It's made an improvement.
Moonho SEO.
That's such a great company name, no?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Nice little service business. Pichet now decides to bet, and unfortunately, Moonho has hit the ace in a commanding position in the hand, and in position also. Pichet might actually get into trouble if a clean turn comes. Never mind, the queen comes to the rescue. The backdoor flush does come in, but surely Pichet can comfortably value bet, and ace is going to be a big part of Moonho's range given the check on the flop. Wow, he checks it. A bit timid. Do your own betting, sir.
That's turned out to be quite uneventful. I wrote down on a piece of paper thinking, ooh, this could be fire for the editors. So, Justin Fairbanks saying the winner of the recent WSOP Europe event, main event, is going to join the table, or has he joined the table?
He has indeed. Should be cutting to him in the frame shortly. Was heads up against
Eric.
Six
poker.
poker. Eric side.
I set the alarm to wake up to get up to watch him play. Eric, to support. Friends of HKBPA. Been around for a long time. really has improved this game, Eric. And a very, very good ambassador for poker in general and a natural 8 in particular. So this is the man, Max Boyer.
Let's go with Max, Steven.
Max it is. Thank you. Decides to defend his big blind with 5-3 suited, and just like that, he flops bottom 2.
He took down the biggest ever WSOP Europe main event prize, by the way. 1.5 million euros.
There's only one way to go, which is to take down the biggest APT main event. Wow, thank you, Justin. Apparently, Max was a professional basketball player from Austria. Is that true? Go on, fact check for me, please, sir. Is Justin Fairbanks talking rubbish?
Well, he certainly looks it. And Justin Fairbanks tends not to talk rubbish, so I certainly believe him. Has some incredible scores apart from his main event victory as well. Certainly seems to be traveling the circuit, putting his poker skills to use.
Welcome, the 3 interviewers on YouTube.
So slowly the feature table has Darwinianly morphed into almost a majority of a new set of players. We do have some of the OG crew we started with.
OG.
Including, by the way, the short stack of Zhong. There you have it on the right hand side of the frame. I mean, he's really grinded his tiny stack, and that's always very, very impressive. You have the player from Serbia, again, new entrant to the table. Chip leader on the table remains Galvez, once again, part of the OG crew. Started, what's it been, an hour and a half? So I think we're about 15 minutes now from the break. Moonho also has stuck with us. Unfortunately, his stack has been trending in one direction, but that's the benefit of coming in with a monster stack. Seems to be still in the comfortable 30 to 40 big blind range. An Win Min, new entrant once again from Vietnam, joined us with a monster stack. Took some blows, but comfortable 50 bigs. I mean, these are very, very big stacks at this stage of the tournament, but also testament to the APT main event structure. Our average bigs at the moment hovering around the 40 big blind scenario. Stojanovic, 10-6 off. Let's see if that's part of his big blind defense range.
I think he's got the looks of, you know, if you were to put that prompt in a generative AI, you know, image generator, you write Eastern European young poker player with a beard.
I don't think the beard is necessary. It's redundant.
Yeah?
Eastern European shark.
Shark. Poker shark.
You
I think poker needs to be there.
Oh, that's right. Otherwise, you just have a very... You'd have a
You
bearded...
would just have a shark.
Bearded shark.
Which is not a fish? Or is a shark? No, a shark is a fish.
Shark is a fish.
Yes.
Whale is a mammal.
Yes, correct.
I think these are just things that biologists come up with for pedants to feel better about themselves.
I've never received a good answer from anyone why a bad player is a fish. Like, why is it a fish?
Oh, that's a good point,
You know,
actually.
why is it not a goat or a
Oh,
lamb?
I think because it probably comes from sharks, because a good player is a shark. Which makes a bit of a sense.
Suppose. I think it's the other way around. I think fish came first. Fish came before sharks. I think. I don't know. I have no idea.
I'll tell you the one I do like. A bad rich player is a whale.
It's
that
whale,
seems
yeah.
appropriate
That's
somehow.
good, yeah. Plenty of meat.
Oh, Stojanovic is just shoved. Queen jack off against the 7 bigs effective.
Yep, BVB is okay, actually.
Absolutely fine. Jong has to let it go. Once again, I do feel badly for him. Yim is just hanging around. Bottom stack on this otherwise decently stacked feature table. 26 bigs is the next biggest one. Takes a lot of mental discipline. Players discussing some logistics, it seems. Not Meng though. He's found the premium +1.
I think I overheard Max talking about his WSOP Europe win against Eric.
Yeah, tough to get a direct flight from Vietnam to Europe. You are from Europe, right? Yes.
You are from Europe, yes. Mid-journey will think so too. Search engine optimized man. King 9 suited from the big blind. I think it's a defender. Okay, so we have Ace King suited, Ace 9 off, and King 9 suited. Completely dominated. Flop comes Jack 8 deuce, 2 clubs. Checks. Check again. Ace King suited checks 2. No runner possibility there. Turns a 6. Ace King's got a check mark, practically.
Checked all around. Nobody wants to fight it.
Jack on the river actually could be a scare card for Ace King suited.
There's 75,000 in the middle. You do have to fight for every pot at this stage. Do you really want to just give it up? Let Min get away with ace high here? Moon Ho seems to think so. Wow, bluffing with the best of it.
Or valuing, maybe. Valuing another ace high, right?
That'd be extremely astute. Bit of a blocker.
Shout out to Victor from Hong Kong. Thank you for commenting and liking. Very kind of you. So, Im is in the danger zone. Getting worse and worse. Now with only 6 big blinds. But he's on the button, so that will be another 8 hands before he needs to post. Maybe, just maybe, he'll pick up a good hand.
He certainly do. $111 players remaining. 10% of the field, for what it's worth. On the break, I hope to find out how the online players are performing, actually. 21 of them joined us directly into day 3. About 5 minutes till the break. To the almost 300 of you in chat, once again, thank you for being around. We'll have a 15-minute break, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Just look at how the action is going, by the way. 111 players remaining. We came into the day with 175, of course. We're playing down to 48. Things could progress quickly. You don't want to go anywhere. We will have the new set of players when we come back. I've just been informed, Stephen. Lila Ho is in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
Takeshi, the man who made that sick bluff with the pocket deuces, repping a straight, a flush rather, getting the straight to fold. Sophia Lovegren is back. Swedish poker pro. By the way, Lila and Sophia happen to be placed together on the feature table. Absolutely hit it off. Let's see how the camaraderie fosters on this feature table once again. This hand should be over, by the way. Nice little full house there for Obana, but the old 6 high, nothing, nothing for Ming. Seems to be curious what the bet is. Nah, lets it go.
I've got a feeling the play is slowing down slightly just before the break. I think everyone is. Is going. Move your chips first before you enjoy the break. Teasing the tournament director. Why don't you help us move the chips? Oh, he's got some nice football shoes on.
Nice kicks, as the kids call them.
Kicks.
I like the white ankle socks as well, if you could drill down into the style statement. That reminds me of David Letterman back in the day.
You're showing your age now.
That's true. Who is the David Letterman of 2024, you think? And what is their TikTok handle? Let's face it.
One of the Jimmies?
Yeah, I suppose. But David Letterman was...
just like right above everyone, right?
Well, he disrupted the medium, really, of television, of like how silly you could be, so...
Bit like us.
Yeah, well, you know, maybe I'm the David Letterman of...
No, I'm laughing because I'm agreeing.
So I don't know who's still out there. Somebody disrupting some medium.
Who was the sidekick for David Letterman?
Oh, look at this. King 10 off. Jong finally takes the spot. And now Hayato's woken up with 8s. Stojanovic raised with ace king off to begin with from the hijack. Hayato might not want to respect the latish position open of Stojanovic too much. He has not been afraid to put chips in the middle. And has usually proceeded with the call, which is what he does. Flat call and ace queen now for Anwin Min.
Messy, messy hand.
Irrespective of what Ming does here, when it gets back to Stojanovic, this seems like a very easy candidate for a jam. So much dead money in the middle now. Oh, and by the way, we've just about hit the break. Last hands before the break, getting exciting. Isn't that the story so often? Ming is contemplating what his ace-queen is worth here, thinking back to all the times he's seen Obana make a call. He lets the ace-queen go. Great fold, was in rough shape. As the rest of the table heads towards the break, Stojanovic is eyeing his opponent, surely thinking about a jam.
He's jamming. 26 big blinds. It's quite a lot to call off with pocket 8s.
On the one hand, Jong knows there's just zero chance he's ever good here. Would love to be even flipping if he could. On the other hand, he does have the chance to triple up now. Hayato waiting for a count.
Sounds like the tournament director just announced a break. A 15-minute break would be had by the players after this hand. as I said before, it does affect your decision when you know there's a break coming up, especially if you are a smoker.
420,000 in the middle, 199,000 to call. Throws in another time bank. Do you think the pot odds need to be considered here, Steven?
Definitely.
Pocket eights is going to be flipping very often. But Stojanovic would do the same with all the hands that are ahead of pocket eights as well. Open and then rejam.
Oh, very disciplined fold. I folded ace queen suited. I have pocket eights.
I don't think it was suited, by the way, Meng. But I get it. Deserve a pat on the back. You can exaggerate just a bit. I have a feeling ace queen suited would have been more of a tank. Anyway, ace king v king 10 Jong. We have been commending his short stack ninja skills, and queen 410.
Ooh, the queen.
That's the real ninja skill. Stojanovic takes it in stride. A jack or an ace. An ace.
Oh dear. It's drawing thin now. No luck there. GG, sir. Well done, Yim Jong from South Korea. And with that, we are going on a short break of 15 minutes. When we come back, we'll welcome a new feature table. 110 players remaining, all fighting for the top prize of $410,000 US. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I think you have ace king bet. My pocket eight.
I was gonna either 3 bet. I was either 4 bet or 3 bet or 4.
好，去高，上去来，上去的呀，就上上了。Yeah, where's the button? You take the button with you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please get all your time back as well. Thank you. Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
괜찮지? Do not speak Korean on the table. 한국말하면 안 돼. No.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the Asia Poker Arena, coming to you live from Taipei, Taiwan. You see it on the screen. Lovely Taipei. We are covering the Asian Poker Tour main event, day 3. This is what it's all been about. A record-breaking prize pool, 2.2 million US dollars, with over 1,180 entries, and we are down to the final 111 or so. This is what it's all about. $3,700 guaranteed to all the players already. In the money was $175. But we are playing down to 48 players today as we slowly make our way to the record-breaking first place prize of $410,000. On your screen, you saw the streaming schedule. We're covering day 3 today, of course, day 4 tomorrow, and the final table after that. There you see the average stack, 433,000. Blinds are going to go up off the 10K level, so that's going to be good for about 35 bigs or so. 2.28 million, it turns out, was the prize pool. Broken all records in Taiwan. 175th was good for $3,500. Almost 4,000 now locked up, or more than that, excuse me. 4,400 now locked up. We hit the pay jump. We're approaching the $5,000 level, but it's all about getting to that final table where things get mighty serious. $25,000 to 10th place, and then it goes all the way up to 400,000. My name is Viller Single, joined as usual by Stephen Lai. Stephen, we have been covering the main event for a day and a half now. Any thoughts so far? We've seen a good eclectic mix of players on the rotating feature tables. I'm looking forward to the next one, but things are certainly getting serious.
Oh, very much so. You know, the first session, we saw some interesting play. A little bit of nerves, actually, I sensed. You know, there were some decisions that obviously was due to nervousness a little bit. But they have to get used to it, because if they want to pick up that beautiful Lion Trophy, they've got to overcome their fears, and they've got to play well, consistently. And maybe on Saturday, we'll be commentating on their play again.
Well said. And that beautiful Lion Trophy, the prize winning, the GPI Best Trophy Award winning Lion Trophy, should be in the shot quickly. That is what is up for grabs, along with that 410,000 you see on the screen. 241 to second place, and I can only imagine the high stakes heads up we might be in for.
That's a big pay jump, isn't it?
Huge
pay jump.
Record-breaking prize all around. First place, of course, last year was closer to 350,000, taken down by Punat Punstri. Let's see what we have in store today. By the way, we have a new feature table, as we mentioned, and now we're coming to that stage where the faces get a bit familiar. I'm thinking of Lila Ho, by the way, the influencer who has likely run up her Influencer Invitational main event ticket to be in the top 110 stacks right now, doing well on the table. We did have the Swedish pro, Sofia Lovgren, joined us on the feature table yesterday as well, is going to be on this one. Of course, the Taiwanese contingent performing really well at this main event. 3 Taiwanese players, 3 Japanese players, by the way, including my personal fan favorite, Takeshi Odawara, apparently ran one of the sickest bluffs yesterday.
That we saw, yeah. It's crazy.
Jamming the river with pocket deuces, repping a flush, and getting the nut straight to fold.
Madness. Responding to the chat, Chan Koi is asking, is this live now? Yes, it's delayed live. There's a 30-minute delay just to keep the integrity of the game, but it's practically live. If you want the latest update on the tournament play, you can go to apt.poker, apt.poker, and it's actually a spoiler-free live update. So whatever you see on the screen here will not be spoiled at apt.poker.
And just looking at these payouts again, Stephen, look at the difference. Pretty classic, 40,000 or so to 8th place and over 400 to 1st place. It's going to come down to a massively high-stakes final table. We, of course, will be covering that in 2 days. The pay jumps 100,000 USD plus to 4 people, 4 6-figure prizes. Let's add a 5th, the 97,000 or so. This has been a record-breaking field. We do have a record-breaking event underway here at the Asia Poker Arena. The Zodiac event, by the way, almost 600,000 guaranteed in that one. So the Asian Poker Tour going from strength to strength, all thanks to the turnout and the support of the players, of course.
And we have a massive chip lead coming into the feature table. There's Kenneth Chang from Hong Kong, 1.2 million in chips. Another guy with a name that looks a little bit like Obama, Obara from Japan, over 1 million in chips. And then there's a little short stack with about 5 big blinds. Seat number 6, Zai Yu Da, 51,000. Oh, it's not even 5 big blinds anymore because I think the blinds have gone up to 6,000, 12,000. And then Lila nursing a shortish stack, about 15 big blinds. So I think it's going to be an interesting and fun table.
Yeah, Lila, very impressive performance. Was in the Influencer Invitational, over 1 million subscribers or followers, I believe. And played really well over there, but really impressed us on the feature table yesterday. Seems to know what she's doing on the poker table.
And look at these payouts again. I mean, making to the final table will give you a payday of 30,000, which is, you know, could be a bankroll enabler. 30,000 USD.
And almost a 14 times return on your money for the $2,200 buy-in or so. Don't forget, talking about main events, in case you're feeling FOMO, APT Jeju begins 26th of April, and the guarantee for that event is pretty close to the one we had for this one. We hope to smash that as well. 1.5 million US dollar guaranteed for the event in Korea. So go to apt.poker, book your flights, check the schedule, and we hope to see us there. Once you do come down there, do come back.
Anson Jung is in the frame.
That's right, still around.
You know, I had to back one player to win the whole thing.
Okay.
I'll be foolish not to back him.
Cards on the table, I like it, Stephen.
It would be foolish not to back him, not that it will win. You know, I mean, there are 109 players out there still. We all have a chance. Sofia from Sweden. Lovgren. Looking very sharp with her Nike tracksuit top. Folding 8-5 off. Quite normal. Takashi Odawara. Pull off a pretty crazy bluff. And that's my boy, Kenneth Chang from Hong Kong. with that beautiful HK PPA patch right on his chest. He told me last night that he's not going to change his shirt because it's been a lucky shirt. No, not because of that. It's because he hasn't packed many clothes. Oftentimes, superstitions come from necessity. Here we go. Kenneth Chung, 103 big blinds. Obara, 87. And then we have the very short stack right at the bottom, 4 big blinds. And then 2 players with about 15 or below stacks. So 3 to 4 eliminations could happen in this level. We will see what happens. Must be a bit of an experience for Lila, having been a very famous celebrity online, but now she's doing something that is not really in her comfort zone, playing the largest ever APT tournament in terms of prize pool. +1 opens with King 10 off, and then gets a jam from Heidi Hiko. 17 big blinds. Probably will take it down pre. There it is. I think a lot of jamming will be witnessed in the next hour, considering there are 3 very short stack players at the table. On camera now, Takashi, who is not afraid to pull off big bluffs, as witnessed yesterday at the feature table. So sometimes I do wonder whether playing the TV table is a curse or a blessing. Because on the one hand, you get a bit more exposure, people get to know you a bit better, so it could be good for your poker career. You get sponsorship or get students for coaching, etc., etc. But the flip side of it is, you're exposing yourselves. You are showing your cards for the world to see, which could be unpleasant, uncomfortable for some people. Not for Obara. Queen 3 off, decided to raise a small blind limper. Takes it down pre. And thank you for tuning in. Over 200 viewers. Please give us a like, subscribe, and if you're really kind, click on that notification bell. You know why you want to do that? Because we are going to be covering the day 5 of the main event tomorrow and the final table on Saturday. I'll be joined by James Park, a recent winner in a APT side event. He won a mixed game event late last night. So well done to James, and you'll be hearing his voice later on today, maybe around 5 p.m. But for now, you've got me. I am Stephen Lai, and I'm seeing Kenneth racing from the +2 position with Ace King off. So he's been picking up good cards, so he's not lying to me, because he told me, I only got today 3 because I had good cards, not because he played well or anything. Very humble, very humble. But he's had this experience before, because for the Incheon series he was one of the final tablists. Unfortunately, busting 6th, but he's been there before. You might actually see him walking away from the table in a minute because I grabbed him and said, "Oi, come talk to me. I got something to tell you." Here it is. Kenneth, the man himself. Legend in the making, no doubt. Already a legend here, Takashi. Immortalized on YouTube. So that's a bit of support for Sophia. Dr. Dope. Hope I haven't completely ruined your screen name there. 10 Jack suited from Lila. 14 big blinds plus 2 position. She decides to jam. A bit ambitious. Takashi has ace queen off. There's no folding here. We are off to the races. 6-4 situation. Ace queen off versus Lila's Jack 10 suited. 2 diamonds. So Lila's hoping to see some black cards perhaps. A Jack or a 10 would be very nice. Okay, let's see the flop. Flop comes queen. Ooh, black cards they are, but not quite the right ones for Lila. Open-ended, pairs up the 9, doesn't really help. Anything. A Jack would be useful. Full house versus full house. Congratulations, Lila. You are the 103rd place finisher. Beautiful lady. And took it with such grace. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of her in the upcoming APT series. And let me remind our viewers that will take place on starting on the 26th of April on Jeju Island, the Hawaii of South Korea, I heard myself say earlier. So viewers, I'm going to do the old trick here. Where are you watching this stream from? Tell me somewhere exotic that you're watching it from. Don't say your bedroom or at the office. Tell me an exotic location. Hawaii perhaps, or Jeju Island. Oh, G-Way busted half an hour ago. I saw him walking around registering for the next event. I knew someone was going to say office. Somewhere exotic, please. Unless you work at an exotic office. Which company do you work for? Office again. Alright, alright. Thank you, guys. Boring. Some support for Obara. Thanks for your support. On behalf of the Japanese player himself. Just let me remind you that we are going to play down to the last 48 players. Play will end today when we hit 48 or 10 levels. Oh, Germany. Must be like 7 a.m. Why are you in the office at 7 a.m.? Ducato dope. Obara is also a commentator, but don't come looking to replace me. I'm already threatened by AI. Don't need another handsome Japanese man trying to take my place in the commentary booth. Kenneth staring down 10-9 off from the big blind, facing a jam of over 10 big blinds. Standard is to fold. He may have other ideas. Knowing Kenneth is not going to make that call. There you go. So maybe with a bit of prize money, Kenneth can go and get a decent lunch or dinner. He needs to put on some weight. It's a bit too skinny, that man. He needs to be a bit heftier to give himself more of a presence at the table. Anyone else care to tell me where you're watching this stream from? So we've got one from Germany. We got another one from the office, which could be anywhere. Slough. Sorry, that's an Office UK. That's the BBC version of the Office reference. I think we're colouring up here. Are we colouring up? So, getting rid of all the. Don't know what they're getting rid of. Maybe all the 500s. The blinds are 6,000, 12,000. Oh, someone from India. Exotic. Perhaps not that exotic. I've been listening in from Vidur's comments, good things about Indian poker. Seems to be the place to be. A growing, emerging market, as they call it. Let's look at the chip count again. Kenneth ahead, 103 big blinds. Closely followed by Obara, 90 big blinds. Takashi climbing up the ladder, 58 big blinds. And then we have a very short stack with just one big blind. Anything can happen though. You know, Elki was quite short. Jason, Dai J from the influencer challenge was down to 5,000 in chips, and he went on to heads up and unfortunately lost. But you know, it's not impossible. One big blind could run it all the way up. It's not probable, but it's possible. Long Long actually won it as well, correct? Okay, back to this hand. Takashi opening up from the +1 position, ace 10 off, getting folds all over the place. Maybe a defend from Sophia on the big blind. Yes, we do get that. Okay, let's see the flop. 64 again. Oh, that's a 9. Sophia is leading here. She checks and gets a check back. Should probably check again. Nope. Here we go. I'm wrong again. She bets 25k, 2 big blinds. Micro-sizing. With a gut shot, Takashi decided to smooth call this. The river is a 10, which gives Sophia a straight, and some bad news for Takashi. Hitting that pair on the river makes it a little bit more difficult to fold. Sophia cuts up a bet. Not the very big one though. 50k. 4 big blinds. Tidy bet. Micro sizing to value. Takeshi is facing a difficult decision. Thinking through the hand. Could lose to a flush or trips, considering Sylvia let out on the turn. Can beat a naked 9. Beats 9-7. And but loses to all the jacks. Yeah, see, it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. Not as easy as it looks. Can he think through it and gets a fold? So what else could be on his mind? So classic would be a counterfeit of 2 pair. Could be 10-7. Gets a call. Sylvia shows her straight. Very quickly reaching out for chips. And there it is. 39 big blinds. Climbing up slowly. We still have the tiny stack with 1 big blind. Well, actually, it's more than 1 big blind. It's more like 1.8 big blinds. Still, not a healthy situation. Desperate need for a double up. I'm joined in the booth with my ever so dapper co-host, Vidar. How are you today, sir?
Hello, hello. Thank you for manning the fort. I had a quick lunch. I am back. Clearly, I'm coming into some hot action. That nice little value bet from Sophia working out. She was prominent on the feature table I was covering with James yesterday. Very, very likely to get in the mix with all kinds of holdings. Completely understands how important blind stealing is, as we saw there with the 9-8 off. So the 1 big blind stack surely being eyed, and with that, Stephen, right at this moment, I believe, we are down to 100 players. It's time to stand up, look around.
7 off.
And maybe take a look at the rest of the field and realize half of us will still be here tomorrow, half of us will not.
A 3 bet from the small blind to 80,000. So her lines are pretty solid, you know, just very standard. 7 big blind, 3 bet from the small blind.
She just has no fear.
Sophia.
Sophia, no fear. I mean, look at this. She just essentially committed herself against a short stack, but she knows theoretically it's the right thing to do. Over 600k in winnings, by the way, for her lifetime. Has been playing poker for almost 2 decades, apparently, in one form or another.
By the way, have you noticed the very short stack with 1 big blind? He's not actually playing at all. He's just
not here.
Blinded out.
As Justin pointed out in chat, might be just grinding down to cash up.
Well, it is a Thursday, you know, a work day for many people. And if you have really short stack coming in to day 3, you might choose to prioritize on other activities, which I would have to add is incorrect to do so. Got to try it. You never try, you never know.
With 100 players remaining, by the way, 4,400 USD locked up. That's almost 140,000 Taiwanese dollars.
And just to explain this feature table idea, so these tables are selected, so not the players are not selected, it's the table that gets selected. So these players would have played against each other probably since the beginning of day 3.
All day today, yeah.
You know, unless you get moved and balancing and whatever, but you know, these players, they actually know each other.
Yeah, that's a
reasonably
great
well.
point, Stephen. There's going to be some balancing going down from 175 to 100 today, but as we saw on the previous feature table over the course of 2 hours, I'd say about half the table remained in place. So you do develop some reads. And now thinking back to Sophia and I believe Lila and maybe a couple of other players, they actually ended up on the same table earlier on in the tournament as well. So you do start developing reads. You're not playing with strangers, certainly.
And you know, you might notice a Doraemon at the table.
Indeed.
You know, someone who would only play a certain way.
Now I've realized what you meant. Doraemon only throws rock. Lesson learned.
Isn't that funny?
In case anybody in chat is confused, Justin asked me what the optimal strategy of rock, paper, scissors against Doraemon would be. And the GTO bot that I am, I said 33% rock, 33% scissors, 33% paper, until Stephen pointed out that Doraemon only throws rock. Well, let me just say my strategy is still optimal, just not
maximized.
Maximized, just not sensible. You can be optimal and not be sensible. Well, here we go. The ace-8 finds the jam with the 10 bigs. Understandable, considering the dead big blind hand. So lots of dead money. And Sophia now has found king-queen off in the cutoff. Maybe if she was closing the action, she would have considered it.
I was going to say difficult.
Well, she's considering it for sure. Ace King. One of Japan's top players, Jun, finds Big Slick on the button. Bad news for the man from Taiwan. Liao was making a reasonable stand. Now it's going to be a 3-1 dog. Justin in chat pointed out Obara as one of Japan's top 10 money list players indeed. 7th, I believe. 1.6 million. Let's see if he adds to a stack. And 8 right on the flop. Great news for the short stack. Sophia seems disgusted. Jun seems unaffected. Consummate pro, it seems. A 5 means that a king and a king only would create an upset. Otherwise, good news for the local player Liao. There you have it. Jun giving the thumbs up. Nice sportsmanship there.
I was just browsing through Instagram, as one does, and I saw a winning photo of an Indian man, and he looked so familiar.
And that's right.
I thought, have I met him somewhere? Have I seen him on TV? Oh, yes, I have, because he was a Natural 8 India exclusive event final tableist. Did he win that event?
He did indeed.
So was it that event that he picked up the trophy?
Pretty sure, yeah. You saw him on the TV we're looking at right now, Stephen.
There you go. So it became very clear when I dissect the hand.
Missing the top left graphic, which should be back shortly. But let's see, are we down to that magic number? 98 players would mean we're halfway away, or 97, I suppose. We play down to 48 today, or the end of 10 levels, which at this point it's fair to say is unlikely, but you never know. We had a 2-hour bubble yesterday. Some of you in chat were with us. It was super fun. At least for me. Let me know how you perceived the bubble proceedings yesterday. But shout out once again to Neil Johnson, the conductor of the orchestra when it comes down to hand for hand.
He was more like the opera singer.
Perhaps.
It was more
conductor
the
and the singer.
Yes. Singer, guitarist, songwriter. That was his role yesterday.
Over 300 of you in chat. By any chance, if you were not subscribed, imagine if you just hit all subscribed right now, we'd get to our milestone of 10,000 subscribers.
Imagine that.
I do feel like most of you are very nice and subscribed already, but to the extent you're not, take a look. We're 9,700 or so subscribers. Would love to get past the 10,000 mark. Would do wonders for our self-confidence.
When you said most of you are very nice, that was a hint of Borat. Very nice.
Very nice. Please hit subscribe because I like.
Indeed. Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Jun getting the 6-side bluff through. Pretty frisky. 6 deuce. Ace jack. The board helping Jun take that one down.
You know, my routine of the week is to watch Curb Your Enthusiasm every Monday evening.
Final season.
Indeed.
Pretty. Can you do it?
Oh, I can't. No, like American accent, I cannot do it at all.
That's not just an American accent. The way Larry David says it, the way he opens his mouth so wide. pretty good.
Indeed. And I had to adjust my routine because I couldn't get it to play in my hotel room on Monday night. Very upsetting.
I'm sure we'll catch up afterwards, after the series is over. The series does go till Sunday night, but I suppose Monday when you're getting a massage, thinking about what we just went through as a community together.
Regretting? No regrets, surely, right? All good. Everything's good so far. Oh, we have a new player joining the table. In a nice suit jacket. I like that kind of suit jacket. Herringbone patent. Very polite too, saying thank you to our ever so professional floor staff. So that's a bit of poker news from Macau I found out last week. After so many years, tournament poker has come back to Macau. So that's going to be to try it out. You know, you can find out more on other social platforms. I'm not going to plug it right now. But finally, there's a bit of tournament poker action in Macau.
That's great. Congratulations to everybody, really.
I can't wait. So, you know, for the APT to go to Macau again. That will be giant because Chinese players could go. And that is going to smash all the records.
New player, by the way, on your screen. Lester Timonera from the Philippines.
So is it a prerequisite of being good at poker in the Philippines? Being called Lester?
Ah, Lester Enoch, of course.
Right.
There you have it, Stephen. 96 players remaining. Double the field that will finish out the day. We're in the middle game of the middle game, perhaps. Obviously, the final table is the next natural milestone, but finishing out the day is so meaningful when you're talking about the main event. You get to message your friends and family the good news, your backers, perhaps, some Twitter updates, and in general, just have a good evening. You have done what you set out to do today. Not going to be the case for half the field, of course, such is the way of poker. All players, once again, guaranteed the better part of 140,000 Taiwanese dollars. So they have doubled their main event entry.
Wow.
Not too shabby. Okay, here's a question for you, Stephen.
Please.
Would you rather be in the final 100 of the main event with, let's say, a slightly below average stack, or be guaranteed to win one of the trip savers? And by that I mean maybe, let's say, the single day high roller.
If I'm right on the average, I'll definitely take the last 100. If I'm right on the average.
If you're right on the average.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it depends what you mean by, you know,
Slightly below.
How slightly?
Okay, let's just say average. So you'll take.
I'll definitely take.
And if you are slightly below, let's say 70% of average.
70% is quite a lot.
Well, I just mean with one hand you could probably be average stack, but of course that's the way of poker. So it's close.
I think the idea is you're more likely to be covered by someone, right? When you're 70% below average.
Ah, I
so
see.
You can get eliminated. The reason why being average is good is because you're less likely that you get eliminated.
Very interesting insight. So slightly below average, you'd lean towards the trip saver?
Yes, please.
Interesting.
Yes, please.
So I seem to have set the line somehow.
Yeah, very good. That's why I was like kind of thinking about it. I had to think about it.
So there you have it. In case you're wondering what being in the final 100 of the main event is worth, Mr. Stephen Lai has thought about it, and it's worth, I think you're implying well over $30,000 to $50,000 almost USD.
Trip saver would have to be that, right?
Trip saver.
25 maybe for a Taipei series, maybe 25,000 would actually do it if you don't play all the high roller events, which I do tend to. You remember the story I told you, right? That I refused to bust because the queue was too long.
That's right. Sophia knows what to do with the ace king off. I had no doubt that she would put the 3-bet in despite the under the gun open. I was getting a bit too loose. Pocket fours under the gun with his stack. Certainly the aggressive approach is to open like he did, but has been punished. That's what happens when too many players are behind you. Sophia looks extremely comfortable, as always.
That's what Julius Caesar was worried about. There were too many people behind him trying to stab his back.
At 2 Sophia. The 4s hit the muck. Good decision. Look at that. The chip distribution ranging from almost 100 bigs all the way down to 14. Not too shabby. 14 is plenty to work with.
Pretty good.
2 Japanese players. The Jiri and Hyde Hiko. 14 and 18 bigs on the table.
By the way, did you knew that I had a RFID table at my studio?
Right.
And the software is very similar between the APT coverage and my very own studio coverage. But the difference is the APT's gone a step up by making custom graphics for the event. So you can see like everything is customized here. It just makes me feel like maybe I should go home and customize my own RFID table graphics.
Yeah, but when you do, the next time you come to the APT stop, they would have improved something else.
It's true.
So the story will continue.
Which is fine. Continued improvement is the name of the game. Poker it is. Entertainment industry it is too. You've got to keep improving.
Just found out, by the way, Lester Timonera, who just joined us in seat 1, has actually bagged an APT trophy already.
Which event was that?
It's her second APT title, by the way. It was the double board Hyper Turbo. That sounds fun.
Double board single winner, which is even more fun.
Oh, single winner double board. That's a great point. She has queens now in the small blind.
The queen of poker picking up queens.
She has already exceeded the first place prize from the double board with the 4,400 or so she's locked up in USD today. Looking to extend that, possibly even 100x that with the first place prize. Let's start with queens. I think Hiko should find the end of this hand. It's cutting out chips. Well, never mind. I said he would fold. Then he must call. Putting in 25% of his remaining stack with king 10 off out of in position. Excuse me. Do find it
against a small blind 3-bet.
Yeah, I do find it very, very loose.
You can almost build a case for a big blind 3-bet versus a big blind 3-bet. Almost building a case. A FMC, you know, it's not going to be a very good case. But hey, all to their own, and each to their own even. And on a 7 high board, I think he is likely to be giving up his king 10 off.
This, by the way, is the first cash for Hiko.
Oh, right.
In his live tournament career, at least. So congratulations to him. Would be well suited to be a little less speculative. King 10 off, not the choicest of holdings to begin with, but calling 3 bets is going to be relying way too much on the poker gods to come to the rescue. Here's the shortest stack now.
Alex Lam is supporting Kenneth. Ice Meth supporting Ice Meth.
So what's the story behind Ice Meth as the name?
It was a streaming table many years ago in Macau, and they didn't have K-Hold'em, they didn't have like a computerized system, so everyone had to fill out a form with your name and your consent to, you know, have your cards shown, etc., etc. And his handwriting was so bad that the K was kind of written like I-C. So Kenneth became
Ice Smith.
So the N's were bad, so it became like 2 M's, and you know, just so basically he might be very good at poker, but his handwriting is less than good. A bit like my handwriting, actually.
Oh, you got nothing on me. My 5th grade teacher said I would never get anywhere because of my handwriting. Thankfully, computers took over the world. Look where I'm at now.
Where? Sorry?
In the booth at APT Taipei, Stephen. How dare you patronize me?
You've certainly come a long way.
My 5th grade teacher would be proud.
So thank you for tuning in, all my friends from Hong Kong. 大家好，大家好。如果想聽廣東話嘅旁述啊，可以去 Natural 8 Hong Kong 嘅 YouTube 頻道。咁當然啦，如果想聽我點樣係咁讚 Ice Smith 嘅話咧，that's his name there, right there, Ice Smith.
You know, now that I see it, it looks exactly like Kenneth. But I think it's a really cool way to write Kenneth. The I and the C, of course, you mentioned the K. That's awesome.
And he's one of the good guys in the poker world. With top pair on the monotone board.
Jack 4 suited was raised up. Understandable given the monster stack he's wielding, but nothing for Sophia to fight back with. She's all the better for it, though. Kenneth did have the goods, top pair there. Now, I did hear you speak Cantonese to all the Hong Kong
driving viewers away, you know, to the Natural 8 Hong Kong channel.
I did not hear the word subscribe. I'm just saying, Stephen, 9.74K subs. Would love some support.
好，喂，大家香港人啊，上嚟支持 Kenneth 嘅話咧，唔該 subscribe 咗先好冇？訂閱啊，同埋最好就撳埋個鐘仔，即係咧 CLS 就係常識嚟噶啦。Comment, like and subscribe。
謝謝。
唔該。謝謝 is Mandarin. Wrong channel.
Oh, my apologies. I was addressing our local Taiwanese players.
Thank you. Very good. Very good.
One thing I've noticed about Taiwan, by the way, extremely polite, especially to tourists like me.
You know, the spoken English level has gone right up in the past 5 years. It's just very, very, like, it's very easy to get around Taipei without being able to speak Mandarin. Very easy. So everybody knows the story now. Worst handwriting poker player. I don't know whether he'll be the worst. He's one of the bad ones. Have you seen Sparrow's handwriting? That's terrible. Sorry, Sparrow.
Bit of a situation brewing here between the relatively short stacks. The Tajiri opens under the gun +1, pocket eights, very reasonable. Liao finds the ace king off on the button. I think the Tajiri knows this is representing a lot of strength. A 3-bet against a +1 open. How does pocket eights perform here? Ace king, one of the holdings he would love to be up against. Most of the other 3-bet ranges tend to be performing way too well against pocket eights. Yeah, he lets it go. Great fold, of course. Not the correct decision per se. Didn't have the best hand at the moment, but goes to show the discipline he's come in with. Wants to preserve his 12 big blind stack. Made it look easy too, which I always appreciate. Now it's tied for the bottom chip stack. Hyde, Hiko, and Tajiri, once again, the two players from Japan. Just a reminder, apt.poker, all the live updates you need. 95 players means 12 tables running. Our excellent live reporting team is going to be bringing you the action from almost all of them. In case you're supporting a friend or family member or just somebody you're a fan of, you can actually look them up on the website. Lester from the Philippines, fresh off an APT trophy win. Jack 5 suited. In the hijack. Has a middling stack. Would be surprised to see this open. Depends on who's in the blinds. Yeah, let's this one go. Liao now. Ace 10 of diamonds. Whole different story.
Laughing, I'm just giggling to myself. Don't mind me. So I'm creating trouble everywhere, as I always do. I just wrote in a large poker group in Hong Kong, complaining that APT can't even spell Kenneth's name right. So you should go to the comments and leave a comment and complain. Driving comment, numbers. One comment at a time.
Jack 9 tray, 2 hearts. Not a bad board for Liao to continue. Ace high could be the best hand, which indeed it is. All kinds of backdoors with the 10 of diamond wrap around. On to the next one. Takeshi finds the fold. Just a reminder, the players party is today. If you want to hang out and have a drink with Steven and I, make your way over.
Oh yeah.
10 p.m. If you're in Taipei and part of the APT, I don't see why you would miss it. Unless maybe you're running deep in one of the many events we have going on this evening. Bit of a lull until the team event wraps up. Do have the Zodiac Classic Day 1 happening today. That's the one to play, by the way. Absolutely monster guarantee. 20 million Taiwanese dollar guarantee. The buy-in is about the same as the main event. Some of the other side events, once again, $200 8-game mix, $300 teams event, the double stack, which is sort of a deep stack structure, $400, 650 hyper turbo high roller, that's at CML, the other venue, and $160 no limit single draw mix. I suspect our friend James might be firing that one, fresh off his own APT win. That's at 9:45 p.m.
Well, you know, it's not very easy to win 2 trophies in one series.
Not at all. Not at all. Although one of the Taiwanese players has managed to win 3, as we were informed. And lastly, I mean, you talk about trip savers. How about a day saver? A super hyper turbo, $160 buy-in at 11 p.m. That's a good way to close out the night.
Win enough money to pay for dinner and lunch?
You're having some fancy meals here, Stephen. I think a win would be enough to, let's think, fire a couple of single-day high rollers. I can only think in terms of buy-ins, of course.
Those single-day high rollers are fantastic. So much fun.
Deck Cruz in chat says, railing for Lester, Hazel Timonera of the Philippines. Very nice. Hazel. It's a fantastic nickname. I'll try to notice the color of her eyes in a moment. Maybe that's why.
And you know, hazelnut is the nuts. I love hazelnut so much.
Love hazelnut. Love me some Nutella. So action on Hazel, as we just found out. This is what I love, chat. Do let us know if you know any of the other players. Try not to make up stories, but tell us stories while we're at it. All 300 of you watching in chat. Once again, thank you for being here. We're covering day 3 today. Day 4 tomorrow goes down to the FT. It's going to be a big one. Jun has a suited ace-8. One of Japan's best. Raising it up to the standard 2x open. The aesthetically disappointing 5-deuce suited for Heidhiko with this tiny stack. Has to fold it.
Go on, Kenneth. Ice meth. Still, I mean, this table is quite tense, right? It's kind of like cagey. There's not too many like big moves and crazy stuff going on. Maybe the opening is a bit loose sometimes, and then legitimate hands 3-bet.
Maybe a function of 95 players remaining, Stephen. I mean, we're at the business end of this tournament. Under 10% of the field. Comes to the point where you can start at least dreaming about that first place prize.
A white Christmas? Oh, sorry, the trophy, yes. So viewers, where are you watching this stream from? So we started this thing earlier today, and then I've had some good answers like The Office. I was watching it from my office. I'm like, okay, thank you for having a bit of fun instead of just the monotonous typing on the keyboard. Kenneth on the big blind, facing a jam. 10 big blind jam. Decided to fold. So Obara with ace-9 suited is in good shape to eliminate one of his fellow Japanese players. Wow, look at him Takashi is stretching. That's something poker players should do more often. Just get up and stretch.
Yeah, great idea.
No, really, I think it's very good for your health. Very good for your game as well. Oh, that's not good.
It's over.
Seals it.
We lose Tajiri in 95th place.
Congratulations.
As he finds out his finishing rank and score has doubled the buy-in, as I mentioned. Not a bad day at the office at all. Gave himself a shot. Now 95, or rather 94 remaining, I suppose. We will be replacing the feature table seat shortly. I've been told some players coming in from Hong Kong and Taiwan.
Well, it's not that unlikely to get, you know, more Hong Kong players at the feature table because there are many of them left. Andy Liu, bracelet winner last year, is still in the hunt for this main event. Anson Zhang. Jeffrey Lowe, do you remember him? He played in 2 high roller events in the last series in Vietnam.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So there's still quite a few Hong Kong players. Tony Miles, the man himself, 2018 WSOP main event runner-up. Let's flopping go, Kenneth. Hello, Cobain, from the beautiful city of Taichung. How about if I pay you a visit next Monday? I'm thinking about where to go on my day off next week. Do you think it's worth visiting? Would there be any poker I can play? Any single day high roller in Taichung? Love to do it.
You're seeking single day high rollers too. Trip makers.
Well, you know, I can just buy in with the pay from this commentary gig. It's all one shot.
Punt it off?
Punt it off. One bullet.
Takeshi picking up some much needed chips. 54 bigs for him now. All eyes on Hyde Hiko, the shortest stack, under 10 bigs. $91 remaining now, dropping like flies, Steven. 12 tables, 8 max. Means a couple of eliminations around the room every few minutes or so. Justin Fairbanks, 14 Hong Kong players left, 25 from Taiwan. Hey, that's not too shabby. 25% of the field is local. Would love to know how the Taiwanese players are approaching this game. Gotta be more special to win the APT Main in Taipei. And Hideko finds the suited ace in the cutoff, and Lester has woken up with pocket eights in the small. Should simply be isolating as 32 bigs. Hideko is going to be at risk, that's for sure. Getting a good idea for exact stack size, no doubt to maneuver. How to isolate. All options on the table, could just flat call. Effectively the same thing as jamming when it's 10 big blinds. Does not want to get muscle out of her hand, but Could flat call with the intention of calling off to any shove. Or could just shove. Take the risk. If you're going to call off to any shove, you might as well shove. Liao wakes up with the nothing.
Are you sure that's true?
That is not true. You can often trap.
Sorry.
It's true in this case, though.
I agree. No, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
Not at all. Pocket eights. The ace-2 suited. The old 2-to-1 dog. Classic example of having about 30% equity when you have an ace. An 8 on the flop certainly dampens the spirits of Hyde Hicko. Needs running diamonds. That is going to do it. We lose Hyde Hicko in 90th place. Played very well. Grinded his short stack. Takes it with a smile. GG, sir. Two eliminations from Japan. Seat open.
All Japanese players. Kyoto is such a beautiful city.
Justin telling me that I've been butchering our Japanese friend's name in a way that could not be worse, which is quite a statement considering how much I know that butcher many names here at the Asian Poker Tour. Anthony telling me Hyde is pronounced Hide.
Hide-san. Go on, Icy Meth. Kenneth has picked up ace queen off from cutoff. Hazel looking at 9-8 off. Hidehiko. Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. To Mr. Say it again for me, Stephen.
Hidehiko?
Hidehiko.
I'm just copying what Justin Fairbanks said. I have no idea. I don't speak Japanese at all. In fact, I can barely speak English and Cantonese. I prefer the language of the body. Never underestimate the power.
I did not see that statement coming.
I am full of surprises. No, sorry. No, I'm going to stop right there. That was a "that's what she said" joke coming up there. But nope, not today. We are going to remain professional and focus on the poker here.
This is the main event, Stephen. For one of the natural 8 tables, I'd understand.
No, I respect all players, all occasions. Ace Queen's ahead. Remains ahead on a 7-5-3 board.
Sophia perhaps could be looking at turning her hand into a bluff, calling the big blind. 7-5-3. Yeah, she knows what to do. She just knows what to do at every moment. Smacks her range, has the 6 blocker. She has Jack 6 off. May as well have 6-4 off. Gets the ace queen to hit the muck.
Range advantage.
Wow. Out of position float with Jack 9 off? What in the world? Y'all better have a plan for this hand.
Well, he's made it this far. 6 on the turn. Which gives Liao a gas shot straight draw. And some chop outs as well. If the 4 was to appear. checks it. Now that she has a pair, Sylvia might slow down.
Wow. The running straight for Liao after floating jack 9 off, checking on the turn. I mean, did he peek the deck? What went on there? Off a 19 big stack too. It's tough for him to get value though. After you call the flop, betting this river is just so strong. Or at least saying you have a 4. I like the sizing. Goes polarized. Actually eliminates hands such as 4s out of his range. Although, every once in a while, he would merge with that. But try to represent he had some sort of a wheel draw of sorts on the flop. Well, there you have it. Every once in a while, certain play will wake us up. We thank Lau for that privilege. I like the gumption though. Clearly had a plan. Was playing in flow. Called the flop. Had checked the turn. Very curious what he would have done if it hadn't come running straight cards.
Well, he did check the turn.
Fair enough. Inflow. Could have check raised. I can't admonish him now that I don't know what he would have done. Kenneth, aka Ice Meth, ace jack off the hijack.
Can you you cannot see it any other way now, can you?
Now
It's
I'm
Kenneth.
worried. Now I'm worried. Every time I see an I and a C together, it's going to be a K. We had Stojanovic on the table, more like Stoyanovink. Look. Okay, Lester. It's a 5 and a deuce.
Actually, an I and a C at the end of an English word is, isn't it? Is a K. Is a K sound. A lot of times. Magic.
That's
Magic.
right.
Cobain is being very unkind to his friend Liao. He's my friend who also lives in Taichung. By the way, he is reducted.
Cobain, you know the live chat is visible if you review the stream afterwards, right? So if and when Liao is watching how he performed today, he's going to see your comment. Some friends you do like to insult on the stream. I get it. I have friends like that. Your love language is insults.
Yes, Justin Fairbanks very smartly commented that. He left a comment in the English stream rather than the Mandarin stream. So it's less likely to be picked up. Well done, Cobain. I'm guessing you are a fan of Nirvana, the popular 90s band.
By the way, Jern has ended up with the best of it. Middle pair, ace kicker, could even be thinking about value. And this spot, to the extent it goes Jun's way, will change the chip leadership, as you called it, Stephen.
Chip leadership. Is it catching on?
Certainly with me, I liked it. It's going to go the way of Jun here. Yeah, Kenneth thought about using the jack blocker for the nut straight. Instead, now down to second in chips. 1.2 million for the leader. Stacks are healthy. 23 big blinds is the shortest one. 2 empty seats, as you see. Have been informed they will be filled very shortly. Player from Hong Kong coming in with about 137,000. That's good for about 10 bigs or so. And a player from Taiwan coming in with 800,000, much more comfortable. Timonera has forced to be quiet by the card distribution. Always seems tempted to make a move. Once again, she's coming in with some momentum behind her. Fresh off an APT trophy here at APT Taipei 2024. Shows discipline. It is not easy to be card dead in a tournament that matters as much as this. It requires and tests your mental fortitude more than you would think. At some point you just start believing you're supposed to make a move just because it's been way too long since you haven't. It can get you into trouble. So respect for all the players who are able to maintain discipline, especially at that stack depth where you're truly not desperate yet. Yes, it sucks to grind down from, say, 35 bigs to 20 without really getting in some spots that you would want to try and maximize, but it is important sometimes. $7-3-3 multi-way board. Jones still ahead with the pocket fives, and it's the kind of flop where you suspect that you still are ahead with pocket fives.
Need to deny though. I suppose there'll be high cards.
That's why out of position, especially the small blind, is so hard to play from. He checked in flow. Liao will continue telling a story as the pre-flop aggressor, betting into both blinds. Probably feels like this is the exact kind of board that can get a lot of folds. Chun continues. Easy life, just drills a turn. Top pair now. Second best kicker.
I think that's a good case for racing from the small blind here. Check racing that flop. You know, we are unlikely to have Liao, or Liao was unlikely to have anything that could beat pocket fives on that board. And needed to deny. So this queen is so concealed, you know? Like, you could have any two high cards, any two over cards. Could be a 10, could be a jack, could be, you know, could be an ace. You know, I suppose if it was an ace, the action would be killed straight away. But a queen. It's too many combinations. But perhaps you knew the river was going to be a 5.
Wait, do you know something that I don't?
I don't know.
Just to be clear, we haven't seen the river yet. But now if it comes a 5, I'm going to be very, very sus. Jun is pretty down in terms of his range when it comes to his potential equity in the hand. He's going to have some straight draws here. A lot of flush draws. Certain 7s and 3s every once in a while. From a theory perspective, he can let this one go, as much as it sucks to be outplayed potentially, but you're out of position, and this is why the small blind is difficult to play from. Makes what is actually the absolutely correct decision.
No, the 5 was going to be the river card.
Now we'll never know.
I think they're laughing at our stupid joke.
30 minutes ago.
Stupid joke. So thank you, Justin Fairbanks. So Justin Chan is still in. He actually played the On Live event on Natural 8 and qualified to day 3 directly on Natural 8. So he actually got tournament credit back for his ticket.
Ah.
So Justin, you may know much more than I do, which I'm not saying it just because I am jealous, But Justin did not use the Natural 8 exclusive ticket for this main event. Whew, I feel so good. Like, actually knowing something more than Justin Fairbanks. The pinnacle of all things APT, knowledge-wise. So in a previous TV table, we saw one bracelet winner, Max from Austria.
That's right.
Coming up, we're going to have 2 bracelet winners joining the TV table. Anson Zhang, multiple bracelet winner, and Andy Liu, a bracelet winner from last summer's World Series.
So are there a lot of bracelet winners in Hong Kong?
Not a lot. I think there have been 5. So there's Danny Tan, obviously, Anson Zhang, Andy, Marco, and Chen Lok Ming. So 5.
And 2 of them are going to be on the next feature table.
Isn't that cool?
Not too shabby.
Alongside with Jeffrey Lowe, who is also a very good tournament player. He did final table with High Roller twice in Incheon last summer. I think we commentated on that together.
Indeed we did. And by the way, we're 45 minutes away from the break, after which we will have that next feature table we just mentioned. Besides all the names Stephen you just mentioned, I do see somebody from New Zealand, Thomas Ward. Taiwan still represented in the form of Chen Sheng. Should be a fun one. Things are getting mighty serious. Lots of multi-way action today, right from the start of the first feature table. Here we have a situation developing. Pocket deuces, raises from the hijack. Jun chooses not to 3-bet with his ace-queen suited, respecting the middle stack of his opponent. But this does not stop Takeshi. Ace-7 of diamonds in the small. 3 bets to 90k, and Xuan wakes up with pocket queens. What a time to wake up with pocket queens. 3 players essentially have almost matched your stack behind you. You have 6 bigs or so. Jun now needs to worry about Takeshi, who's 3-bet 90,000 off a 600,000 stack. His hand is so underrepresented though.
We're going to get one caller, I think.
Certainly one. The fact that Yip has gone all in can't help Jun in terms of wanting to continue with the hand. Does look very strong, and he does make just the call. We're off to a huge flop here. 380k in the middle, and by the way, it's going to be added by whatever Takeshi needs to match. 31,000. So 400,000 in the middle. 510 is the effective stack of Takeshi. We've seen him make some big moves. He was making one with the suited ace from the blinds right now. Technically has the betting lead. This is a big flop incoming. I'm very curious how the proceedings go. Jun, by the way, seems absolutely relaxed. One of Japan's best players. And Yip seems appropriately nervous. Has 62% equity to triple up. Not a bad spot. Exactly what he would have wanted. As we head to the board, which comes ace, queen, 6. About the most action-oriented flop possible. The case queen coming out on the board. Yip has a lock on the hand with his pocket queens.
He must be happy.
Takeshi checks for balance. Does not want to commit himself at this moment, and Jun has flopped top 2 with 3 hearts on the board. Understandably fires to protect.
Wow. I sense it. He's going to make a big bluff here.
Well, he might not think he's bluffing, by the way. He has top pair.
Doesn't have any hearts, though. Right, no redraw.
Is certainly going to be calling this. Cannot check fold after 3-betting and hitting top pair. Probably wants a safe turn. Knows he would be putting his tournament life at risk any moment now. 422k in the stack of Takeshi, 525 in the middle. A side pot has begun to form. That is not an action killer, and now Takeshi thinks he has aces and sixes with a queen. Of all the hands for his opponent to have, ace queen is what Jun has found himself with. And mind you, Jun flatted pre-flop to the late position open and then flatted the 3-bet. Takeshi should not give his opponent credit for ace queen, ace king. I would not blame Takeshi for going broke here. The only thing that signals strength from Jun is the fact that he bet into a dry side pot. Should imply an ace minimum. Time bank understandably thrown in. Takeshi is being asked to make an incredible fold.
Okay, let's walk through the hand again. Okay, so King of Hearts is a likely candidate. What kind of King of Hearts can Obara have? Flatting twice pre-flop.
It would have to be pocket kings, firstly. Clearly he trapped ace queen suited. Could trap pocket kings. Or king queen in particular, but it wouldn't be suited with the king of hearts.
Exactly.
Oh my word, he's about to fold. What a great fold.
Good fold.
What a fantastic
he must be
fold.
very happy to see the showdown. Very happy. And ace queen isn't drawing dead, despite being up against a flop set.
Well, thankfully one ace has already hit the muck, the one that Takeshi just folded. I'm still not over that incredibly sensible fold by Takeshi, understanding the dynamics and respecting Jun for betting into a dry side pot. And a king does not change the proceedings. So Yip finds an amazing triple up, by the way, up to 400k or so. And Jun gets a bit of clawback for the all-in that he lost to Yip, thanks to the flop bet there. I feel like all three players won in the sand somehow.
It's true. Wow, that was a crazy board.
I would not find the fold on the turn there.
No.
I mean, after all, you're the one who 3-bet from the blinds and hit top pair.
Well, after that hand, the chip leadership has gone back to Kenneth. 68 big blind, but it's, it's 1.1 million. It's kind of the same. And then we have the short stack being not so short anymore. Mr. Ip from Hong Kong with a 25 big blinds. Not bad, not too shabby. I think this table has been giving us very good poker entertainment. But we will be losing them soonish.
We're about 40 minutes from the break. Still, if action continues like this, it'll give us plenty of poker to remember them by.
Cobain is giving us more information about Liao. His name is Ivan. He owns a beautiful white G car. I don't know what the G car is.
I think that's a Mercedes SUV.
I see, a SUV and a yellow 992. That's a Porsche. He doesn't need the money, but he wants a trophy. Fingers crossed.
We have a baller in the house, ladies and gentlemen. G-car and a yellow 992. His friend outing him on the table. Well, we appreciate it.
He's playing he seems very calm. Okay, he's a Nirvana reference. I don't think he needs lithium.
For all we know, Mr. Cobain in the chat has nothing and no clue what Nirvana is.
I think Uniqlo released a bunch of Nirvana t-shirts a few years ago.
Is it?
I see all these like middle-aged women wearing like a Nirvana t-shirt with, you know, pretty bad words on the back.
Oh my.
I'm like, in Hong Kong. I'm like, wow. Only if you knew.
Once again, a multi-way situation might be on the cards. Kenneth is purely using his chip stack to open a suited ace under the gun. Gets called by the Queen 9 suited of Takeshi. Wants to see a flop. It's the kind of hand where you want to see a flop in the King Jack defense from the big. And flops best, in fact. King 8, 7, 2 spades. Whoa, the only one with not only a reasonable holding, but any potential to even want to continue in the hand. Everybody has whiffed really hard.
Good check from Kenneth. Is Takashi going to take a step? Knowing him, he might just do that. Nope, he checks. Let's see the turn card. Oh, Kenneth hit a pair. That spells trouble.
I'm still not over that fold, Stephen.
Yeah, it's good fold.
It's one thing to fold, but again, making it look easy. Figuring out the puzzle in that spot. It's very, very difficult. We had Yi Shun in chat pointing out how there were 4 queens and 3 aces out in that hand, indeed. Pretty wild. Yeah, that pair does spell trouble for Kenneth. Figures he has the best pair that just hit with the ace 4. So he's calling the 2 big blinders so bet by Kuo. And an excellent card for Kuo to get paid here. The king comes in. It's going to reduce the likelihood that he had the king. And once you have a non-king multi-way, it's going to look a lot more bluffy. Unlikely that Kuo was betting into 2 people with, say, a 7 or an 8. Does check, though. With 2 flush draws on the board, I can see what he's thinking. Kenneth is very likely to have one of them or some other draw and bluff now. Disappointingly, he's going to get the check back.
Top left of the screen, 78 players remaining. Getting very close. You can smell day 4 already.
So given the pace of play, still wondering if you get down to 48 or perhaps 16 players now. We are committed to offering 10 levels to the players. Will depend on how the eliminations come. We're down to 78. Perhaps by the time we're down to something like 60, 65, we'll know more. All up to the powers that be who run this well-oiled machine of the APT main event. Timonera cannot seem to get a hand that she can get busy with. Does take her time to fold though. It's like a process or a ritual. And we've seen this, Steven, in the past with some of those, I want to say, like, I don't mean this as a pejorative at all, but these wellness experts, I'm thinking the Grand Gardeners and others similarly well-built poker pros that come out to a lot of the APT events in Vietnam. They have a process, clearly helps them mentally and physically. Check the cards, put them back, take a moment, count to 3, stays well balanced no matter what, Grand Gardener for instance, and then make the fold. I respect it. Forget pejorative, let's face it. I was saying wellness from a place of jealousy.
You're looking well.
I did once go for a nice little swim at the APT Hanoi venue. And I saw Grant Gardner 45 minutes into his workout, sweating, glistening. Actually participates in bodybuilding competitions, to be fair, so.
And how did you feel? You had a
I won't say
target to to challenge?
Let's just say I switched to front stroke from my lethargic backstroke. Certainly helps with your poker game to be in good shape physically. I know it's
100%.
not intuitive, but it is about as determined as anything else in this world. Justin reminding me of Daniel Brugman. Indeed, that is somebody I was also thinking of. Takes 10 seconds or so, perhaps, to fold every hand. But is so focused at the poker table. I find it quite inspirational.
By the way, I'm feeling a lot happier today with the viewership. 340 of you watching.
Welcome, welcome.
Actively commenting. Not so actively liking the stream. So to make me even happier, why don't you give us a like? Wouldn't it be nice if you gave us a like?
I like.
You like? Good, good, good.
Any Borat fans in the chat? $250 subscribers away from 10,000. Once again, it would be amazing if you could help us cross that milestone. And if you think about it, if we cross it before the main event, which is going to be day after the main event final table, that is, would only help the algorithm understand and help boost this beautiful game we all love. Meanwhile, Ivan, as apparently he's called, yeah, from Taiwan, 8-7 suited, not backing down to the 3-bet. We saw him make an interesting float out of position on the flop. This time wants to speculate with the suited connector under the gun versus the +2 3-bet of ace queen suited. Look at this board. What in the world? That's 80% of a royal flush, ladies and gentlemen, and the nut straight with the flush draw. And unfortunately, Ivan has the same flush draw, drawing absolutely dead. The discipline to continuation bet, excuse me, by Jun. Goes small though. Does not want to trap, wants to build the pot, and he's picked a good point for it.
9 of spades will be a disaster.
Well, I'm rooting for a different spade, to be honest, Steven. The 10 of spades? Oh, not to be. Any spade would be a disaster and likely spell the end of Ivan's journey here. For now, Jun needs to decide on the sizing. Actually, Ivan hasn't checked yet either. We saw him do something very creative with the Jack-9 off. Ended up backing into a straight. Starts with a check on the turn again. Now Jun traps. And the 7 comes in on the river, giving a bottom pair, second pair on the board from the bottom. I'm just amazed by that check after the continuation bet. I understand the tendency to trap, but 2 flush draws possible on the turn. How are so few chips in the middle at this point?
Because Obara was playing too trappy.
FPS?
Too trappy. That's a good comment. Yes, my wife often comments on that too. Eyes and meth. It's a crazy name, yes. But it's gonna, you know, and he has a dessert company. He runs a dessert, like he's an entrepreneur, so he has a pastry, like a sweet shop. So, Ice Meth running a sweet shop.
That's amazing.
Good combo. Right, it has to be a bet. Maybe a small one would be better.
He's repping something like a naked ace. He 3-bet pre-flop. Could have lower pairs that maybe want to bluff here. Could have something like a suited ace, low card. Bet the flop, check the turn. Now try to steal on the river. 8-7 suited. Does not help to block spades.
He's making a... Oh, no.
Not too relevant though, the spades you're blocking. Opponent much more likely to have smaller or higher spades if it's going to be with a suited ace. Frankly, the most likely holding for Jun that's going to be value heavy. It's going to contain a king. Continuation bet on the flop, check behind for pot control on the turn. Now find the value bet. There are some bluffs that the 7 pair can perhaps beat.
By the way, just going to say to Cobain, your friend Ivan is not a fish. He's thinking through this, right? Like a lesser player would just go, oh well, I have a bottom pair, I have a not so good pair, just fold, right? With all these overcards. Good fold. Well thought out fold. It's the process that's important.
Absolutely.
But obviously winning is more important. But you know, to win you got to hit the board, you got to... It's very complicated. It's hard to win. It's much easier to get the process right.
You can just have King, Jack, 10, 2 spades come out when you have Ace, Queen of spades. That's also easy.
Very rare. It's not hard, it's just rare.
So close to a royal, Steven.
I know.
It's the closest we've ever been. I've told you the story of Tom Dwan playing live on one of the TV cash games with Daniel Negreanu. And Negreanu wanted to get the run out, like Rabbit Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I want to see if I would have hit a straight flush, or maybe he said something along the lines of, I want to see if I would have hit a royal. I've never hit a royal.
Mm-hmm. Did he?
And obviously Negreanu had been playing for like 15 years at the time. And Tom Dwan's jaw was on the floor. He's like,
yeah.
You've never hit a royal flush? At the time, Dwan, of course, an online sensation, would have put in millions of hands of volume. Hit many, many royals on his way, but that's the difference between live and online. You can go 15 years and never hit one. Timonera finally has a holding that she can at least put some chips into the middle with without feeling too guilty or frisky. Ace 10 off.
Hazel from the Philippines could be 3-betting this from the small blind. Nope. Decided against it.
But thought about it, and that's what matters. The process, as you said.
Ivan Liao decides to call his King 7 suited. Legitimate. Very legitimate. Flop doesn't contain a 7 or a king, but there are backdoor possibilities. A club on board. Checks back, turns a club. So now all the 9s, all the kings, all the 7s, and all the clubs.
We have run out of space on top. 17 outs. One of the best cards in the deck. Not just to potentially hit, but also to give the confidence for him to bet,
You need
potentially take it down.
Apple Vision Pro. You know,
that's right.
Immersive out-counting experience.
What do you think happens to poker with the Apple Vision Pro and in general immersive computing as they call it? Think it changes? I have, by the way, tried
MetaQuest.
I do own a MetaQuest 2, and they have poker apps on there with Play Bunny.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. You know, the social element is well preserved, which I think is pretty cool. The immersive experience doesn't add much to it right now because we're poker players who like to just see as many hands as possible when playing online, and that slows it down a bit. But any thoughts there?
So the whole well, to me anyway, the whole point of online poker is that it's faster. It's faster. You know, go through more hands in multi-table. You just micro trading, right? You're like, you are playing smaller, but you play more tables. So I don't know whether the VR headsets or whatever they are, on those you can, if they try to replicate the real life experience, all the banters, and you can throw you can smoke a cigarette or something like that at the virtual table. I don't know why you wouldn't just go and play a live event.
Well, I mean, you can play with somebody who lives in a different city. That's always fun.
True.
Maybe it'll find its place.
I'm not 100% convinced by it yet. I think I much prefer made up stuff on the VR instead of replicating real life. That makes sense.
There's this word for the Apple design philosophy of skeuomorphism, where you bring in the old school design principle, like a notepad being yellow and which page is flipping, into the digital world. Instead, you can start from scratch and figure out what VR poker might look like. Maybe something wild. Maybe you have to. Maybe it's like life-size chips. Something wild. Okay, here's the next question. Apple Vision Pros, who you mentioned that the president of APT, Neil Johnson, actually possesses, might bring out. I would love to see it in person. Apple Vision Pros, will they be allowed on the poker table? And if yes, will HUDs within them be allowed? I mean, we have HUDs online. Just imagine if you could literally attach statistics on top of the actual players sitting around.
I'm guessing the rule will be not during play. So just the same as a mobile phone. You're allowed to use it when you're not in hand. I think that's fair. So you have to take off your goggles before you engage in the hand. But I think the technology is going to be so good in such a not so distant future that you wouldn't be able to tell whether someone's wearing like an assistant in their eyes.
Did you ever read these set of children's books called Artemis Fowl?
I know what they are. I've never read them, no.
They had, and this is in the early 2000s, they had iris cams, which were little overlays that go on your, I guess, iris or cornea, I suppose. And pretty much what you're talking about, eventual form factor of the Apple Vision Pro, should be right over your eyes, or maybe if Neuralink has its way, right in your brain.
Did we say something about being replaced by AI, by machine? Facebook has a Meta has a pair of Ray-Ban glasses.
I've seen those
glasses. I've seen footage shot on them.
Yeah, it's good.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. They put in like
well stabilized.
Well stabilized 4K cameras, I believe. They do have a light that appears up front because, of course, the privacy concerns are insane. But then again, we all carry phones where you could be recording anyone.
Okay, here's a useless fact for you. You know, in Japan, all mobile phones sold in Japan, the camera click has to be audible. So you cannot
silence it?
Silence it, yeah.
Funky. Makes a lot of sense.
Not when I'm in the presence of Isaac Haxton and trying to, take a selfie.
A selfie, the non-permissioned selfie.
My fanboy comes out. I've actually only done 2 fanboy photos in the poker world. Care to guess?
Phil Ivey?
No, it's not Michael Soisa or
Michael Soisa, Victor Chong. Okay, so it's not Ivy?
It's not Ivy, no.
Huh. Let me think. Who would you deem worthy?
Exactly.
To overcome your ego.
No, you have to... Okay, remember, actually, all the clues have been presented in the past 5 days.
Oh,
so
Stephen, 5 days.
What have I been discussing using analogies of what's other sport that we...
Oh, it's not poker. Okay.
No. It's a poker player.
Oh, it's a poker player.
But also very keen tennis player.
Tennis has to be tennis, right? Wait.
He's so eliminated now.
I don't keep up with tennis, but let me think. Oh, wasn't Nadal a poker player for a while?
No, but...
Okay, so he's poker player first?
He's actually like a very famous poker player.
Oh, okay, I got this. Patrick Antonius.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I fanboyed him.
Of course. Oh, I would fanboy Patrick Antonius any day.
Yeah, because we spot a similar haircut?
I would use the selfie I took with Patrick Antonius to raise the average aesthetics of my Tinder profile. I just put that on there. Let it average out. Okay, that's one. Who's the other?
The original Ronaldo from Brazil.
Ah, okay. And he did have a whole poker stint as well. Was a Stars ambassador, I believe.
He was invited to a lot of the events in Macau. Ronaldo. And because he spoke Portuguese, and Macanese is kind of Portuguese as well.
Right.
Hey, Suter Superman. Hello. Hello, Vido. Hello, Stephen. How are you guys doing? Well, without you, it's a little bit less fun. Still fun. You know, we're talking like 9 out of 10. It would have been 9.5 out of 10 if you were here. And Adi as well. If Adi was here, it would have been 10 out of 10. If all 4 of us are in the same booth, talking over each other.
Soon, I hope. Suited Superman, of course. Fellow APT correspondent, commentator. Also runs a YouTube channel. Often seen on Cash Game live streams. Lives in America. Born and raised, I believe, until 17 in Vietnam, if I remember. Wait just a second. The Jack 3 got 3-bet. And flops best. Kenneth continued with the 9-7 suited. Both players with a pair now. The big stacks want a battle. And this is the first bullet being fired. Chun has been c-betting or even betting on the flop fairly small. So not much to read into here. 72,000 is a bet. Kenneth knows he cannot go anywhere yet. He's flopped a pair. Six of hearts changes nothing. Should not even be remotely close to the ranges these players are at least pretending to have. Jack 3 off is just so out there.
Kenneth is prone to bluff this kind of board as a 3-better. Oh, was it? No, he was the racer, right? So how did the line go? Opener, okay. And got 3-bet from the big blind.
Indeed. Chun might have just sensed something. Obviously, Kenneth is going to be opening very wide. And you did call it, Stephen. A big bluff. Even though he has the pair. A mark of an excellent player is to turn pairs into bluffs. Kenneth wants all the hands better than a 7. 8s, 9s, 10s. Even hands with a jack in them. To fold. He's not interested in getting to a cheap showdown. Commits 180k. Fourth of a stack. Time bank by Jun. I highly doubt he's ready to give this up. But he has to worry about what will happen on the river. A call here would take the pot up to 800k. 586 left for Kenneth.
You can see all the outs on a tiny flip phone. Only 5 outs.
Does make the call though with Jack 3 off. Given that Kenneth has some showdown value, there's a decent chance this hand goes check check. Jun could have a backdoor flush draw, a straight draw.
I thought it was a 9.
Close, but no cigar. To the extent Kenneth thinks there's a chance his hand might be good, he would check. But with the 8 coming in, he does have the 9 in his hand, the perfect blocker to rep. All kinds of strength. Would take all of his chips though.
Is he going to... No. Nope.
And the Jack 3
Slowed
off
right down.
Gets shown down.
Oh, look at that cheeky face.
Cheeky smile being hidden.
Wow. That is not good. Unlucky, Kenneth. If he were to pull the trigger, what would think would happen? Like if he jammed the river?
I think Jun would have to fold. It just looks way too strong.
Hard to put him on. It was hard to put him on a jack, a naked jack, right? Ace Queen might have played this way. No, probably not. Mr. Ip from Hong Kong. It's been very quiet on this feature table. I haven't mentioned its name yet, apart from that all-in flop set of queens. We are hitting 400 viewers slowly.
Timonera, by the way. Once again, I must commend her. Not easy to have the discipline to just fold, fold, fold when the card distribution is not going your way. Most recently, at least one I can remember, is folding Ace-10 offsuit in the small blind. You can just sense the frustration, how badly she wants to get in the mix. But hey, this is one of those other advantages of having a big stack in the middle stages. Allows you to be a lot more patient. We mentioned Timonera, still a middle stack. Jun now with that cheeky Jack 3, over 100 bigs. No one in too much trouble. Takeshi the shortest with 18 bigs. So we should be, let's see, 20 minutes from the break maybe?
Yeah, not long now.
13 minutes from the break, by the way. After which, a new set of players. Didn't mention some of them. Good mix of Hong Kong, Taiwan, New Zealand.
Bracelet winners.
Bracelet winners, that's right. Anson Zhang and Lester Edok also from the Philippines. Should be a fun one.
Did get a message from Anson a few minutes ago saying I'm on the TV table, crying emoji.
Why he does not want to give up his strategy, huh?
I replied, it's good for the game.
Once again, you can go to apt.poker to check out not just the live updates for this event, but also all the other events we have running. Some details on the players' party perhaps at 10 p.m. It's about 3:45 local time at the moment. Sophia is in the mix with ace-queen off. Kenneth, bit of a frustration open perhaps. King 10 off from +1. When he was the out-and-out chip leader, seemed a lot more justified. This time around, opens a bit light and gets punished. That's what happens when too many players behind you. Simply the math. Every once in a while they are going to wake up with a premium, which is to say a top 10%ish kind of hand. So the more players you need to get through, less likelihood that you do manage. Something to certainly take into account when you figure out your own opening ranges in MTTs. Looking at the live updates, I will not spoil how many players left on the live update, but let's just say it's not too far from where we're at right now. 70 players remaining. In real time, the players, of course, did hit a break, so there are only a few, perhaps maybe 2 orbits ahead of us. The payouts getting more and more interesting as time goes on. Every player now walking away with 184,000 Taiwanese dollars. That's well over 2x return on the buy-in. 5,800 USD. 2,200 or so, of course, was the buy-in. The next pay jump at 55th place.
There you go. Suitor Superman is engaging with his fans. So Ip from Hong Kong, thinking over this King Jack off hand. He's going to 3-bet. Against a cutoff open from Obara, you can 3-bet a lot.
Alright, everyone, in 5 minutes, when we're having a break time, you guys are all going back to table 3. Okay, I'll bring the rec for you guys.
There you have it. 5 minutes to the break.
Perhaps 2 to 3 more hands? 2 hands, maybe?
This table being informed they will no longer be featured. Their hands not exposed to the world. Their strategies kept secure. Their embarrassing plays need only be kept to themselves. I saw some WSOP coverage for the main, and somebody mentioned when somebody folded, I believe it was a full house, thinking their opponent had a bigger full house, and they were wrong. He said something along the lines of, this man made a fold you make in private, in public. And it did make me think about how being on the feature table is going to impact action. There's a lot of things we do when we know nobody will ever know. But of course, being on the feature table completely changes that dynamic. Justin Fairbanks telling me that the PLO got 99 entries with 10 minutes of late reg left. I clearly underballed it. That is awesome to see. The event of the day, perhaps, is the Zodiac. Zodiac Classic, we call it. 20 million was the guarantee. Frankly, it needed a lot of runners. It was a very, very ambitious attempt at an event. 2,600 USD, 80,000 Taiwan. That was the buy-in. 20 million Taiwanese dollars. That's good for maybe 600,000 US. More, in fact. And it has 130 runners. Late reg is open for another 4 hours or so. So I suspect that number will slowly climb up. But in case you're out there in the field, currently at least, it looks like it's heading for an overlay. And like I said, it was very ambitious for the APT to excuse you, Stephen. It was very ambitious for the APT to put this on. But if indeed it is overlaid, well, that would be the time to hop in. It's free money being added. Like I said, 4 hours until late reg closes.
Yip Ka Chun. Jack 9 off. On the cutoff. So we are more than halfway through the main event, I would say. You know. Well, we're obviously more than halfway. 70
well,
out of 1,182.
Player field-wise, certainly. But even in terms of our coverage, I think that'd be fair to say.
I think in terms of time as well. You know, we are towards kind of maybe we've gone through 2/3 of day 3, I reckon. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing the final table of this main event.
I'm hoping to see some familiar faces from our coverage over the past day, also today and tomorrow. Along with the live reporting team, we usually have a good sense of the journey somebody takes during that historic main event run. Also always looking forward to the diversity the final table has to offer. Last time around, Thailand taking it all. Punat Punsri winning the main. Pachara, who by the way was grinding out some of these high roller tournaments here at the APT. Pachara Wongwichet, one of Thailand's best as well. This time around, let's see which country is fighting for it. Not India, unfortunately. No Indian left in the field. Sad to hear that. Last time around, did get to commentate over a well-known poker pro in India, Sarwan Tamboli.
I'm guessing the unfortunate incident happened to the 2 Natural 8 India finalists weren't exceptions. I think, you know, it could be a
visa issues.
Visa issues could be a big problem.
Definitely a problem. I would say the distance perhaps a bigger issue. Taipei just a tad too far from India, but the Vietnam series that the APT puts on once every few months are well oversubscribed thanks to the distance.
But Jeju, here we come.
Jeju.
Oh, there you go, Kenneth. That's my boy. Seems like this is going to be the last hand before the break. Hazel is thinking over and folds. Go on, Ivan, have something good.
Well, yeah, something. We don't see it yet, but
I'm sure he's seen his cards. It's just us who don't know.
To be calling as you hit the break, you need something reasonable. Otherwise, you'd be rushing to take your break. So here we go. Pocket aces versus a mystery hand. Queen 7-4, 2 spades is the board.
Can't be too well, you must be very happy. Ooh, got
wow.
donk.
It's about to donk. You're right. Fairly even stacks. Kenneth has been slowly crippled down to the 35 big mark around the start of this hand. 29 now in his stack. Having his opponent covered certainly would help him feel a bit of relief despite being donked. Beating top pair on the board, he decides to start with calling.
That's a less beautiful count. He was thinking, oh, why couldn't I get the 9 and the 7 a few hands ago? Just to remind our viewers, Kenneth lost a big pot against a pretty loose 3-bet from the big blind.
Jack 3.
Would I be offending anyone to call a Jack 3 off 3-bet from the big blind a little bit loose?
It's no Jack 4.
Okay, so now we're going to see Ivan's hand.
Mystery hand decides to
taking
check
it down.
and decides to check fold. And with that, we have hit the break. 68 players remaining. It's going to be a quick one once again, 10-15 minutes or so. We will see you on the other side. Do not go anywhere. My name is Vidar Singhal, and with Stephen Lai, we will see you shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
CC fighting.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT Main Event Day 3 coverage. My name is Vidar Singhal. As we look to finish out Day 3, we are down to about 68 players remaining. Started the day with the In the Money crew, 175 players, whittling our way down. We're playing 10 levels today. The main event was record-breaking in terms of the prize pool, $2.2 million, which led to an incredible $410,000 US dollar first place prize, and that trophy, the one on the left, you see on the screen, the magnificent 24-karat gold-plated APT Golden Lion. We have had the privilege of rotating through 2 feature tables so far. One you're looking at is the third one with some well-known faces and well-known scarves at this point. That's Lester Edog, by the way, in seat number 6, I believe. One of Philippines' best. Now on the feature table, down to the last 68 players. Player on your screen at the moment in the white hoodie, also well known. I laugh because some people call him a sexier version of Rampage, the well-known poker influencer. That's Wing Po Lu from Hong Kong. Did have some crazy action on the last feature table. Looking forward to more of the same. To all of you joining me back, welcome. Steven is out for some lunch, but should be back in a few minutes. Until then, it's you and me as we settle in to this new set of players. I will, of course, introduce you to all of them, all in good time. Some of them need no introduction. That's another example. Hansen Sang, 5-2 soft for now, but he is one of the best players at this field, coming off an incredible run. I believe 4th place in the Super High Roller just a few days ago. Bracelet winner. Ooh, bit of a camera shake. As we readjust the composition, I suppose. There you have it. Stacks are getting shallower. 56 big blinds now. Blinds are 10,000, 20,000. 56 big blinds is the largest stack of Lester, and what a run he's having as well. Coming fresh off his performance in the Superstar. Now in pole position to go very, very deep indeed in this APT main event. 1,182 entries, as you can see on the top left. Some of them came from the online portion, but over 1,000 entries in the 4 flights. Smashing the guarantee, beating the record for the largest prize pool given out in Taiwan. And I believe the last record was held by us as well for the last main event. Lam from Hong Kong, looking to take his career live earnings over the 100K mark. All the players have locked up close to 6,000 US. Lam's earnings stand at about 76,000. So a deep run, maybe 10th place finish, would take him over the 6 figures. Interesting, did cash last year's main event as well. Back to back, no small feat. Still keeping an eye out to introduce you to some players as to get busy in the action. Lee from Korea, not interested at the moment. Lester, he has chip lead, but not that big. 3 deuce, we'll find the muck. Folded to the hijack. Hansen will open the Queen 9 suited, no surprise. No resistance until the button, until the small blind, until the big blind. Sorry about that, graphics were a bit behind. On to the next one. Let me just freeze frame these stack sizes for you. So Lee is the shortest stack with 12 bigs. Anson Sang, 18 bigs now, thanks to the nice little pickup. We have Jeffrey Low, also from Hong Kong, hovering around the same. Lam, we just mentioned, 27 bigs for him. 30 bigs for the other player from Hong Kong, Wing. 31 for Thomas Ward, player joining us from New Zealand, I believe. Get back to you on that. Let's double check. And lastly, Lester Edock with 56 bigs and the chip lead on this table. Putting it to work, ace 5 suited, finds the open. King 3 defense, suited variety, ace 3-9, all spades. Lester could check or bet. Chooses the latter. And a quick fold from the 3. Not attached to his holding. Clearly was not defending. Hoping to hit the 3. Wanted the suits of the king to show up. Justin in chat informs me the PLO closed at over 100 entries. Fantastic. As you were mentioning earlier, does the PLO tournament count as a pure mixed game? Maybe not, but still fantastic to see the variety. Lester Edoch, runner-up in the recently concluded APT Superstar. Looking at the Zodiac, by the way. That's the unique 2,500 USD buy-in or so. 2-day event with a 20 million TWD guarantee. That's about 600,000 plus US. 154 players. 4 hours to go till registration closes. It's going to be a big one. For now, well below the guarantee, so to the extent that makes a difference to you, to think about the extra value on the table, go for it. Very ambitious offering here by the APT. Catering, I assume, to those who get busted off the main event, want to fire into something similar. But it's the guarantee that helps people stick around on the poker floor after what's going to be a devastating bust out, no matter where you bust out. King 8 off defense this time. Wing has the ace queen. 10 tray. Nice flop there for the pre-flop aggressor. Not much to fear. Least stack is only 9 bigs, I just realized. Had to post 2 of them. One to see the flop. Loses 25% of his stack on that hand. Bit painful. So chat, while I'm alone in the booth, want to hear from you. Who are we supporting? Do see a shout out for Taiwan in the chat. Chi Chen says Taiwan #1. Well, indeed. I've had a lovely time in Taipei, by the way. My second time around. I'd say the city is the same, but frankly, the festival is on steroids versus 2023. So many events to choose from. The buzz even better. The organization even better. Last time around, day 2 was a bit of a chaotic situation. Too many entries led to 10-handed play. This time with 2 venues, things are pretty smooth. I never made it to the other venue actually. Hope to do that before I leave. Chinese Mahjong League they call it. CML. Shuttle's just 5 minutes away. And of course the players party today, 10 p.m. in case you're watching locally from the festival. Do join us. All the details on the website, apt.poker. Or find someone on the floor. They'll tell you all about it. We're all excited. Where else, chat? 300 of you out there. Are we supporting anyone on the table? Are we familiar with anyone on the table? Lester Edoch and Anson Zhang, extremely well-known faces. For the rest of the crew here, would love some stories. Lester already won a single-day high roller this series, says Justin. No surprise. That's just what Lester does. He's got a pair of 8s against the ace of lamb. C-bet is called, understandable. The Jack is an interesting card. Will make the 8 a tad more comfortable. Although it might worry Lamb as well. Two flush draws possible, all kinds of straight draws possible. Lamb still decides to check behind for pot control. Now hits the 9, it's a bit meaningless. In fact, he was beating the aces and jacks with the 8 kicker with the 9 earlier, so he's no longer doing that. It's a backdoor flush draw though. Lester checks, no doubt with the intention of evaluating if bet against, depending on the sizing. The open was from +1. Range should be a little tight. Lamb was actually fairly aggressive with his open. Ace-9 off, +1. Quick fold or quick call? I can't tell yet. Quick fold. Loses the minimum. Retains that monster chip lead. All the live reporting can be found at apt.poker. I decided to take a quick look, see if we can get a sense of some of the larger stacks out there. Wow, 2.2 million. One of the stacks. Sam Enzi. You can follow the action too. Kings versus Ace-Queen. Leading to a monster pot of over 100 bigs. Hopefully we have him on our feature table soon. Player from Singapore. There we go, sub 10 big stack, pocket 8s, ideal situation, the loose open from the cutoff should get punished. Sang from Taiwan with the King 5 suited will likely let this go. Has just about 10,000 USD in total live earnings. Incredible to think. Well on his way to beating it in one shot. So there we see Thomas Ward rather, is from New Zealand. As usual, takes a little bit to settle in into a new feature table, even if you have been playing with these players. The lights, the sensors, you have to put your cards for the RFID and so on. Also coming back from the break, might have formed a new game plan. Pocket Kings. Lee opens to 2 bigs off his 14 big stack, and Lester is grabbing chips. Likely not giving Lee enough credit considering the opening is from the cutoff. Has 3-bet 130k and I suspect has committed himself, although Ace-8 off is just so far behind a 4-bet jamming range, and I suspect the 4-bet jam is incoming from the kings. Music to Lee's ears. Quick all-in. Lester knows he stepped into it. Now just needs to decide whether the pricing makes it worth it. Any ace is going to have some equity against almost all holdings. 159 to call, 469, almost exactly 3 to 1. If you could see the hands. Actually, it's 71 to 29%. It's probably exactly the right odds. Lester with the sizing essentially called himself. Priced himself into this hand. So ace-8 versus kings. Looking for an upset. Lester, that is. Queen, Jack 9. Safe as it gets. 10 is no good for the 8, because it would make a high straight for the kings. Needs the Barry Greenstein, the ace on the river. Otherwise, Lee has a nice little stack now. We'll double up to almost 30 bigs. Over 30 bigs, 31. There we go. Lester takes a decent sized hit. Still has 40 bigs though. Wow, look how close all those stacks are. 6 players between 30 and 40 bigs. Now that Lester sort of evened it out. Could lead to interesting spots. Hope you all stick with us when we're playing for massive amounts of money. Chances are somebody gets out of line. We are still waiting to hear actually how many players we play down to. The original plan was 10 levels. Thanks to the field playing as they did on the bubble. Thought that might be close to 48 players, but with the way things are going, let's see. Could be a bit different. More pokers, more fun. Jeffrey Lowe. Extremely experienced. Over 600k in earnings. Finds the pocket kings. And unfortunately, Shao is looking down at pocket tens. Facing the under the gun open. 30 big stack. Does seem like a mandatory 3-bet. Three-bet he does. Jeffrey only has 16 bigs. Once again, similar situation to the very last hand where once Lester 3-bet, depending on the sizing, and this time it's 110k. Are you priced into 4-bet jams? Because if you are, your opponent is more likely to do it. Suspect Jeffrey will agree with me here. You either flat call or 4-bet jam. Raising to an amount that's not an all-in. A looks very strong. B commits you anyway, so it's treated as an all-in. Uses a time bank. Bit for deception. Could be thinking through what I just described. Call, raise, or fold. Raise seems the most out there. Let's say between call or fold. Call, excuse me, I meant all in, of course. Clearly the amount of caffeine needs to be upped in my system. Call, raise, or all in, and he goes with all in. Do not fold kings in that spot, please. Kings V10s, the insta-call from Sai. Can't blame him. Had his opponent covered to boot. Jeffrey. 2 black kings need to hold up for him to have 800k, 40 bigs at this stage. Ace 2-7. Pretty solid for 2 black kings. Oh, and looking at the out counter, one of the 10s is folded as well. So now down to the 1 10 of spades as an out. Looks like Jeffrey has found the double up to 40 bigs. Fantastic outcome. Sai has been crippled. Pretty tricky once you 3-bet pocket 10s. Very difficult to get away from. Your opponent will show up with ace king so often. Once you're committed to taking the flip in terms of the pot odds. Fortunately, every once in a while, you will run into the overpair. So there lie the stacks. Sai now, after that hit, down to 12 bigs. Hansen sang 16 bigs. Everybody else fairly well padded. 29 bigs is the next biggest stack. Might be looking out to the rest of the field now to see how they're doing.
Thanks, leader. Thank you.
Looking at some of the countries out there, usually we'll have some resident statistician let us know, but I like seeing the unexpected countries. Serbia, of course, represented by Stojanovic. Lots of Taiwan, Singapore, no surprise there. We have Anwar Bahari Safwan from France. That's cool. He's on table 3. Many of the players from the Philippines we met already. Mike Takayama still in the mix. So Mike and Lester actually making deep runs after absolutely crushing it in the high roller events. Do see someone here from the United Kingdom. We've seen him on previous APT stops. Asa Gregory Smith. Yet to make a appearance on our feature table. Couple of Vietnamese players also. Nice to have them here. $16 bigs for Hansen. Ace 3 suited. The cutoff is late position enough to open it up. King 7 will defend. These players, no doubt, exceedingly familiar with each other. Both from Hong Kong. Ace 9-5, 1 club. Air for Jeffrey. Takes a look at the clock. The blind level is 10,000, 20,000 Hansen. You have 14 bigs and top pair. And the backdoor nut flush draw. And the backdoor straight draw. What do you want to do? Jeffrey has the king of hearts. could be the only reason he would consider not giving this up, but moves on to the next one. Anson's stack was pretty low, and that's how you chip up. 19 big suddenly feels a lot more comfortable than the 15 or so. So a few players we're yet to hear from, mostly thanks to the card distribution. Certainly a Hong Kong heavy feature table here, but also Taiwan. Lee, the only representative of South Korea, has a decent stack. Okay, we see Anson's strategy a little bit. Open suited ace in the cutoff, fold ace-8 off in the hijack. Fair enough. Maybe he knew that Lou was behind. Ace-10 off. Always opening this on the button. And gets it through. Well, there you have it, chat. Nobody said every hand is going to be gold. Nobody said it's easy to run deep in an APT main. Got to steal a lot of those blinds. Got to make some tight folds on those blinds. Let people steal. Underrated variable of strength in MTTs, by the way. Getting over your ego. Letting somebody run over you to the extent your cards are not helping you. Waiting to strike back. So once again, looking to know where everybody's watching from. Of course, would love your support. If you were to hit subscribe or like. And also just say hi to me while I'm alone in the booth. Steven on his way back from lunch. Before our shenanigans begin once again. It's nice and mellow sometimes as the new table, the new feature table settles in. Players themselves likely tensing up as the day goes on. MTTs can be such a grind. We are on day 3. There's 2 days to go. Okay, maybe you make the final table. You have a surge of adrenaline. But until then, that's 4 10-hour days. Well, wait just a second. Lou is getting busy. King 8 suited is 3-betting Lamb from the cutoff. And Lamb has ace queen offsuit, already shaking his head. Has an awkward stack size, 27 bigs. Makes the flat call. The pot has ballooned up out of nowhere. 260k in the middle. 2 SPR effective. Pretty evenly matched stacks, by the way. King 4-7. Too easy sometimes. Lou with top pair after 3-betting as a bluff. In position. His opponent. Not much to write home about. Lamb checks. A bet will likely induce a fold. Never mind. Lou is checking behind for deception, pot control. A little bit of a trap. He's also balancing his range. Perhaps the stronger kings like ace king he would bet, but the weaker kings he checks. Wants action from exactly the kind of hand Lamb has. It has now got the flush draw with the 3 of hearts. That is enough for Lamb to come out firing. He's cut out chips. Would be weird if he did not bet now. Just deciding on the size. It's big. $70,000. Okay. 3.5 bigs. Given the SPR, the exact kind of bet that would set up for a river jam. Yeah, look at the call, and now 400 in the middle, 420 effective. What will Lamb do if he does not catch? What will he do if he does catch with the queen high flush? Well, never mind. 4-2 is straight on the board. Certainly does not catch. Still curious what he'll do though. He's looking at his chips. At this point, he either bluffs it or a check is tantamount to waving the white flag. Just to recap, Lamb opens in the hijack. Lou 3-bets it with the king-8 suited. Catches the king, checks the flop, calls a turn and checks behind on the river. Will show his king-8 suited to the table. Everybody, type up the note. Seat 1 is 3-betting king-8s. Lester, eyeing the middle of the table, thinking what could have been if he hadn't taken a tiny hit to his stack. Against the other player on the screen, finding the nice little double up with the pocket kings. That would be Jin-Hoon Lee from Korea. Ooh.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back, Steven. And you come back to Anson having pocket aces. Under the gun +1. Slowly chipped up from about 15 bigs to 19. And now has the best possible pre-flop starting hand. Already has some of the best possible pre-flop skill advantage.
This should be everyone's favorite hand in Hold'em.
Well, irrationality is the name of the game, Steven. If everybody liked aces, there wouldn't be a poker economy.
Oh, Jeffrey could be in the spot of bother here. Are we going to see a 3-bet against Anson? So, Andy, Jeffrey, and Anson are poker travel buddies. They are very good friends off the table. Not suggesting soft play or anything like that. And this is clearly not soft play. So let's see a pair of queens or a pair of kings in the blinds, just to spice things up. Not to be. Anson, actually, ooh, he's quite short stacked.
Did have a king jack suited in the blinds that had to let it go. That would be Lee. If Jeffrey had perhaps just flatted, we could have been going 3-way to the flop. And you mentioned them being friends, I think. Forget soft play. Makes you go harder against each other. Can clearly see that here. Jeffrey knows Anson's +1 opening range does not need to be nutted. In this case, though, it is exactly that.
Really need a 4-bet here, I think. Monday will probably go in on the flop with this SPR. tanking to represent ace 5 suited.
What would you say are the merits, you know, the pros and cons of a 4-bet here versus a flat?
I think it's mainly positional, so Anson's out of position, and with the stack size being quite shallow. You might want to try to get it in pre. At least putting more chips in the middle.
Well, at the moment, 240k in the middle, 300 effective for Anson, a beautiful flop for aces, 5-5 deuce. No doubt he's going to check to the razor, and Jeffrey will have a decision.
Wow, checking that flop with aces.
He knows his customer. Has been 3-bet, so he's checking in flow. But also, no doubt, Jeffrey's reputation preceding him. Extremely aggressive on the table. Small continuation bet, given the board texture, makes absolute sense. If you have hands like overpairs, you want to balance them out, go small.
Anson could be targeting something like a pair of 10s, 10s plus, maybe 8s plus.
But with the board being 5-5 deuce, if your opponent has an overpair, money should find its way into the middle on future streets. Anson makes a lovely flat call.
Keeping all the inferior hands in, which is all of them.
And keeping all the inferior hands in his range as well, ones that Jeffrey might want to blow off on future streets. And 8 is also perfect, should not connect at all with these ranges. Anson every once in a while could have something with the 8 of clubs in it. Jeffrey.
Oh, check it again.
Yeah, of course, at this point, you're committed to the line.
Such an artist, Anson Zhang.
This is the inflection point in the hand. 0.7 SPR. Jeffrey can find the double barrel all in here. Checks behind. Perfect river as well for the aces. Nothing to worry about. The only question is,
does 3 pair beat 2 pair?
3 pair should beat full house, in my opinion.
Nothing got there, so the clubs didn't get there. No straight. Aces should be very good. Putting in pretty much, yeah, snap fold. Jeffrey is like, no, not calling one more penny.
250, 250, 240, 240, 240. I didn't put 225. A bit 225.
Well, a little bit of sad news to report. Kenneth is out.
Oh,
the
no.
tournament.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to go back-to-back with his first place finishes.
No.
Ones that were due, apparently, but GG to him nonetheless.
He's already playing the Zodiac event. He's a professional, if there's ever one.
9-7 suited being open. Only on +2. Liu never afraid to mix it up. Ace-4 clubs now in the cutoff. 10 bigs for Sai.
That's a bit of a loose open from Andy. 9-7 suited. Queen Jack. It's not quite strong enough to play back.
Suited though. Let's peel.
Lester wearing a different Louis Vuitton scarf today. Maybe he has a collection of.
Oh, that's true. Great catch. Lester is so goated with his scarves.
Speaking of peeling and hitting, Andy's hit top pair.
That's the second time he's been a bit frisky and just hit top pair. King 8 suited comes to mind. And for him to open 9-7 suited after having to show down King 8 suited, that's special. There lie the stacks. Only one stack in trouble, really. Sai from Taiwan. Could not get the Ace-4 suited.
So news just in. I'm full of news just in at the moment. There's a slight change in schedule, in the scheduling.
I see.
We're going to play down to 40 players today, not 48 as previously advertised. So 40 players will go into day 4 tomorrow. 4-0.
Not that different. Just probably another level or so of some fun feature table poker for us to look at.
So that means there'll be 5 tables tomorrow.
That's
40
right.
players.
5 tables is very manageable to stand up and look at each of them. Take a look at stacks. Make some decisions accordingly. Especially if you're on the feature table, because it's elevated. You're actually looking down on all 4 tables. Sitting in your seat.
Hey, pocket kings.
Pocket kings. Plenty of pocket kings today for Lee. A welcome sight. He has used them to double up in the past to get to this comfortable stack. Looking for a repeat performance. In comes a 3-bet. Out go the blinds, and I suspect out goes lose open. Seng had been so quiet and so patient, making a sort of game flow oriented open, hoping to get some credit after being fairly passive, fairly disciplined, and of course the button rakes up with kings.
The stacks run quite close to each other. Talking a range between 48 to 20, with one shorty at 9 big blinds. Jeffrey Lowe, a keen investor. He used to work for an investment bank.
My kind of guy.
pretty good at poker, just like you.
Oh. Now you ruined it. First I was thinking of us as equals, kindred spirits. Then you made me realize he is a far, far, far more successful poker player.
He's had some good scores in recent years.
Over 600,000, I believe, in lifetime earnings at least.
He made a deep run in the WSOP 2 years ago. In one of the side events, WSOP. And also did very well at APT Incheon last summer. So how many people are in the Zodiac event right now? Do you know?
Great question. Still overlaid, technically speaking, although 3 hours left, I believe, until registration closes. But that's the one you want to be in. 190 people, entries rather. Late reg is on for another 3 hours. Doing the math, I think they needed well over 250 entries to not have an overlay, so 3 hours to go, 190 people in. Now's the time to eke out some value in case you want to join in.
Ace king off.
Monster after monster for Lee. Must be nice. Perhaps the mellowest feature table we've had for the day, Stephen. I wonder if it had anything to do with the fact that we're down to 60. Also, a lot of these players are high caliber. You're familiar with most of them. Hong Kong guys, for instance. Certainly would want to play a little more ABC. Not Liu, though. Thinking to his King 8, 9-7, and other moves. But yeah, we've seen some crazy action today. I think this feature table has a lot to live up to.
The pocket juices bluff springs to mind. And also that hand with when Obara 3-bet from the big blind versus Kenneth, hitting a jack. And a King Jack 4 board, if I'm not mistaken. No, King Jack 7 board.
That's right.
Because Kenneth hit the 7.
Jam Angle in chat says, sad for Sophia, I kinda like her. So much exposure from yesterday. And indeed today, Jam Angle. Jam Angie, rather.
Angie, yeah, I was
My
gonna say.
apologies. You're right. So much exposure is always good. That's what we're here for on the stream. Next time around, you'll be looking out for her. Personally, I really enjoyed her style. Never had too many premiums. I commented on this yesterday with James as well. She sat down on the table, flop top set, didn't get paid, and ever since then, I don't think she ever had even a top 10% hand, but she was relentless, raising from every position, trying to make the most of the bubble. We saw today, once again, she was never afraid of splashing around, no matter how high the stakes. So, GG to her, more power to her.
I'm not that familiar with the background. Did she used to play chess? Is that her? No, it's not her, right?
No, she's been a poker, at least she's been playing poker in Sweden for the past 15 years or so,
Oh, wow,
apparently.
okay.
Over 600k in lifetime earnings.
Looks too young to have played 15 years worth of poker.
I know what you mean. I saw an article that said her husband was very supportive, and that was like 10 years ago. Quite surprising.
So, started when she was 12 or something.
Jamanji saying that they kind of like Sophia, thanks to the exposure. I think it just goes to show, you know, what exposure can do. It just connects people. That's what we're here for. Really like to see the narrative, the journey, the emotions leading up to the final table and the eventual winner, but we're the same way in the booth. Tend to get connected.
Very true. I'm very glad that I finally get to commentate physically next to you.
Very true. I feel the same way.
But I'm still waiting for my 2 beers.
2 beers are still owed. I will grant you that. The players' party, open bar, so that won't count. So it'll have to be tomorrow onwards.
Or accept all major credit cards.
Venmo 2 beers? Is that a thing?
I can give you 20% discount if you pay in cash.
From your, you'll send me a photo from your local bar.
Yes.
Sipping on the goods.
I'll probably have a drink in Hong Kong that would cost like $20 a drink.
Oh yeah, I have heard horror stories about how expensive Hong Kong is. I haven't been in decades now, really. Did I ever tell you, Stephen, I went to Hong Kong when I was just 14 years old?
You did say, yeah.
And spent 2 weeks there, mostly alone. And it was very fascinating, as someone from India, how a city could be friendly for a 14-year-old to just roam about on their own, no problem. Take the MTR or the MRT there? MTR and
Singapore's MRT, yes.
That's right. Take the MTR, go to restaurants, get an egg tart from KFC. Excellent, by the way.
Surprisingly.
And I even went to, is it Ocean World?
Ocean Park.
Ocean Park. I even went to Ocean Park on my own. Bit sad to go to an amusement park on your own, but when you're 14, it's all fun.
Yeah.
We saw Anson raise a suited ace from the cutoff, this time around from +2. King Queen off. He has been making some moves. One of them got shown down to the table, the King 8 suited. Might factor into this decision whether he thinks a 3-bet would be respected. Well, never mind. Talk about relentless.
And this time, King Queen will get a fold.
Do you think so? Yeah, I think so. GTO Wizard says 4-bet jam.
Ace-3.
Ace-3 suited.
Conspiracy hand.
Approaching the end of the level, by the way.
Yep.
10,000, 20,000. So as Steven predicted, Anson does fold. As he takes our leave to actually interview some of the players out there towards the end of day 3. We'll be joined once again in the booth by James, just like yesterday. Had a fun lead up to the bubble coverage.
Hi everyone.
Hello, hello.
Back in the booth with a wad of cash in his jacket.
Well, let me just take this moment to shout out your incredible performance. Hours and hours in the booth alongside me, covering the beautiful hand-for-hand action. We have a little chat outside, discussing our plans for the night. I, like a lame person, grab some food, go to the hotel, iron some clothes, watch some YouTube. And what do? Take an Uber to CML, 5 minutes away, our second venue. Late reg, max late reg, I believe, into the no limit single draw. Was it ace through 5?
Yeah.
And ship it. Teach me, sensei.
No, I think I got really lucky with a couple of spots and was willing to gamble it up. And then got really lucky again on the final hand where he stood pat and I had to draw 2 and I drew gin. So lucky fish.
In case any of you don't play draw games, let me try and put that into Hold'em context. That's basically like, I don't know, runner straight against a pair or something like that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, GG, and obviously, just like any other form of poker, there is going to be luck, there is going to be skill, but the fact that you knew, as a mixed game lover, that you had to rush to the other venue so you could max late dredge, and you've been rewarded for it, is just awesome.
Yeah, but no, interested to find out what the action has been like today. I had been following the stream a bit before I got off with some work, but great to see a whole bunch of Hong Kong players still in the tournament. 4 of them here on the feature table. A lot of them good friends of mine. So excited to see where the day brings us to. We see here Lester is being moved to an outer table. Lester, obviously a extremely highly accomplished pro in the Philippines. Someone I run into quite frequently, traveling in the region. It's great to see him make another deep run. I think earlier you were asking about stories about the other players on the table. So I think to share one with Jeffrey, I guess it's more of how I looked stupid. But we were at the World Series where Jeffrey was final 3, I think. Phil Hellmuth was one of the other players. And I remember all like the Hong Kong players that were there that were railing him. We were all saying, let's make a big cheer if he goes all in and takes down the pot. So he went all in, got called, and then by the river I thought he was good, but it was a chop. And you, like, if you go back through the scream, you can hear someone screaming, and that's me. And I look really dumb for it. But yeah, that's a story to tell, I guess.
That's awesome. Look at this, by the way. Surely, Sang shove is getting called. Button shove. It's massive, though. Wait just a second. I'm just processing the size of it. It's 30 bigs. I thought it was 20 for a moment. Lines are yet to go up. Possibly on the very next hand, actually. And Lee has pocket 9s. He's being asked to essentially put his tournament life on the line. They're evenly matched. Wow, the 9s fold. Well, wait just a second. If you're not calling off 9s there, what are you calling off?
I think he was just taking a low variance route. It's probably pretty marginal, I would say.
From a theory perspective, I'm sure, because of the number of blinds, but
Yeah.
you can safely eliminate aces and kings
Yeah.
from the range, and now you're afraid of 10s, jacks, and queens.
Yeah.
Yes, you're flipping very often, but the times you're dominating your opponent surely must have factored in. Completely
Possibly.
respected.
I mean, I don't know. Does he really shove 8-7 6s with 30-something bigs there? It's possible. I'm not saying it's
I will grant you this, James.
impossible, but
I'm a bit biased because
Okay.
I've seen exactly those kind of shoves over the course of this festival. So I suppose I was waiting the potential for absolutely crushing your opponent a bit more, but bit of an awkward play there. Just not wanting to play post flop. Let's see if
Yeah.
he's balanced with his 30 shoving range from the button.
We need the conspiracy hand to come back, the
Right.
ace-5 suited. See if he shoves that one. Although I would say for 30 big blinds, it's still a profitable shove.
Ace king?
Ace-5 suited.
Oh, ace-5 suited?
Oh.
Is that what you believe?
I would
or
say
what?
it's pretty close.
Is that what the programmers want you to believe? So we are playing down to 40 players, 57 currently remaining. All in, 7 bigs. Can't blame him. Plenty of players to get through though.
Sung here with a decision, but let's go. Ooh, this is tough.
Yeah, this has to be close, surely. The blinds behind, 31 bigs in Lee's stack. He's been cruising a bit, by the way, James. Just sort of patiently waiting for premiums. Started off a short stack, doubled up against Leicester. Yeah, there we go. Marginal call-offs seems to not be in his style of poker play. Great result for Sai to get the ace-9 to fold it. This is why fold equity matters.
Yeah.
Very, very profitable part of aggression is getting hands with monster equity, in this case, dominating you to let it go. Fantastic result. Now up to almost 10 bigs. As I believe the players are eyeing the clock because I suspect blinds have gone up to 10k, 25k. 25k also the ante. Decent little increment. Plus 25%. That means all your stacks get reduced by 20%. I'm still not over something you clarified for me yesterday, James. You literally said it's like you lost those many blinds.
Yeah.
Obviously, everybody else did too. But
Yeah.
when you're short, that is kind of what it feels like.
Yeah, exactly. But I think if you went from 40 to like 32, it doesn't hurt as much as when you're at 15 and now you're at 12 or 13.
Well, but you know, once you phrased it like that,
Yeah.
now it'll always hurt. It's like I lost blinds. Over 300 of you still joining us in chat. Once again, thank you for being here. We'd appreciate if you would hit the subscribe button in case you're not subscribed. That would help us reach our goal of 10,000 subs, ideally before the final table. That way, the YouTube gods pushes out our final table, and we watch it together in this new community of Asian Poker Tour lovers. Without being too explicit, a competitive poker series has started, coincidentally, the same venue as our next stop, APT Jeju, of course, 26th April. So it's lovely that there's so much poker action going around, and you guys are choosing us rather, or choosing to spend your time with us. If ever you make it to any APT stop, do hit us up. By us, I mean myself, of course, Vidur, James in the booth with me, Stephen Lai, anybody from the crew. You can always ask anybody with an APT shirt or badge on to point you to us. So James, I must ask, tonight, mixed game plans or players party?
I've been thinking about this
How dare
question
you?
for
There's
a
only
while.
one right answer. How dare you? It was a trick question and you failed.
Maybe a bit of both.
So, late entry to the players party or the or the event?
Let's see. I think, to be honest, I've never been to a players party, just because it usually lies on a Wednesday or Thursday, so it would never fit my schedule. So, I think that's a good reason why I should go this time. But again, I don't get to play a lot of mixed games.
I know.
Only at APT stops.
I know.
Will
I
I
know.
get to play mixed games.
And clearly you're shipping them. You're on a roll. Nobody would blame you. But you're part of the APT team now.
Yeah, no. I probably...
You can walk in like a king to the players party for once. Well, I'll tell you what, in other festivals, especially the ones in India that I'm more likely to be seen at, I never go to the players party.
Okay.
And that's because they're lame. Unlike the APT players parties. I'll tell you what, APT parties also used to be lame. And then in the new era, we know what the players want. They want to have a good time. They want to unwind. They've been through a grueling schedule now. 10 days before the player party comes to life, so they've certainly earned it. Plus, I did not get to go last year, and I heard it was really fun.
Okay. I mean, I've seen the video clips of it. I see my friends just partying there.
You see Elke partying
there?
Yeah. Elke's always partying there.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be a good experience if you guys want to know more about the players party. It's on apt.taipei. Or I think if you go on the APT Facebook page, they've also uploaded where that will be happening tonight at 10 p.m. We'll see you guys there.
Today we play till level 24 or 40 players.
So 2 hours more, huh?
2 hours more. So either that or if 40 players remaining with double. Which came first, yeah? Whichever.
There you have it. 2 levels more or 40 players remaining. Whichever comes first. 55 remaining at the moment. I certainly have my suspicions which one it'll be.
Which one do you think it'll be?
I think it's the players.
Oh, okay.
Because there's no bubble. There's no
That's
money
true.
bubble.
That's true.
There's no reason to even go hand for hand or anything like that. There's the softest of all bubbles, making it the next day, being in day 4 of the APT Main Event, which by the way used to be in the final day. That's got to be special.
Yeah.
But taking a look at the payouts, for instance, the pay jump between, let's just say, 40th place and 39th place is about 40,000 Taiwanese dollars. So that's good for maybe 1,500. Yeah, 1,400, 1,500. Not too much. Once again, you can always go to the live reporting section of the main event on our website. The feature table will not be spoiled, but the rest of the action is covered in real time, so 30 minutes ahead. We're, of course, on a delay over here. Now that the players have been informed that it's down to 40, there's certainly some players who will be eyeing that player's remaining stat before making some big decisions.
Actually, that's an interesting thought. So let's say you're close to making the end of the day and you're super short.
Mm-hmm.
Are you more likely to get it in to try and run up a stack?
Oh, that's a great question.
Because because it's like it's definitely a position I've been in where I come back to a day 2 and I have 4 bigs.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I should have just gone with a hand.
Punted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about that in a moment. We have a Jack 4 v Ace 3 off here. Not the worst equity for the Jack 4, all things considered. 977 is no help. The deuce means we are gonna need one of those 6 outs. One of them has been burned already. We do lose the man from Taiwan in 55th place, so 14 away from the end of the day.
But congratulations nonetheless.
Congratulations indeed are in order. Let's take a look at the payout happening right now. 55th place, good for 222,000 Taiwanese dollars. That's about 7,000 precisely. Not too shabby. We're getting up there.
3.5x on your buy-in. That's 3 more APT main events you can join.
Hey, there you go. Hey, or jump into the Zodiac. About
That's
the same
also true.
as the main event buy-in.
How many players are running in the Zodiac right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. Once again, plenty of time left for late entry, but 210 players. Still need well over 270, I believe, to meet the guarantee. But how cool, this ambitious event added thanks to the main event field. 2,500 USD buy-in, 2,600 in fact. 80,000 Taiwanese dollars. We're talking 210 entries already. Oh my, 52 remaining now. That was quick.
Yeah, that is. Maybe it's time to start thinking about issuing the overlay alert for the Zodiac.
Hey, that's a good point. We have a few hours. An overlay alert does... Oh, it's kind of a catch-22. It actually helps you meet the guarantee. But the moment some players hear there's an overlay, their ears
They're
just
like, we
perk up.
gotta go.
Stick it to the man. Free money. I'll tell you how I'm going to stick it to the man. Free drinks tonight.
Are you a big partier, Ritter?
No, I used to be. 21-year-old, 6-figure salary, New York City.
Yeah.
Deadly combination. Then my liver was like, excuse you, sir. What in the world do you think you're doing?
That actually happened to me last year.
Really?
Here in Taiwan. I think it was 7 days straight, going out pretty much every night.
Damn.
And then my doctor was like, you gotta stop, yo. Gotta... Everything in moderates.
Yeah. I feel...
Sorry, go ahead.
I feel like the biggest rager in the booth is Stephen Lai by a country mile. He did tell me about going to this whiskey bar where you're not allowed to talk. Now that's some posh whiskey drinking right there.
Yeah.
Once in a while we'll sample the bars in Taipei. Fantastic nightlife scene here. I compare it to something like not exactly New York. New York's pretty wild.
Yeah.
But maybe something close to like a Bombay in India where people love to go out but they have nice bars and there's a drinking culture. Good food as well. Good late night food available. I found a go-to Taiwanese beef noodle place, by the way, that I frequent. And then they know me there, then I feel really special. And by know me, I mean they probably feel sorry for me as they hand me the English menu and teach me the basics. Apparently the broth can get refilled for free. Who knew?
Oh. You know, a lot of the really good, like, beef broth places, they just stew those for years and years and years.
Right.
It's the same... I guess it's not the same, but it's like part of it has been like from 10 years ago.
Right.
And that's where the depth of all that flavor comes from.
Which also means nobody else can ever replicate that flavor.
Exactly. But here we see the two wizard hands. Ace-5 suited versus Ace-5 suited.
Oh, that's right.
I'm surprised the money didn't go all in.
Do have the new player joining us from Serbia, new entrant in terms of this table. I've seen him on the feature table in the past, perhaps. Jovan Nikolic. The Serbian presence has been fascinating to see as well. Only imagine many more of them out there. These are just the ones making it to our feature table. He comes in with 1 million chips, not too shabby. Lions, of course, 10,000, 25,000, so that's good for 40 bigs. The average stack is right about there. Our tournament coordinators plan it to the T, man. I know we went down from 48 players to 40 today. Usually they're just nailing it, and if you think about how they plan the tournament, it's so that the average stack hovers around the 40 mark.
Yeah.
Which is where we're at.
I mean, that just highlights great planning, great structures.
And years of experience.
Exactly. Jeffrey here picking up kings yet again. I think earlier he had kings against tens, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that when he found the double up? That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. Queen 10 this time for Anson. So after the insight Steven gave me that these guys are effectively travel buddies,
Yeah.
Anson, Andy, Jeffrey, just means that they've played hundreds and thousands of hands against each other. No
Yeah.
tendencies, no doubt have discussed strategy. Adds an extra layer to the decision making. Thinking back to when Jeffrey was 3-betting Anson when he had the king-queen off.
Yeah.
And he immediately knew to give up, did not even consider making some sort of a hero call. Does make a difference, having years of reads on your opponents. And look at this trap. Playing it safe against the classic 7-5-3 big blind smashing flop. The 3 is an excellent card, renders the 7-5 a bit moot as well, to the extent Anson somehow had those. Time to build a pot. 135 in the middle. Something like a 2/3 bet would set up a 1 SPR.
I always think it's a pretty funny situation to be sitting across a friend at a poker table.
Yeah.
Knowing you're both trying to go for each other's stack. But sometimes it just makes it the more fun.
I personally enjoy it. I think it's even more fun in cash games where you know, you can't bust them.
Yeah.
So you feel less bad to the extent the situation arises. Obviously any poker professional worth their salt is never backing down in any scenario, friend or fro. I do remember once sitting down at a cash game table with a buddy of mine who was also Indian. We were in actually a very Asian oriented casino, or rather card room in the Bay Area. And the moment we sit down, maybe seat 2 and seat 7, first people automatically assume, oh, they're friends, maybe they'll soft play, they'll collude. And then we went so hard at each other, so out of line, so aggressive. Everybody on the table is like, these guys hate each other. I think they're from like, they're not just Indians, they're like from India and Pakistan or something, and they're taking out some long-standing territorial dispute on the poker table. And then once we were done, we just like met in the middle of the table and laughed about all the hands, and then everybody's like, oh my god, you guys are friends? That's what it's all about.
Do you ever incline to overbluff against a friend?
Definitely. How about you?
Absolutely. And you always show.
You show the friend? You send it on your WhatsApp group? You show it to your other friends?
Just go like, Ma, I bluffed my friend off the spot. Quite a few Serbians in the field.
Yeah. Nice to see.
Hanson here waking up with pocket 10s in the small blind with a 15 big blind stack. Effectively committing himself, raising 330.
Jam Angie asking in the chat, hey Justin, where do you get the info? Is there a way for me to check it as well, just for me to know who are still in the game? Angie, all the info is available on apt.poker, but Justin is just really good at extracting it, compiling it, analyzing it. But yes, if you go to apt.poker, click on the main event, you'll see all the stats you can see from. Look at the live seating, you'll see player names with their country and the seat number actually. Our tech is getting better and better. But it's kind of like investing in public markets, the stock market. Everybody has the same info. It's just about how deep do you want to get, how much do you want to do with it. Justin, our resident statistician, goes deep. Back to the action here. The pocket 10s finding their way into the middle with that one chip left behind. And this decision for Nikolic. Curious what you think, James.
I think we discussed this yesterday. It's yet another confusing situation where someone's left basically less than a big blind behind. The person called and flipped his hand over I'm assuming that's what happened in this situation. But now they are frantically looking for a floor.
Bit brutal for Jovan when he eventually gets the bad news. The all-in player is the one who has the best of it, Anson.
He's all in. He's all in because he has only. Yes, he is all in because he's not. This is smaller than one blind.
But still, it's not all in.
It's okay. Call.
You call, so you just hold this amount. Right?
Doesn't really matter. I understand the frustration. Anson gets a good luck. It's all good, as long as no hand was declared dead or anything like that. As Neil Johnson would say, nothing happened. So Anson is auto all in. Needs to simply avoid the 18% suck out.
Say Jovan did turn his hand up, and Anson knew he had pocket 8s, and the flop came an 8. Does he still get to fold at that point?
Not based on the math, and Anson knows the math.
What about 2 8s?
Poor Jovan has to put in the last chip, drawing near dead against a set of 10s.
It's definitely not the result he was looking forward to.
And one of the strongest players at the table is about to have a 30 big stack. Anson Sang just showing how to do it. Never really has been in too much trouble. Has been taking stabs, trying to get it in with the best of it, and now manages to get it in with the best of it by miles. We'll be up to 820,000. Ooh, or will he? So you're saying there's a chance of the worst bad beat possible in Hold'em. The 6 does resemble the 8 a bit, doesn't it? Look at this, 50 players left now. We are 10 eliminations away from the end of the day. About 35 minutes from the break. Unlikely for us to hit 40 players by the end of the break. Surely. More likely to see 10 eliminations before 2 levels. Let's see how it goes. New dealer. Doing a fantastic job, as always. All the live stream dealers, indeed. All the dealers on the floor. And hey, you, ship to main. Mixed event, rather. Yeah. Shipping a main would be nice, though, wouldn't it? Shipped to mixed event yesterday. How was the experience with the dealers? A confusing game, to say the least.
Yeah, Deal? No. As I mentioned yesterday, all the dealers here at the APT have been doing a fantastic job. Obviously, the feature table dealer, it's not an easy job. They have to follow the action by seat, announce it to the broadcast room right here, who will put in those numbers so that we have those graphics up. But again, shout out to everyone who's had a hand in organizing the APT here, the floor staff, the dealers, tournament director, Lloyd, Neil. But yeah, this is an amazing event in an amazing city, and looking forward to the next one.
Jeju, here we come. 26th of April. You and I will definitely be there, James, right?
I hope so. I hope so. Just given the fact that I am Korean makes things a little bit harder from a clearance perspective.
I see.
But fingers crossed.
You can just come to party.
Yeah, that
Players
works.
party tonight,
That
and then
works too.
players party in Jeju.
Players party in Jeju.
There's certainly some trust fund kids that probably live that life. Just hop party to party.
Lee here picking up ace queen suited. UTG +1. Let's see if there are any biters. So, a common question for a lot of the players who have made it to this far in the tournament is, are they starting to think about the championship, or are they just playing hand by hand at the moment?
Yeah, great question. I think 50 away. It has to creep into your head. Just 49 players to go and ship the Golden Lion. But it also depends on the amount of experience these players have. If you've played enough MTTs, you know the difference between being 50 away and 1 away. Let me pause that for a moment because the worst card in the deck has come out for Jeffrey. This is going to cost him. Lee has best pair, best kicker. Goes check, check, and an 8 does not change anything. But lots of value being missed. Lee worried about the king. Jeffrey is now chopping at best with any ace. Decent little pot in the middle, 195. Small bet.
Small blocker bet.
And that's the thing with having so much experience and skill, really. I mean, Jeffrey, losing the minimum.
Yeah, basically.
That's what blockers are for. 1.4x was 1.4 bigs.
Yeah.
Blocker. I mean, that's nothing. Jeffrey Lowe maintaining his middle stack there. Only one short stack. Lamb. Everybody else in the 20 to 30 big blind range at the minimum. So we do lose one more player. 49 remaining now. Oh boy, here we go. Ace 5 off, hijack. Newly found chips. Anson raises it up. Did I hear all in?
I think you heard correct. Immediate all in.
Wow. Lamb takes the spot with a suited ace 4. Let the graphics catch up before I'm impressed. Well, there you go. I'm impressed.
This might just work though.
A keen sense of the game, it seems. Knows how wide Anson has been raising from really every position. How's that for GTO, James? Suited ace 4. GTO wizard says, jam 10 bigs and stare down your opponent.
Gets it through.
Tap the table too while you're at it. Nicely done, Lamb. Certainly.
I can hear the GTO wizard screaming in my ear. This is why you shove ace 5 suited.
You shall not fold.
Saw Greg on the way in. Smartly dressed today though.
No leather jacket today.
No staff either.
No staff with the camera, or phone rather, on the top. I saw him right as you were heading to CML to play the event you ended up shipping. And he's like, come on in, there's a crazy pineapple $250 buy-in. I was tempted. It had been a long day though. I was waiting for my Uber Eats to arrive. So I was like, alright, I'm in. I actually got my player. I almost registered and I was like, oh, my food is here. And as I was sitting and eating my food, saw Greg walking back. One bullet down. Quickly goes to his backpack, collects what I assume are his funds, and then with a much more serious face heads back to the cashier. The guy is becoming a proper player. In it to win it.
Greg is a great guy. And I believe he's fairly young as well, no?
I wouldn't reveal it to the extent he doesn't
Yeah,
reveal it, but
that's
he's not even in his late 20s, I can definitely say that. Makes us jealous, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Good looking, funny. Now learning poker. It's all we had. We were better poker players than Greg goes all in. Now he's giving up his whole 7 deuce loosey-goosey image. Come on, Greg. Leave some for the rest of us.
Lamb here committing himself with King Queen offsuit. I think you were discussing this hand with Steven earlier today.
Yeah.
Especially from early position.
I mean, Steven was very clear about making it a standard open and fold to aggression kind of holding. Lamb seems to have had enough of this tournament. Not to be snide, but the ace-4 suited was a great spot against what's going to be a loose open from the likes of Anson. Shoving +1 with 14 bigs. Seems to have worked out. But it's like playing the odds. Does someone wake up with a premium with a top 10% hand? Could probably do the math. I don't have it on me in terms of how likely that is. 6 players remaining. Top 10% hands. Guessing, I don't know, somewhere between 1 in 5 times, 1 in 10 times. You end up being at risk to be out of the tournament.
Yeah.
Not sure about that one.
It seems like we're having a new joiner on the table.
Indeed.
Pulling up his details.
Live stream team keeping us updated about all the new entrants. So we do have C3 from Taiwan. I'll leave it to you, James, to say his name.
Zhang Shiguo.
Zhang Shiguo.
I'm assuming that is how it's presented.
750k in a stack, not too shabby. 25 bigs or so. In fact, 30.
We've now reached what would have originally been the end of our day, but nope.
Hey.
We've extended the action.
Great catch. I know I'm going to sound weird, but I'm happy for it.
I am too. I just got in the booth, so I'd love to stay a bit longer.
And I hope you guys are as well. Thank you once again to the almost 300 of you who've been along for the ride. I will be transparent and say yes, this feature table has been a bit more mellow. I think it's a testament to how the pay jumps are getting serious. 7,000 USD now locked in. Also the caliber of players. This is why we like main events, by the way. Yes, we have some sickos on the table right now. That's always going to be the case. But in a large field like this, so many unknown faces, new faces make it deep. Usually come in with different styles of poker. That's, of course, also the beauty of the APT. Every country seems to have a sort of different training regimen that leads to a different style of player. We will be switching feature tables on the break, by the way. Another 20 minutes to go as we play out what's going to be another level or getting down to 40 players. King Queen makes an appearance again. This time just an open though. And it's +2. So 8-handed +2 is the low jack.
Yeah.
What do you think is the better moniker for it? +2 signals early position, low jack signals middle.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Reminds me of, I used to live in this neighborhood in San Francisco, which was right in between a very posh neighborhood called Nob Hill and sort of a shady area called the Tenderloin.
Interesting name.
So the locals called it the Tender Knob, but real estate agents called it Lower Nob Hill.
The two friends at it again.
If you hadn't told me, I certainly wouldn't know it, the way they've been battling it out. The micro-sizing begins. King, queen off. Range betting on the ace 8-7 board. Pocket sixes just feels like it cannot improve. Some backdoors possible, of course. Yeah. Hansen lets it go. Excellent poker by Jeffrey. Anson asking for the dissection of the hand, I assume.
Yeah. I think it was more to the lines of another two bigs, huh?
We didn't get a chance to shout it out earlier, but some support for Korea in the chat.
Yeah. Jeffrey passes on my favorite hand.
That's right, I heard you talk about it. You left King 7 suited.
It's yet another one of those conspiracy hands.
Yeah, apparently so does the solver, huh?
Yeah, that's why I loved it when Liu 3-bet with the King 8 suited earlier.
So the new player getting busy. Ace jack off.
And Lamb facing a decision. Thinking about jamming, possibly, again with King Queen. Goes for a call.
Could be a spelling issue, but I cannot find any live results for Zhang, the player from Taiwan. Which is fantastic, of course, if indeed the case. Has locked up 7,000 USD here at the main event.
Zhang checks it back. Possibly intimidated by Lamb's death stare, as we call it on the poker tables.
Are you a big stare guy?
I try to, but I can't help myself and laugh.
I was staring until somebody mentioned that I was an intimidating presence at the poker table. I've never felt prouder of myself. I think you just sort of mimic what you see on TV sometimes.
Yeah.
Before you come into your own.
Players like Patrick Antonius.
Yeah.
Staring at you to death.
Not to mention the whole European player era, where they took it way too far.
Yeah.
They kind of still do, actually. For instance, when they stare at you, even when they're all in, then you know it's a pure intimidation tactic. It's not even to get reads.
It's quite interesting. I was reading I was watching a TV series recently.
Oh, which one?
Forgot what it's called. All of a sudden, but it was about solving crimes. Just based off the facial expressions of witnesses.
There's
and
two
criminals.
of those. One is called Lie to Me. And
Yeah,
the other one is called
I think it was Lie to Me.
And the other one is The Mentalist. Could be that one as well.
No, it's definitely Lie to Me.
Oh, Lie to Me. I know that one.
And then there was a scene where it's like, if they're staring at you, and this is like, I guess this is like a point of controversy because no one can figure out what it actually means on the tables. But if they're staring at you, they're more likely to be lying to you in some regard.
Okay. Okay. I could see that. Anything intentional could lean lie. I get that. I'm not the biggest live tell guy. Some people really make a science out of it, especially the old school era. Used to be a lot about it. But in the new school, as with everything else, they really try to quantify a lot of things, add them into some marginal decisions in terms of strategy. But I do think they do exist. There is an edge to be had.
Lamb going for the bluff here after the bet on the turn. Let's see if Zhang sniffs this out.
I love that he's going for it, considering his stack. Did not want to give up and just pray that King High was good. Puts in 60% of his remaining chips, trying to get exactly the hand Zhang has to fold. And this would be an incredible call. You have to give your opponent credit for doing exactly what Lamb happens to be doing. Making a sick bluff with no fear. Putting almost your tournament life on the line.
But for Zhang as well, if he calls and he's wrong,
it's a big
it'll
chunk.
be a big dent in the stack.
Is that a stare or no? He's trying to focus on some random spot. Looks fairly comfortable given the stakes. Wow, he has made the call?
I believe that was a time bank chip.
Oh, it's a time bank.
Maybe that's what Lamb was staring at, the clock. Although I don't know if that's the thing you want to be staring at.
Why do you say?
Just because you're hoping the time runs out faster.
Oh, I see, I see.
Maybe I'm overthinking this after watching this TV series.
Well, he has made the call, James.
Wow.
That is a sick call. Note that one down. Hand number 118. Sick call in the house.
That is indeed a great call. And that moves Zhang up to the table chip leader. now 4 players away from the target of 40 for today.
Oh, wow. Just 4 players away. 15 minutes away from the break. You were mentioning, James, how you know, can survive with 4 bigs and then wonder why you just didn't try to spin it up, why you even bothered coming in the next day.
Yeah.
At the same time, yeah, some people explicitly just want to make it to the next day because it is an achievement, and it is a real achievement.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Outlasted 4 days of crazy action, super caliber poker players. But maybe it just depends on, obviously it depends on the pay jumps to the extent they make a difference. I would think it also depends on how you're feeling in the moment in terms of your decision making.
Yeah. And definitely also based off what you get. I mean, frankly, you're not shoving your last 4 bigs with like a 6 deuce offsuit.
Of course. This is all on the margins. But I think most people should realize that they are tired at the end of the day and probably would benefit from decision making the next day.
I've actually had someone tell me that they like to go, especially if they're a slightly larger stack, that they like to start becoming more aggressive near the end of the day or near a break.
I do too.
Just because people want to avoid putting too much at risk, especially when they know they're about to head off for a cigarette or go for the bathroom break, get some food, etc.
Lou has given Nikolic the rope to bluff at this and makes the quick check call really well done to maximize value. The hand went in a way I wouldn't expect considering the straight flush draw on the turn, but Jovan knows he's made a slight misstep there. 16 bigs now left in his stack, but Lou has emerged. There he is. Top the leaderboard. That's Andy, right?
Yep.
Andy is just showing how to do it. I can't even remember the last time he was in, honestly, even a spot of trouble on this table.
Yeah.
Just coasting along to a massive stack. 44 remaining, 4 away from ending the day. Dot in chat talking about that sick hero call on hand 118. Ace jack off might not be that bad to call since you unblock king and queen high bluffs. Well, you nailed it. Certainly could have factored in. Is Jason Chow from Hong Kong still in? That's Daijay?
I believe so, yes.
Unfortunately not. It bust a couple of hours ago.
Unlucky, but congratulations for making it this far.
And the best we can guess, an infinite ROI on the free main event ticket,
That's
courtesy
correct.
of Natural 8 Hong Kong.
I remember when I used to play tournaments, there would be this dumb phrase that I would use to tell everyone, where it's kind of like, it's kind of good and bad, because I would just be going around telling players, oh, I wish you good luck, I hope you come second.
Cheesy. Classic.
And then if I bust, at that point, I'd be like, I hope you win.
Well, what do you think here? We've been joking a little bit about how Lamb is no longer interested in this tournament. Well, Jack Deuce is a good attempt at a steal. Well, never mind. The ace-8 surely would call it off.
Especially with no one behind.
Hey, 2 live ones. 4 bigs could get converted into about 10.
And a deuce. Always coming ducks. Never easy though, is it? With that 5 of diamonds. bringing the flush draw, the gut shot, as well as the ace and 8. So Lamb sees a double up to 9 big blinds. Not dead yet.
There we go. The risky jam pays off. As Teddy KGB would say. Hanging around.
Hanging around. Kid's got alligator blood.
Very nice. So quick thoughts on rounders. What do you think?
Yeah, it's almost like
the best.
I was gonna say the Bible, and then I realized the Bible isn't a movie.
The Bible. Can't wait for the sequel. Well, it's the best we have. Certainly don't treat it as a Bible, because the play in it is atrocious.
For sure.
Appropriate for the 90s, perhaps.
I would say the hands in the movie actually make a lot more sense than what we see in other films, like Casino Royale or some of the Chinese films. I'm not sure if you've seen any of those Chinese. There's like an entire series called God of Gamblers.
Okay.
And it's always straight flush loses to royal flush, quads over quads. It's just hands that just don't statistically make any sense at all.
The guys who wrote Rounders ended up producing the show called Billions, if you ever saw that. And they were fairly restrained because it took many seasons before they had a poker game in the show. And of course, in that poker game, they had somebody call down 9 high, putting their opponent on a 7 high straight draw. I was like, alright, it's been 20 years since Rounders. Can we make stuff a bit more realistic? And look at this, by the way. Lamb doing what Lamb does. Finding the shove. This time a real holding. Ace 10 suited. Now, will Stephen Lai's advice be followed? King Queen off. Open and fold to a jam. Jack 10 suited. What a pretty little holding to have to give up.
I think this one is close. It's really close.
Let's not forget you're getting pot odds. You do have your opponent well covered. Can't afford the hit to the stack.
And you've already put 2.5 bigs in there.
Discipline, lay it down. I like it.
Very disciplined.
Every so often you're so dominated. Feel like, why did I call? Oh, Justin is still in chat, letting some of the questions be answered. All the free N8 players busted by now. It's fair play. Pretty deep. We're so close to 10,000 subscriber, guys. 9,700 or so. Do help us out. Hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed already. If you are, go for the bell icon. So happy to have you here. Don't forget, day 3 today, play down to 40. Day 4 tomorrow, play down to the final table. That should be a fun one.
Yeah.
Tensions will be mounting. Of course, the final table, 2 days from now. And finally, the 2-day high roller that will be live during the final table. We play down to the winner there for that bronze APT Lion. There's Justin in the chat. 11 from Taiwan, 7 from the Philippines. Wow, 7 from the Philippines. 7 from Hong Kong, 4 from Japan, 3 from Singapore, and 11 from elsewhere. That is awesome. Thanks for that, Justin. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit curious about the elsewhere, so I'll look that up. United Kingdom, Asa Gregory Smith. What else wasn't mentioned? South Korea. Should be a couple of runners. Serbia, we just mentioned.
Serbia, yeah.
Nikolic, of course, was on the table. Hey, Malaysia, still being represented in the form of Junjong Liu. Did we mention Thailand already?
No, I don't think so.
Wow, Thailand not having, at least in terms of quantity, a proportionate showing, but certainly some players in there. A man named Pitipong Postri. Not familiar with the name. Happy to look it up though. Has some finishes, certainly. About 40,000 in lifetime earnings. That's what we like to see. Newer players getting in the mix. Vietnam, of course. Player we haven't seen on the felt yet. Tai Ha Quang. There you go. That's how the final 43 are shaping up. As we are 5 minutes away from the next break. 43 remaining. Unlikely. 3 players are lost with the break. So please do stick with us because we're going to have a quick 12 to 15 minute break. After which we come back and close out day 3 of the APT, the record-breaking APT Taipei main event. With just 3 more eliminations. King Jack suited. Anson certainly has been raising much wider hands than King Jack suited. And 10-8 suited. Fantastic hand to defend against the +1 open.
Yeah. As you mentioned on the stream, Doug would call this a foldable, a callable, or raisable hand.
I am worried about you, by the way, because you clearly seem to be watching way too much of the stream, even when you're not in the booth. And I say this because I do the same thing, much to the confusion and pity of those around me, as though I have nothing better to do in life, but I'm open about it. I don't have anything better to do in life. I'm here for the APT, and I want to see every moment I can of the main event. I don't know that 10-8 suited would be foldable there, though. You think? You gotta defend something, surely. Well, wait just a second. Look at this board, James.
Yeah.
Talk about smashing the board.
Reminds me of an earlier hand. Again,
watching the stream.
Way too much of the stream.
You're talking, of course, about the ace-queen suited with
Jun.
the player from Japan, Jun.
Correct.
Yeah, an understandable trap there by Anson. Not really afraid of any card coming out. Nut straight, second nut flush draw. Straight flush draw too. Lee is not obliging by getting frisky, but I suspect he could find the check call. No surprise, Anson fires in a bet now. Can't trap 2 streets. You want to build a pot? Give your opponent some rope to raise, maybe?
Yeah.
Jack would spell disaster. An 8 wouldn't be pretty either, right as I say it. An 8. Of course, 4 to a straight on the board. Lee should not get into too much trouble. Now Anson is praying his opponent has a jack. Would love to go massively polarized and get value with his higher straight. Do you account for 2 pairs in your opponent's range when trying to get value here, or do you just polarize and try to maximize against a jack? As played his opponent.
I think it really depends. I think, as Steven would like to say, what kind of jacks does Lee get to this river by? Jack 10, Jack 9. Even some queen jacks, although I reckon those would have led the turn.
It's the big blind though. Widest range possible. Anson's gone big. 150 into about, was it 235? to third spot. Lee needs a time bank. Name Upster in chat says, oh no. Clearly supporting Lee. Oh no indeed, but I would argue the max damage is 150,000 chips. Lee can't afford it. 6 bigs out of his 21 big stack. And James, if you know the reputation of the player in front of you, I just feel it makes you more likely to call. You just think they're bluffing all the time. You want to catch them bluffing so bad. In reality, players like Anson are just super solid more often than not.
I think a really good advice for our slightly less experienced players are that the pros aren't out there to bluff you all the time.
Well, Lee will certainly be thinking of that as he hands over 150,000 to Anson, who has now taken a commanding position on this feature table. We will be breaking this feature table, but what a way to go out as we cut to the short break that we promised. 43 players remaining, just 3 eliminations away from the end of the day. We will call it a wrap on day 3 when we hit 40 players. We will see you shortly. Do not go anywhere.
One meal. Two. Two, right?先不要给，因为我怕他掉，要等他走，先。Two， 哎，快講一條先啦。廣東話我話廣東話咯，我都唔會。喂，點啊？今日打成點？今日唔錯。我睇到個手機。The what's inside? Sorry? 啱8都做咗個 inside， 所以我諗可以互相輝映。係咯，但係我未知道咩牌。我咪說了，Good answer.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the APT Taipei 2024, day 3 of the main event. We are down to, well, actually, I am spoiler alerting, but down to 43 players with the average big blinds of 43 as well, which is like magical. We started with 1,182 entries. We're down to the last 43. Top prize still hasn't changed. 410,000 American dollars. This is the chip leader. His name I've forgotten, but he's the chip leader. Yes, see, the graphic is forgotten as well. He's the chip leader. He's got loads of chips. I spoke to him earlier. He said he doesn't really play that much around the circuit, but he loves he's a local guy. He loves the event here in Taipei. In fact, he said he might come to Jeju for the next series. By the way, I am Stephen Lai. I've been joined by James Park. Hello, James.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. And you're going to be my co-host for the next few days, it seems.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Well,
again, shout out to Vidor.
I like that tone of voice. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
So that doesn't sound very fun. So, good evening, everyone. I don't know where you're watching this from, but it is now 6:20 p.m. in Taipei, Taipei time. We have a new feature table. We are 3 away from the end of today. Lester Edok is at the table. So is Justin Chu from Taipei. Both excellent players. Lester almost won the Superstar Challenge. Lost heads up against Elke. And Justin won the High Roller Mystery Bounty event. Oh, and then there's
another
Dicky.
familiar face.
Hey, look at Dicky. Look at that, Dicky. Look, he's a Hong Kong player. He's been around for a long time. I've known him since he was 17, 18. Very good player with Pocket Kings.
And APT champion at Incheon a couple of years ago.
It's true.
They have misspelled his name, though, on stream.
It's the same, right?
Yeah. Lester getting frisky here with Jack 5 offsuit. Raising it on the cutoff. Dickey with the premium kings. 3-betting to punish that loose open. Hey, we have the chip distributions here. We see a pretty big spread of chips, with the shortest at 8 big blinds, and of course Lester with the chip lead on the table at 70 bigs.
He's absolute boss in the Asian circuit. I spoke to him earlier during the break, and he said he's been running really bad, and he's glad that this series is picking up a few scores.
I think his definition of running bad is widely different to my definition of running bad.
Well, I mean, you know, he plays bigger, so the swing could be bigger. I don't know.
That's also true.
I don't know. And you know, I mean, he's a poker player, so he never bluff me, right? Surely. The Aizuki is just a maniac, says Justin Fairbanks. Well, there you go. 230 viewers, we welcome you to this stream. Give us a like, subscribe to the channel, and hit that notification bell. As we say in Cantonese, CLS.
Oh, we also see Tai Ha. Does he have a bracelet here? No, does he?
No.
He came close a year.
Oh, no, he did. He won a bracelet in short deck.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought as well. Indeed, Justin, we have a stack table here today on our feature table.
Oh, you're sounding more like a commentator.
Thank you.
It's like trying to make something exciting.
I know.
Out of nothing.
I know.
Ace 10 suited from Justin Chu versus Lester Edoc's top pair.
It was part of the job description.
Got to make it fun?
Yeah.
Oh, God. I never got the memo. Never got the bloody memo. I don't make it fun. I just make fun out of people. I don't make it fun.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I'm just kidding. I am a reformed character. I am trying to be as professional as I can. So here comes the turn. It's an 8 of hearts. Pretty inconsequential card. Suppose it does give Lester a gut shot straight draw that he doesn't want to see, really. There's a lot of screaming out there.
There is. Usually the sign of a bad beat.
Yes. Or a survival double up.
Yeah.
You know, like a short stack doubling up. So how was the bubble last night? Did you have to cover 2 hours worth of bubbling?
Yeah, it was insane. It felt like no one wanted to bust.
Well, obviously no one.
A very long time.
Yeah. Apparently there were 17 double ups during their 2 hours. 17.
That's a lot of double ups. Yeah, that's a lot of double ups. And 17 unhappy players.
Or yeah. Or alternatively 17 happy players.
Yeah.
Right. So 34 unindifferent players. Unindifferent, is that a word? Unindifferent. Wow, that's cool. Right, so another bet from Lester. Gets a fold from Justin.
So Justin saying here, Daisuke won an event in Europe for 6 figures while he was drunk.
Nice. I tried to do that once.
I think I lost about 6 figures playing drunk.
So is that the man himself, the guy with the facial hair?
I think so.
Steve. Dicky. King 10 suited. Probably an open. Always very focused. You know, he's like there's so little physical motion that sometimes I wonder if the neck were like hurt, that they couldn't. They got like a stiff neck. They just don't move. Yeah, did you sleep it wrong? Did you sleep wrong last night? You know, why do you have such a stiff neck?
Yeah.
That's a good flop for Ogita. See his neck? It's very stiff. Oh, moving. Okay, so he's actually not asleep. He's actually moving. Oh, do you see that little pain expression on his face? Flopping bottom too.
We were talking about this just before the break.
Go on.
How big really is the art of live tells?
To me, very small.
Really?
Very, very, very small. I'll only make that decision when I've thought about everything else.
Okay.
And then I still can't quite.
So
decide.
if you had two options and they were indifferent,
then I'll.
So say it was a fold and a call, and the guy was dancing on his chair.
Then I call the floor and say, "Stop him! He's distracting me." While looking at the clock, using my randomizer. I wouldn't care about that. I mean, like those tells are too obvious, I think.
Yeah. So, do you
So
want
how
to
about you?
share one of the tells?
Well, I was going to ask you to how much do you care about live tells?
I think it plays a factor.
Okay.
I can't say it doesn't play a factor. I think obviously it's an old school of thought,
right?
But there are definitely some very relevant old school players still out there crushing large fields.
It's true.
Phil Hellmuth, for example, probably doesn't know what GTO even stands for.
That's not true.
I mean, you know he's a great guy, right? Phil Hellmuth.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a persona that he displays on TV.
Are you sure?
I think so. He's actually a really nice person. Off the table. I've never played him like on the same table.
I cannot comment. Possibly, I've never met him.
Okay.
In fact, I haven't actually heard that many stories about Phil Hellmuth off the table.
Okay.
Yeah, so don't know. Is he like, I don't know, is he a charitable guy or what does he?
No, he just seems like a generally nice guy. Like, I ran into him in the bathroom, of all places, at Aria.
Yeah. Okay. It's the tall guy, right? He's very tall.
Yeah, he's really tall.
Yeah.
He's like 190.
Oh, wow. Okay. 6'4" plus, right?
I have no idea
Okay,
how
yeah.
feet and inches were. I mean,
Okay, back to the action first.
All I have is 2 feet.
Yeah. Fair enough. Action. Ace Queen of Steam versus Lester E Dog, the Doctor, Electronic Doctor, or electronic document, like a scanner. PDF, Mr. PDF.
We're so immature.
Mr. PDF is here. And Steve Ng is at risk with Ace Queen off, but he has 2 flush draws, so you know.
Yeah.
Can't complain about that. There was a guy, a Korean guy, with a name. His first name was SEO.
Yeah.
So I kept calling him Google.
Okay, fair enough.
5 juice.
Both with backdoor flush draws.
Correct.
Oh.
Oh.
He didn't need it, but yeah, it helps.
Exactly.
Takes away a couple of outs.
Exactly. Good. King of Spades, no good. Oh.
That's a double up.
Double up indeed.
Not dead yet.
380. So he was Okay, well, so he was really short. All right, fair enough. It was like 11 bigs.
Yeah.
12 bigs.
So, referring to an earlier stream, offsuit versus suited.
Mm-hmm.
2 flush draws versus 1 flush draw.
It's true.
What if I was playing PLO and I had rainbow? Does that give me 4 flush draws?
Wow. You're testing me now. Have you ever seen a variant of a poker that you get dealt 4 cards, so you can use like none, 1, or all 4, 3?
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't think that's worth playing, right?
I mean, Super Hold'em is
3.
Pretty. I haven't yet made a decision on Super Hold'em just yet. I think it's interesting in spots and then ridiculously frustrating in other spots as well, because you're just like, you don't know what to do, especially pre-flop. So, yeah.
Dickie Zhang, name corrected.
Name corrected. Wakes up with queens.
Easy peasy. 2 queens and a Dickie.
Not too difficult to be main event champion.
Indeed.
We have a lot of... Oh, wow. Lester here wakes up with ace king in the big blind. The chips might be going in.
The E-Doctor. And the Dickie with the queens.
A lot of buzz in the background. I reckon it's because of the... Is it fair to call it the day bubble?
The day bubble.
Yeah.
Day bubble.
The day 4 bubble. That's probably a better name for it. Are we day 3, right? Today? No. Yes, day 3.
Day 3. So
yes, I'm
day
getting
bubble.
confused. The day 4 bubble is in play. Fortunately, no hand for hand today.
Say that again.
Fortunately, no hand for hand today.
Good.
Oh, that's an all-in and a call. Dickie at risk here. For the most classic of flips. Any guesses?
Well, I think Justin Fairbanks spoiled it. Right? I mean, it would be very unfair on Justin if I guessed E-Dog was, the winner, because Dickie is running deep. Da-di-da-di-da-da, right? So the man from Ottawa, that's Justin Fairbanks.
Okay.
Completely spoiled.
That will be a full double up. Oh yes, coming back to an earlier question. Any notable tells that you would like to or would be willing to share with our audience?
The neck. I think there's something about a kind of a... So if someone's very excited,
yeah,
so his neck would kind of go pumping.
The pulsating veins.
Yeah. It's not. It's even smaller than that. But like, I always look out for the neck if I need to.
Okay.
Yeah, so okay. So this is an interesting thing. I always look out for tails, but I won't use the tail. If that makes sense. So I won't make the decision because of the tails, but I need to record the situation along the way, and leave that information in my back pocket, just in case I need it.
Okay.
Does it make sense?
What if it's strikingly obvious though?
Then it's not a tail.
Oh, then.
So to me, a tail is never strikingly obvious. It has to like people don't do obvious things at the poker table. That's what I learned. It's
Okay.
always very, very subtle. That is unconscious.
What if they think it's subtle? What if they think it's subtle, but it's obvious for everyone else? Because I've seen instances where someone would go all in,
right?
And you're thinking about it,
yep.
And they're basically just starting to shake.
You've seen shaking at the table?
I guess it's not shaking, but their heart is beating so hard
So-
that they're practically just like.
So is there a case of not wearing anything too tight? Like you have to wear loose shirt so that people can't see your heart pumping?
I don't know.
See, I wear a Fitbit, right? I like wear fitness tracker.
Yeah.
Other fitness trackers are available, of
Yeah.
course. And my heart rate doesn't really go up like that much when I am playing poker.
Has anyone called you heartless?
Oh. All the time, all the time. Now I get it. Ace high board, Ace Deuce 5, Lester E-Dog versus Dickie Zhang from Hong Kong again. This time it's a BVB situation.
Blind on blind action.
Some might call it a blind date.
Lester here taking a stab with what is currently the best hand. Do you want to hit the king here?
With that kicker? Oh no, yeah, you don't mind.
But also bad.
But it's not. There are not that many better king.
Sure,
Right?
fair enough.
From the
And
big
there's a
blind
lot of
range.
chops.
A lot of chops, so it's okay. So did you go out to eat at all yesterday, or did you just jump straight into the?
Yeah, jump straight in. I was like, who needs food when you got mixed games? No, but I had Jeffrey Lowe, who was on the table, who was on the feature table earlier.
Yep.
Bought some chicken wings.
Oh, nice.
That he had and took out. So
Nice,
I had a
nice,
couple of those.
Jeffrey's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Justin, another great guy, with Ace Queen off. So I often jokingly say he's the best fish I know.
Okay.
And he laughs at my joke, thinking I'm joking. No, it is a joke. Come on. Sorry, Justin. It's a complete joke, of course. And how would you take it? Like, what is a bet? What is you called the best fish? I.e., do you take it as like he pays that he's a happy customer to call off stuff and he's a big loser, or do you go, okay, he's actually like at the fish level but the best of the pile?
I would say with a level of wokeness that it's a spectrum.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
So you could be like half fish, half shark, which I guess makes you salmon. I don't know. What's in between a fish and a shark? Sea lion.
A swordfish.
Yeah, that works. And that is one of. I guess that is why, like, that is one of the rewards here.
A swordfish. Right, pocket aces.
I'm just waiting for the bad beat or the cool deck.
Well, it's not going to be from Lester nor Dickey. UTG Open is so strong.
But the 5 big blinds. Oh, that seems almost like a tight laydown. Jack deuce suited in the big blind.
No more women left in the field, sadly. So that means Hazel, Lester. Hazel, that's another female player. Has been eliminated.
Oh, this seems like a very loose open from Steve. Ace-8 offsuit and +1. Tai Ha here defending with 9-5 offsuit.
So have you been to Jeju?
No, frankly speaking, I haven't.
Would you be interested in going at the end of April?
I would look at it.
You know why I'm saying that? It's because APT Jeju is coming to you on the 26th of April in the beautiful island of Jeju. I just called it the Hawaii of South Korea.
I did see that,
which is
I did
incorrect, I suppose.
Yeah, given that it
so
gets
cold.
pretty cold.
Gets so fucking cold.
Yeah, but the
summer
APT,
is nice, right? The summer is nice there.
Yeah, for sure. But APT Jeju coming up. April, what were the dates, Steven? I kind of want to say the 23rd, but I also don't want to make that up, so.
It's the 26th of April until the 5th of May.
That's a pretty packed schedule.
Yeah.
It's 4, 9, 10 days.
And because in Jeju they can play cash games, so APT is going to film a cash game session.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah, just interesting content.
We should do a stream where all the tournament organizers play a cash game.
Alright.
That would be interesting.
Alright.
Just get Michael in there.
You
Get
and
Lloyd
me?
in there. Well, I wouldn't be able to get in.
Well, I mean...
legally.
Oh, yeah? Oh, no, oh, don't you have another pass? No.
No, I don't.
Right.
Get Neo in there.
That sounds good.
Get Ray in
Get
there.
Ray, yeah.
He'll be like, I want Big O.
Mixed games, please.
And they're like, what is mixed games?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, come on. Don't underestimate
Although,
Lloyd.
frankly, I'm pretty sure they all know all of these games. I mean, Neil is the guy who really loves Deuces Wild, which I think is an absolutely horrible game.
Well, it's just a game of luck, isn't it? I think. If you have a deuce, you lock it up, pretty much.
Yeah, but you're just going against another deuce.
Well,
and by that point, you might as well flip a coin.
Yeah. Daisuke Okita, King 3 off from the big blind. It's not much you could do, really. You know? So, Justin did well with a button raise. Fong Chung Nam is in a little bit of trouble. We are right on the stone bubble of today.
So this was a conversation I was having with Vidur earlier. If you're that short, do you want to kind of gamble it up, or really just make the trip again tomorrow?
The pay jump is too big to gamble up.
Yeah,
I
fair
think.
enough.
So ICM is number one concern here.
Sure.
Right. Number two is, Taipei is not it's not a big place.
Yeah.
It's not like you have to take a two-hour train journey to go into Taipei to play. I told this story before. I was playing in Japan.
Yeah.
Event in Japan. JO something, I don't know, whatever. Japan Open, I think it was.
Yeah.
And then I was chip leading the table, doing well, just talking rubbish and just generally being me. And then it was last hand of the day.
Yeah.
Everyone was bagging, just putting chips in the bag. And then I picked up pocket kings on the button. So I opened up. I had like 70 big blinds or something.
Yeah.
And then small blind folds, happily putting the chips away. And then big blind had about 12 big blinds. And then was tanking.
Yeah.
And then he didn't look very happy. I said to him, oh, do you speak English? He said, oh, a little bit.
Yeah.
I said, okay, well, I tried to explain to you. I said, okay, do you live very far away? He said, oh yeah, I need to take the JR to get in. I said, oh well. Then it's either you get 26 big blinds and you win, right? You jam and you win 26 big blinds, which is great for day 2 or day 3.
Yeah.
Or you don't need to take that trip again tomorrow.
Yeah. Sounds like an angle shoot, but
Oh,
sure.
totally, right? And it was, oh, okay. Konnichiwa.
All
And
in.
then all in. I was like, okay, yeah, thank you very much, right? And then show like Jack 9 suited or something.
And then
of
you
course,
lost.
A Jack and a 9, right? And then next day,
Instant karma.
Yeah, indeed. And the next day we went back to the office, or went back to the venue.
Yeah.
And then he saw me. He was like, oh, thank you very much, Steven-san. I now have many chips. The trip is not wasted anymore.
Yeah.
And, oh, thank you. Yeah, I know. I don't have so many anymore. But anyway, it was a fun day.
Oh, Tai Ha getting very frisky here with the 6-4 offsuit 3-bet. Immediately gets punished for it by the 4-bet. A lot of deep stacks on this table, actually. Never mind, let me retract that statement.
So they all like
the average is 40.
Sorry, James. We don't we don't get in the booth for being informational.
Yeah.
But hey, I respect your analysis a lot. I think you are a very deep thinking player.
Yeah.
I think sometimes maybe too deep, like maybe overthink a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes, but you do care about the logic of the game. You analyze, and you. Yeah. So I think you are perfect to be a commentator of the game.
Thank you.
And you can be funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
You can be funny.
It's more like satire.
Yes, it's true. Well, you're a youngster, right? You're like a young
at.
person. Sarcasm is the only form of humor, right? I think. Like for young people.
I guess. It's like, yeah, young people just have a good laugh at old people. Full stop, right?
I know. Yeah.
It's literally satire right there.
Thank you, James. Right, on to this hand. An open from the hijack position of Justin. Go Justin. Go Lester. Flop comes
deuce 3,
which is great for Lester.
We should do a stream where we just call the deuces quacks.
So how many stacks of greens do you have?
How many stacks of greens do you have? Justin is very interested in this pot.
Is that a tell?
I think it is actually, but don't tell Justin.
The best fish out there. See, now that sounds wrong.
I love you, Justin. Don't listen to James. James is a horrible influence.
I just put them around quotes.
I'm gonna report you to
bracket Steven, comma 2024 bracket
CF lie, comma Steven. Yes. On a footnote, yes. I think Leicester needs to. Yeah, he did raise. I was going to say he needed to raise that. And Justin somehow decided that it was a good idea to call with 2 overs.
Oh. Damn.
We got a viewer, a new viewer, Mia from Hong Kong. She's appeared on the Hustler big game before. She's played that.
Okay.
Yeah. Good looking, smart, and bloody rich. What a combo.
Yeah.
Bit like.
Got none of those.
A bit like aces Jack 10 double suited in PLO.
Yeah.
Is that a good hand?
Yeah.
That's a good combo, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
So Mia is like aces.
Ran into one of those the other day.
And you won?
No.
No, of course
and
not.
an absolute trash holding.
So you paid the minimum and you moved on?
No, paid the maximum. Moved on.
Yeah, sometimes it's oh dear. Okay, well, sorry about the interruption. The technical team is working on the technical issues because they're the technical team. They won't be working on the artistic issues. So that's a small.
Thanks for defining what the technical team does.
Well, it's a team. First of all, it's not one guy doing everything, unlike HAPPA, where it's just one guy who does everything. Boo.
Yeah. Shout out to Boo.
Yes. And Cyrus is the one guy who does everything during the APT commentary sessions.
Yeah.
So they've been working very hard actually. So I shout out to them because they've been excellent.
Yeah.
Very, very reliable colleagues. Still spinning. It's not your computer. Your computer is not broken. It's us. It's not you. It's us. So James, what do you think Justin's gonna do?
What you called?
Excellent news. Okay, well, pairing up the 4 on the river. Leicester's not going to be too afraid of a Jews, right? Yeah. What do you think?
But what is he repping here? I mean, Leicester is repping the deuce, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the flush kind of gets there on the river. Or it doesn't kind of get there, it gets there on the river. So?
There you go, see? See I just managed to get a love from Mia Huang.
You point a
while my
electric gun to her head.
Well, no,
digital gun.
No, that's the lady I was describing, like
yes,
smart and that. But like my wife's listening in as well at the same time, so that is going to be a lot of explaining. So I'm waiting for my wife to leave a comment to say, "Who the hell is this Mia? What is wrong with you?"
Puts out a black heart.
Broken.
Broken.
Oh, I love you too, Rachel. I do love you. Thank you for being the best wife ever. It's not easy being a wife. Even more difficult to be my wife.
Mm-hmm.
So a big shout out to, my wife and also my colleagues at HKPPA. They've been working hard, bringing you the APT coverage in Cantonese on Natural 8 HK channel.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good viewership as well. Lots of good banter. And people have been saying lock. You know lock?
Yeah.
Lock. Lockjay's voice is very sexy, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe he must have learned it from me. Because I have a sexy voice.
Okay.
Okay. All right. On. Back to the hand.
It's more blind on blind action. Lester versus Dickey. Yet another paired board.
Six, 5 suited. Is looking for this. Picked up a gut shot straight draw along with his flush draw.
It's the too many out syndrome.
So my wife's left an emoji now. Don't know how to make of it. It's a wink and a cry, laughing so hard I cry emoji. How should I interpret that? It's like live tell, you know. You just don't know, do you? It's very balanced.
Yeah.
These emojis are very balanced. Zodiac Classic looks it will just clear the guarantee. Yes, never in doubt. About 20 entries off with an hour and a half to lay reg.
Oh, overlay alert. Let's go.
King on the river. No point bluffing it. A jack could take it down sometimes. Dickey needs to bluff.
Yep.
Plays the board. Ooh. Lester's thinking about it. No. There you go. Go Dickey. Pretty much Lester's natural nemesis. You know why? Because he's on his direct left. It's positional. It's got nothing to do with ability or playing style. It's just a fact. Well, it's such a positional game. Poker.
I was actually thinking Lester could raise her.
I know, but do you want to?
I mean, even a small raise would get it done.
If you saw the cards, yeah.
Well, yeah, sure. But
you know, I think probably Dickey would have snapped it off with a 9. Right? No?
No, I don't think so. Does he really go for that bet with the 9? On the river? Like, what is he getting value from? Queen Jack? Which is pretty close to what Lester had anyway.
Okay, Lester opens just to get some chips back. The only time in an orbit where Lester has position over Dickey. Fong Chung Nam looks like he's come from a boy band from Hong Kong. Looks a bit like Tommy from E-Kids.
I have no clue who they are.
I have no idea. Yeah. And they're not boys either. Like they were a boy band like 15 years ago.
So it's kind of like Error.
It's kind of like a Backstreet Boys or something. You know?
Okay.
Tell me why. All right. King high versus 10 high. Aces never loses. Lester's like, hey, aces. Not really. You're right. King high versus 10 high. 6-4.
Yeah.
Classic 6-4. Let's have a look. Flop comes. That's a 4.
Aces.
Can't be too happy with that. Turn is an ace.
Turn is an ace.
Yeah, so aces would have been good too. If Lester had aces.
Yeah.
Would have been and the 7 seals the deal. And there we have it. we are down to 40 players in the APT Taipei main event. 40 players will come back tomorrow, fighting for that beautiful Lion Trophy.
Award-winning.
Award-winning, no less. And then Leicester still chip leading this table with 60 big blinds. Coming back tomorrow, I think they've still got another 20 minutes or so level to play until the blinds go up. Speaking of the beautiful trophy, here it is, and here they are. So tomorrow we'll be bringing you the action from the main event, day 4. We'll play down to the final table. Stream starts at 11:45, and then on Saturday, that'll be the final table, and on Sunday we will bring you the high roller coverage. So James, what do you think? You've done 2 hours worth of streaming. What do you think about the play so far?
I mean, world-class players, world-class play. We've seen a lot of pretty amazing 3-bets and a lot of great post-flop play. So excited to see what we have for store tomorrow.
You are such a young person. Like, your excitement so well concealed. Unbelievable. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us today. Tomorrow, once again, I'll tell you, we will bring you the action from day 4 of the main event, all the way through until the final table. And then on Saturday, that will be the final table. So tomorrow, 11:45, the mics are on. Please come back and watch the Asian Poker Tour with us. I've been Stephen Lai. You've been
James Park.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Sorry guys, I was misinformed. So you will keep your time back. Okay. So I'll bring it. I had 7. I had 5 plus 2. But I don't need it. How many time bags did you have? How many time bags? I mean, no. How do you use? I have 7. I have 5 plus 2. How do you use? I think I have 7. 5 plus 10. 2. How much? 3 or 4. How many timings do you have, sir? 4.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing get in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing get in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty.